Coffee, cookies, can't go wrong.
Oh yeah, I got it down. I'm like, how am I gonna see the slides on the computer? Yeah. Oh, man. So are like the people, the organizers, or like are your sponsors and like people like me are sort of happy, having fun?
So you're Star Trek, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's been a great week so far.
Good. I mean, these things are impossible having done, like they're awesome, but they're also just, it's people, right?
Yeah.
And people are
Unpredictable. I'm gonna go set up the other room.
Yeah, I'll see that.
But yeah, I'll
Like
come
I
back.
just need to, I'm plugged in, I'm just not seeing it, eh?
Yeah, so let's see.
Like it should be on the screen already, is what I'm saying.
All my crazy home projects. There you go.
Construction zone since the first day. Okay. So, we're ready to go.
All right.
I really love this. But that's actually yeah, all right. Look at that. Okay. Hey, what's happening? What's the like? What is all this? I mean, these are boxes. These are cardboard boxes.
Yeah.
So you got a Chromebook, but then
A J5 Create.
Yeah.
When streaming. And then Chromebook and Restream running the software back end. So.
this is just because it's a projector.
Yeah,
It's good in here. It just doesn't look like the white ones are just so washed out. That's on. Hey, why are you off? Why are you not looking?
Just got you. I really have to do this
Uh-oh. I lost you. There we go. Okay. You're working now. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so is that a little bit better with that window?
Oh, I don't think so. I think it's just pure. Oh, this is. I'm just trying to.
I can also,
No, you don't have to do that. I don't know if well, actually, it helps a little bit, but like, we're really trying to address the people in the room, but it's a little nicer vibe now.
yeah. All right.
But why are you, okay, there you go.
Do you need anything else before I go up the other room?
No.
Okay.
You cannot read this text on the computer. Oh, so, but are they able to see the slideshow, or is this all they see?
They can see what's on the screen.
Just this. It's not like I'm really broadcasting yet.
Right, correct, yeah.
Like screen share.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. It's okay.
really coined the phrase in 2004. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Fuck. Yeah, that was weird. Rock and roll band. Bottle down, bottle down. It's just me in the room. How's everyone doing on the live stream? There's nobody there.
All my dreams and all the reasons swallowed up into night. Silver rising, it's almost time, and I know that the wolf will be set free. So from my love, I'm not the man I was. There's a killer inside me. All that I fades away. Raging love flows out through my veins. Losing my mind, all I can do is empty my lungs to the sky. 'Cause I know that I
Hello. Hi. I'm okay. I'm getting ready to talk. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's good. No, I'll put that on for our agenda for this week, for the week ahead. That's great. I just, I've got the last things you sent too, and I even forward them on to people, but until we talk about it at a meeting, people will pay attention. So, I appreciate that. Thank you, Matt. Take care. Have a good weekend. Yep. Cheers.
always belong to. On my own now, always on the other side. One more night, they gon' tear me alive. Down low, wild within my eyes. All that I am fades away. Raging love flows out through my veins. Losing my mind. All I can do is empty my lungs to the sky. 'Cause I know that I'll always belong to the earth. It's the love, my love is the only thing on the earth. Taste the good, my love is the only thing on the earth. Taste the good.
How you doing? Nice.
I got here early.
Yeah, you did. What's your name?
I'm Carrie.
Nice to meet you, Karen.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. Well, you are going to get a very personal session,
I'm okay with that.
which in that case, we can either do it differently. There's no one on there yet.
A couple minutes still, right?
Just checking that stream. There's no one near that.
Oh, that's right, it is being streamed.
All right, why not get started? Alrighty. I'm sorry, what did you say your name was?
Carrie,
Carrie, hi. What brings you today?
what brings me here today?
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out different ways to market and brand.
Cool. That's what this is all about.
That's why I'm here, so.
Sweet. Let's roll. I'm Andrew. I'm the brand journalist at Sticker Giant. We'll talk a little bit about what that means. Hi, live stream. We're gonna start. I don't know if it's recording, but Carrie and I are gonna talk about marketing. I'll look at you sometimes too. And I'm also a teaching associate professor at the University of Denver. I teach journalism, and I also teach some entrepreneurship classes in the College of Business. So I've been at Sticker Giant for 9 years now, actually, and at DU for 9 years too. And Sticker Giant is in Longmont. We make stickers and labels. We made these stickers for this event. We'll talk about event stickers and logo stickers and promotional stuff a little bit, but this is more just about our digital marketing process. But we have created an interesting space in printing, custom printing for quick turn and relatively lower quantities than a lot of the bigger players in the space that were pre-existing. So now there's a lot of companies like a Sticker Giant, there's Sticker App, there's Stump Stickers, there's Sticker, anyway. There's a larger and more competitive set in the time that I've been there, because we kind of helped develop this market a little bit, right? Like, so it's gotten competitive, but our goal is by 26 to have told 142,500 small business stories. And that really means customers, acquiring customers, but we really do say this, it's on the back of my shirt, but we believe that every sticker has a story. That's like our tagline, right? And so you see stickers and you see labels there, but for us, they're vehicles for small businesses to kind of activate their dreams, right? Like, I know it sounds corny, but when you open up a box and it's your label that you ordered and you put it on your product, it becomes yours, it becomes real. And I hear that from a lot of our customers, especially the ones that I've talked to on the podcast, which we'll get into a little bit. So what does marketing look like at Sticker Giant? We actually kind of subscribe to a lot of different philosophies. I'll talk to all of them, but Seth Godin is one of, obviously, the sort of gurus of this space, and we talk a lot about solving problems for customers, right? It's just really important, even in an ad, to not think about a list of attributes of your product. We were doing a script session yesterday, and a colleague and I, and you could just do 4 sentences all about the thing you're trying to sell, but who's the audience and why would they care? So it's we really do think about solving problems and helping them become the people they want to be, like, for real. We got to meet Seth a few years ago at Digital Summit. It's an awesome conference. And we'll talk a little bit about some more of his work as well. But this is the team at Sticker Giant that I am fortunate to work with. So I really cannot take very much credit for any of this in a way, because it's such a collaborative effort. Myself and the director of marketing have been there the longest, other than our creative director, who is a contractor. But it truly takes all these people, and I'm going to touch on every single one of these jobs in one way or another, and roles and how they fit into our storytelling process. So we're very fortunate to have a big team. We have a whole core process document that I'm going to talk about. This last one, market research, which is of course very important. That would be a whole nother talk, right? We're going to plow through all these basic things and spend the most amount of time in engagement, because that's my job. And my job is to tell stories and interview people and work on SEO-based content that drives people back to the website. So because of my job, engagement, being engagement is a big part of it, I kind of helped bring the position of brand journalist to Sticker Giant. I have done a bunch of different things over the years, worked on the website, etc. Did social media and so on, but a few years back, I was finally like, I'm doing most of the storytelling. There's a whole part of marketing that is known as brand journalism. And so it does a lot of the same things you might find in other areas of digital marketing, but I come from a journalism background, so therefore I'm able to bring the melding of those things to my job. Obviously, journalism is really the product of gathering and presenting news and information, right? Say what you will, your thoughts about journalism in the modern era. That is what it's supposed to do. It really, I mean, I was reading the newspaper, so I do. I read every day. Like, I love reading news and editorial. I also love branding. I teach a whole class about it, and it's our job at Sycogen. We're the owners of the brand and the marketing department. And this is from one of my textbooks. I love it for people who need more resources. Obviously, I'm a professor. We've got a reading list for today. But Catherine Sladine is creating a brand identity. It's really cool to really just have that language so you know, especially if you're talking to a creative, to have the vocabulary to address whether it's a design brief or some sort of psychological aspect of branding. It's in there and it's really digestible. But ultimately, right, the thing we're most concerned about is retaining our position and building it because we're constantly fulfilling our customers' expectations, delivering on the promise of the brand. That's what we have to do. That's what any business has to do, over and over, all day long, to the new customers and the old ones. So branding, again, there's this whole list of bullets. I don't have to read them off. It's just you and me, and there's nobody on the call. Hi. But that's okay. But so brand and journalism were actually something that was created by the CMO of McDonald's, Larry Light, in the early 2000s. And in many ways, brand journalism has been going on forever. John Deere had a magazine that they published back in the day, the Furrow, right? In the late 1800s, early 1900s. So brands have done editorial work to promote themselves and tell stories about their products and their customers, which is what we do in the modern era. But in some ways, the first global example of a very successful brand journalism campaign is the McDonald's Unlimited. Like, brand journalism is tied to larger strategic creative objectives, right? Content marketing might be just this sort of production process that you create specific posts or whatever, right? Brand journalism ties in with storytelling and larger advertorial sort of objectives, right? You want to educate and inspire and entertain, but also, of course, sell something at the end of the day, right? So I'm loving it. It's kind of like when I present on this stuff, I talk a little about that specifically. And this link, I'll have to pull it out somehow, but I don't want to click on everything. But this is from an article he wrote in 2014. And these are kind of the top three things. It's a modern marketing imperative. You have to have someone who can tell the stories, do the copywriting, and be authentic, right? It's just important. You can do what he calls multi-dimensional conversations, right? Obviously now with comments and remixing on TikTok and the way just algorithms serve you ads and stuff, and that you could comment on them. You can comment on an ad on YouTube. That's obviously revolutionary when you think of, it used to just be, it's a 30-second ad spot and it comes and goes and it's ephemeral. Now on your YouTube page, we have videos and ads that have gotten millions of views. There's also a long comment stream. That's a good and a bad thing, but you have to be able to harness and manage that, right? Hey, Joe. And then lastly, you have to think like a journalist, which for me, I come from a magazine background. I broadcast in my way past in college and grad school. But again, that strategic element of brand management and really having a full body platform for messaging, right? And I come from a magazine world. Like, you have to think of your brand as a magazine or your business, and you have to think of different departments and ways that you can tell literally the same thing day after day is the problem, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is the newspaper that I was reading. Like, the news is both different and the same every day, right? Something is happening, it has to be covered, and you have to get that out into the world. You also know that there's seasonal things, there's sports, there's events. Those things are expected. You can put them together and know that they're happening and plan them from an editorial format. Content marketing, obviously, always people talk about, having a calendar and planning. Cool, that's fine. That's like tactical. Trying to zoom out a little bit. We'll get more into tactics, but it's more than a content calendar. It's a thought process. It's an approach of like, wait, what information should we serve and who's our audience? Always of the audience, right? Does that make sense?
Well, I'm a magazine writer.
There you go. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, this should click 100%. Like, and if you've worked at a magazine, you understand departments and features and fun little service. I'm a service journalism proponent. Like, service journalism is what I do now for my job and did back in the day. But there's a slight difference. They all kind of do. Again, we still wanted the topic
generate sales, right? So I do believe that some people would say that brand journals, because you could be detached and objective, that's cool, and I agree with that. But obviously, objectivity is no longer what it used to be, right? And especially, like, obviously, I want to sell our products more than others. So, like, it's tough to wear the white hat on that. You know what I'm saying? You have to agree to the fact that the goal is to still keep sales going. But again, content marketing is going to be giving information, trying to get people interested, maybe build some brand credibility. What we're doing, I would think, what I'm doing on our team through this role, this role is finding specifically, especially here, we are very concerned and aware of our brand voice and having things that align with our values. And not that content marketing wouldn't do that, but again, it's just a thought process. It's a slight shift, right? And this, of course, I'm always looking for customers to interview, or the way we're doing emails and SEO work is to get the best message of our brand out, but then also address the problem again for the people who are searching for custom stickers and labels who have no idea what they're doing. They need to get the how-to content and cool stories of, oh, I could do it that way, right? So back to Seth Godin. This book is one of my cool one, Permission Marketing. This is from 1999. He was working at Yahoo still, right? In whatever partnership marketing, whatever it was called. I forget the title off the top of my head. But this is kind of, there's some like somewhat obvious stuff, but he puts it in this book, and I think it's, you really do need to somewhat give permission. That's kind of obvious, right? But like, especially in an attention economy, which is very different now than when this was written, you can't just keep interrupting your customers in their day. Like, your ads are going to come, but they should be fun and tasteful, and they should if it's a piece of like editorial content, they should be like, oh, that's a really cool story. But this, is a fun takeaway, because like, we try to love on our customers. Everyone does. We want to keep them happy, but we also try to engage with them and reward them and create a community, right? And we do that through a variety of different ways. Story Brand is a cool book as well. This is all about the customer as hero. This is the kind of, and it's a very cool book at the end where there's like exercises to like really like do customer problem solution advertising tagline, 4-word slug to like sell to that person, right? Customer is hero. And then there's also, which is somewhat obvious, you want to put them in the story. They should see themselves, right? Again, when we were just writing this ad, as opposed to listing off a bunch of attributes of our product, it's like, it's hard to find a good deal on products these days. Oh yeah, you're right, it is. As opposed to custom labels are great for your stuff. It's like, well, yeah, obviously. Right, there's just a difference in the way those messages land, that lead. The way that lead lands with a consumer is different. And the other part of this book is what's a big section, and that I lean in a lot on, is the internal versus external story. Like, you have to figure out first the story you tell your customers and what you want the world to know about your company. But then there's also the story you tell yourself every day and the people that you work with and you work for, right? Like within your teams, right? So you need to have a story that makes sense to the people so that they can do their jobs as well. If people don't all know the same story and they're not in the same playbook, obviously it's harder for that brand to grow and be successful. So that's what this book does, I think, in a nice way. And then last but not least, these are more of the sort of philosophical foundations of the sticker giant business, which is The Great Game of Business by Jack Stack, and this is open book management. When I learned this after coming from editorial and people getting laid off and not knowing what's going on with the financials, seeing people sit around every week and look at a spreadsheet, to me, was really revolutionary. And like sharing all that information I learned about business through this specific program. And then as we've grown and scaled from the 20-some person business that I encountered in Hygiene, Colorado in 2014 to 160 plus person business here, and we just were acquired a year ago as we celebrate this year 22nd year in business. Traction has been very useful this is great for more entrepreneurial people, because it is a playbook of how to run meetings, how to manage people, how to do the marketing. The marketing section actually is part of this conversation we're having here today, where it literally asks you to do what's called the core process. And I'm going to show you that graph in a second. The core process, like when you're all about the marketing and your messaging and your vision for your business, this book is very useful. and there's coaches all around it. And Traction just rebranded into a brand called Bloom Growth or something that the founder sold the business off. The point is it's called EOS, Entrepreneurial Operating System, and it literally is a plug-and-play system where you could say, like, we have our meetings on Tuesdays from 9 to 10 o'clock. Everybody's there. We rate the meeting like this. We run it like that. This is how it ties into the next process and the other department. And everybody, is aligned. It's all about getting alignment and literal traction to grow your business. Then there's an entire suite of products for like CEOs, COOs called Rocket Fuel, which we can turn off the Alexas, right? We'll do Do Not Disturb as well. And there's still nobody on the call, which is just great. So that book, these two books are like a part of how the larger Sticker Giant runs the business. But a lot of the marketing stuff in recent years has come from the Traction book. So I kind of just mentioned 4 or 5 different texts, but like they all go into what I personally believe my role encompasses. And like this book, The Great Game of Business is just like, if you want a book about cheerleading a company and rallying people and getting them to go and do the thing, Great Game of Business. Literally, it's a game. We're all trying to win, right? So that's my PSA. That's the reading list. So what does this all look like? How do we like boil all this together at Sticker Giant to do what we do? Because it's a lot of ingredients too, right? And I'm just one of those 10 people. And we have a lot of different ways where we need to address, I believe this comes from that identity book that I mentioned about brands, but we literally have our factory, right? We make a product. But that product is not what goes out in the world. What goes out in the world is our flame logo, our customer service, and our advertising. And we create the brand in the mind of the customer. We have to do that. That's our actual job, is to create something from nothing. Not the products. The products are important. If we don't have quality products delivered on time, no one's going to buy from us. Fine. But you could go get quality products on time from somebody else if you wanted to. You might not like it as much, though. And their brand might not be that same experience. It might not be the high-touch service, right? So this core process right here, this is from the exercise about 4 or 5 years ago when we went through the Traction process and adopted it. Our marketing director really spent a lot of time trying to boom, boom, boom. You get these 5 things. This is what we have to do. We have to build trust, educate, and promote. Obviously, the education part of me as an educator and journalist, that I find is, for me, my North Star, right? But I live over here with a few other people on that list of the roster team. Then there's some other people over here, right? There's people over here. And they're all in different elements. It all crosses over. Every single job does every one of these things. Every time. But we have one person just doing paid ads. We have one person just doing pricing. When they're doing that, that's what they're doing. We have one person just on social media, right? We have one person just on events, right? Arguably thought leadership, content strategy is sort of what I do, blogs and podcasts, but then we also have someone doing just events, just website, right? Just video. So a lot of the talk is up here. How do you create the brand? What's your strategy? There's a few slides on that. We're going to spend a few slides on this. A little less on here. It's pretty straightforward. Test your website, use your website. We're going to spend the bulk of the time in engagement though. And then, like I said, market research, that's sort of our inside baseball. And that whole section of the deck is not really necessary for today. But the takeaway from the last section of market research is just know what you got to charge. What's going on in the world with your space, right? We're not going to really do that today. And everyone would have to slice that for their own business anyway, right? So, right. That flame means a lot to me. It always has. And we had to figure out how it's actually more than just that. It's not just a logo. It's how we talk. It's how we present ourselves. It's how we identify, right? It's me going to these events. It's our business card sticker, right? Like it's all those things. And then of course it's the customers that we have and the way that they promote us as well. So along that, our brand strategy is to be the fastest maker of high quality stickers and labels for businesses. That's what we're trying to do, right? And again, this all comes from Traction. Position, purpose, promise. We want to help people tell their stories. Legit, that is the coolest part, is when that person opens that box for their band stickers and they're like, cool, we got merch. Like that's the moment that it's all about. And then of course, we got to do this. We all got to be fast, fun, and friendly in a way, especially in the era of like prime shipping, but is getting it right. And if we don't get it right, we got to go back and do it again, We'll figure out a way to make it better next time for sure. This is sort of a nuance here. The 3 uniques is also a key point of how we approach what we do. Now, we don't pick up the phone and say, hey, welcome to Sticker Giant, we're fast, fun, and friendly. That would be corny. That would be weird. But we can be friendly and work fast on the production process and have really fun advertising and bonus moments along the customer journey, right? So we do that, like we live that. That's inside, right? You want to at least instill that in yourself and your messaging, but you wouldn't legitimately like use it as a tagline. For us right now, we're not saying, we say instead, we're your friends in the sticker and label business, and getting it right really matters to us, right? We can be fun, we can be friendly, we can do custom graphics, we can, you know, when one of the Golden Girls passed away, whatever, we like made this, thank you for being a friend. I don't know, we just do things like that and make stickers that do that, right? From time to time. Like that was a random pop culture example. We do other stuff, of course. But again, those 10 people on that slide, a couple of people sit in each one of these buckets, really, on our team. Now, customer service, that's not our job. We have a whole customer service, customer success, call them what you will these days. That department needs to be personable, informative, empathetic, and educated as well. That's why they go through this same deck, this training, where we say, hey, marketing team is going to tell you how we do what we do at Sticker Giant. You have to then embody that to the customer, right? You have to be fast and friendly, but in a different way, because it's like, let me help you with the difference between die cut and kiss cut stickers, right? That's a really granular, I'm on the phone with someone trying to get them the thing they need, right? Whereas we are trying to solve the problem in advertising of what do they know, what do they want? They don't know what they want sometimes, right? So that's the problem right there to solve, is to get them what they want, or what's the best product for them, right? Maybe it's not a clear label because it gets all smudgy and it's not, and they're not good at applying labels. They don't have a labeler. They do it by hand. Maybe give them a label, or whatever the case may be. But our customer service has to figure that out. And that's a very technical, sometimes, process for them. And so they're pros at that, right? We're pros at like finding, like KB, our social person, like reaching out to customers and DMing them and asking them to partner with them on a little Instagram story. And I'll talk a little bit about a really big win recently of that very like quality. For us, of course, that whole position of the brand is to get people to stickergiant.com. We are an e-commerce business. Yes, we're a manufacturing company, you know, somewhat high-tech manufacturer, small, medium-sized manufacturing company. But really an e-commerce brand, we got to get people to the website. And we like to think we're funny and creative, so we have the sales tunnel instead of the sales funnel, because the funnel gets the dropout, right? And things just wash away if things fall out through the funnel. Whereas we want to get them through the tunnel through these various obvious, classic marketing terms. Awareness, that's where I live in the awareness world, doing top of mind stories, working with the social strategists to help with content. I help run the YouTube page, but I don't do the ads specifically. But every person, again, back to the Seeds podcast, they can only go so far with the podcast. But there will be times when someone converts on a job and says, "Yeah, I heard about you from the podcast," and that to me is a huge win when we hear it on the How Heard Report or feedback or a DM like, "Oh man, I love the podcast." Just happened last week or something, super random. But then people are like, "Oh, I keep seeing your laser shark ad." Oh, cool, perfect. Or I love the email, someone forwarded me your email, right? But then all of these, back to just getting people a website, we have to get people here, and we know how long it takes and how much it costs, et cetera, to do that. And that tunnel is either going to be retargeted, or you're going to come all the way back if you've abandoned your cart. And so anyway, that's the sales tunnel. We'll talk more about the funnel too later. Where do we advertise? All the basic places, but we're always trying to figure out new stuff. We just got into streaming. We're on, Peacock or Hulu or whatever. That's a big deal because that's over the top times, right? That's a far lower barrier to entry. And also, our YouTube's awesome and our Google is great. And, if you have $1, you get 90 cents of it to Google probably, right? And the rest is carved off to Facebook, whatever, But I'm personally very interested in podcast networks and different as a broadcast person, trying to assist our paid people to get new opportunities too. And they're always prospecting. That's what we have to do with the tech, world of marketing these days. Of course, we're in shopping, like Google Shopping, Amazon Shopping. Those are ad systems in their cell because they're search result related, Because of that, this is, we're going to talk quickly on search and search engine marketing, because that, again, is telling the story. Your story and your message is only good as the platform that you push it out through, right? Like, and we look at ourselves as a publisher, really. Like, we're like a publisher and an in-house ad agency at the same time. Like, it's kind of heavy duty, but it's super fun, I think. But here's just a branded search, right? Luckily, we're showing up first on this one, but these are our other competitors. They bid on our keyword, our name. This is a problem, right? But this is also our opportunity, because our competitors are literally spending money to try to compete with us, just like we do today, right? But because we're ranking there, it's paid search, right? There's a whole world of paid search. That's not what this is about, but it's again, a crucial part of our strategy in digital marketing is to make sure we're showing up in that top position, because it is really important. Branded specifically is a huge part of our web traffic. So we're still in the second bucket, get people to your website, or again, just general product search. You end up here, hopefully, in the shopping. Now, if you look at that, we look like we're more expensive, but you're getting way more product for that. So these are really tough places to kind of like compete too sometimes, right? So you have to have good creative and good messaging, but there's so little characters to differentiate yourself. But like, 25 stickers for $75 or 120 for 106. That's kind of like, a consumer could just look at that and hopefully do the math. But again, you never know. So you have to be able to differentiate. And our organic specifically is driven by website content. And we had a campaign running not long ago where we target certain industries. We're getting more targeted in our creative planning. And we were doing just like a deep dive in coffee and coffee roasters and trying to sell products to those people. And ideally, if you just type in something like that, custom sticker for coffee shop, that has nothing to do with sticker job, right? But we show up number 3 there, which is great. That's a great, healthy, organic result for us, right? Because of the SEO work that's being done behind the scenes. And because of the work done behind the scenes, we hopefully can get like position 0. These are kind of those semantic search results. Back to the story. This is a really cool product, a sticker sheet. But if I say, hey, Alexa, what's a sticker sheet? This is the kind of result that the internet now wants to see. It's got to be human readable, conversational, semantically oriented, as opposed to how do you make sticker sheets? Fine, that would be like step 1, step 2, step 3, but like we showed up first for this one, thankfully, on our web page, but there's also sticker sheets, right? We want to show up if someone just types in those specific keywords, that they would also get fed that organically. And again, position 0 is so important. It's impossible to promise it, and our founder, when he still was going to be like, was obsessed with this, understandably, because this is free.
Right.
I mean, the work that goes into this is not free.
Right.
You got to have a great creative director, a great SEO person, website manager, strategy, and also the freedom to spend time on just always optimizing pages, right?
And that's the content on the website.
And it's just being, this is the meta description that's just being scraped, right? So if we can show up, like that is not necessarily the question, but this is the answer, solving the problem, back to Seth Godin, right? Like how to set up sticker artwork. Then we have a whole nother set of FAQs. And once you're in the website, we can guide you to a place to get the answer as well, right? With all the links inside. Anyway, that's one of my favorite parts of SEO is position 0 and that organic sort of question and answer kind of search result. Back to Seth really quick, driving website traffic. It's a symptom, not a tactic. Of course, you have to have social. Of course, you have to engage in those venues. But it can't just be like, oh, and then we'll do it as a social thing too. It's social ends up being like, it has to be the start of it sometimes too, right? We have a social media presence because of all the other things that we built up over time, right? Social media presence doesn't necessarily lead to business, but the cycle, right? It should, it does lead to business, but unless you're not driving people to the website, like you have to have a reason for your social messages, right? And to do that, back to the story itself, we have like certain pillars of content. We talk about our giants, those are our employees. We do features on them all the time. That's super fun. We, of course, feature our customers. We do educational stuff and serve coupons and do how-tos. We also are trying to be really inclusive and diverse, and this goes back years now. It's not before a lot of, the things we're seeing in the pandemic and social justice movements in America. Like, we were already trying to be diverse and representative of our customers, right? Because they have cool stories. And then last but not least, we try to like promote those values and have that brand voice, fast, fun, and friendly through all of that content one way or another. got to do a lot of listening, using different tools. We do that to figure out what people are saying and what kind of questions we're going to ask. Of course, we're on a new channel. Our TikTok's been blowing up. Our social strategist has been just crushing it. And that's really cool to see because as soon as a new platform comes out, it's really tough sometimes to wrap your head around where you fit, right? And so that's a challenge. Especially for ones that aren't so heavy ad side too, where like it's easy to be like, just put the ads in there, you know, but that's a paid strategy, not organic. Again, that's symptom, not a tactic. The organic, it rises the tide of the paid as well, and vice versa. They really are complementary. Emails and coupons, I mean, we have great conversion rates in our space and in e-commerce in general, and it's also a fun place where we get to tell stories and share and really directly touch a customer because they're going to get this coupon and want to come back to. And we run different coupons every month because we got to keep up the tracking. We change the codes, and that's just a part of it, right? Keep coming here. There we go. Now, through the sales tunnel and convert the lead, this is the next step in that core process. There's Sam, my dear friend. Again, back to the website itself. And I'm going to cruise through this part because I think some of it's somewhat germane, but we work with our dev team. We're very fortunate that now we have like a very large dev team and they're really doing a lot of work on the website and we're launching a new site and all these things. But we are the product owner too. Remember, it's the brand. So we are thinking about what products themselves are going in. There's products of like the physical sticker we print, but then the website's a product. So all the sticker balls are a product. Our employees are a product in a way, right? Because they're a story that goes out. So we just make sure that it's all tied into our SEO strategy, and we're always testing and making sure that we used to have a long list of things. You couldn't see all the products in the cart. Now you can see all the products in the cart. And then finally, if you go through this process of testing, you end up with this, right? It doesn't even look like this anymore, but like the iterative process of design and driving people to the website and through the website is a big part of what that team and those 2 website people on that roster do with this whole other team. Engagement, of course, is my favorite. That's one of my favorite people. That's Allison. I work with her. But, and the very first episode of our podcast when we started in 2017 was, delighting customers. I think this is one of the coolest parts of Sticker Giant in a way, because it should be fun. I mean, literally, they're just stickers and just labels, right? But it should be fun somehow. So we do that, and there's these things called the natural laws of business that come from Zing Train. I didn't bring that up here because it's more of our customer service and quality aspect of the company, but there's 13 laws now, but there were 12 for a long time. And law number 7 is successful businesses do things others do, but they don't. And that's a cool, so if you want to look up the 12 laws of business, those exist too. And that's just like a cool set of mantras, like without good finance, you fail. When people are involved in a great organization, they want to do great work. I mean, it's so obvious. And Zing Train used actually the open book, and a lot of these things come from open book. But how do we delight people? We usually are printing more of the thing anyway. So we give the extras to the customer. And they're always like, this is crazy, I ordered 250, give me 300. It's only 50 stickers, literally going in the trash for us. It's so easy to make their day that way, especially when budgets are so tight for small businesses or Etsy owner who's selling stickers. And 50 more stickers at $4 a piece, maybe we just added $200 to their bottom line, maybe. That you can't make that up. You can't force that is what I'm saying, right? Like that's just natural for us. But then we have Sam, the shipping can, and fun characters. We have these boxes where we take a picture, your order's on its way. Like this has been around for a while. It might not seem that big of a deal now, but we've been doing this for 10 plus years. There's a while, and the webcams are really bad quality. But so what? Like people are like, it's coming, my dream is on its way. I just designed this sticker, and that's cool. And then we also do these monthly stickers kind of like this, like sticker sheets, and we put those in, and we give you a free sticker or a marketing kind of unbox with us. Like we use them as a marketing tool too, to message people. Then we just have fun stickers that people are like, I love your Laser Shark sticker. It's awesome. Like we had this anyway, I'll talk more about Laser Shark and creative, but we're getting on time here. And then we're always trying to make it better, and especially now from the technology side, if we can do better with account management and things that are more like software based, that will also help delight the customers too. That all goes back to the core process and constantly improving, etc. The next one. Okay, cool. So this obviously is my world, is customer stories on the blog, and that was the core of it. And actually, in many ways, Sticker Giant, the blog was the first piece of the entire content strategy. And now blogs are not as trendy as they used to be. We've also changed our strategy from pure customer stories to more educational, and again, answering those SEO organic things of like, what is the difference between a laptop and a bumper sticker? Not a lot, it's just where you put them in the size, right? But you should be able to read this blog post and be like, oh, I get it now. Like, I got to design it a little bit smaller and think differently than I would with a bumper sticker that's being seen 15 feet away. It's really obvious, but it's just pure content though, and it can go, it's evergreen, and it's like, it's hard to get people to talk to you sometimes. So it's like, I can lean back on doing that kind of service content, right? And the blog is fun because, again, back to what I was saying, is Sticker Giant there was a YouTube channel that was good in telling stories, and then there was this blog, and that was like the advertising and content, and that was how it all was built until the paid program was really developed in the last 6-7 years, right? Or I guess 10, because it was pre-existing me, of course. So last like 10 or 15 years, the paid program took over from 2000 when Sticker Giant started being, blog and videos, right? And then we've evolved, right? Because like I said, blogs aren't as popular as they used to be. You gotta have a podcast, right? So in 2017, we started podcasts. And I love it and it's fun. And I love talking to our customers. I also love when I'll see a sticker in the shop. Oh my gosh, it's Otis Redding Foundation. Of course I love Otis Redding. I dial them up. I get an interview with them. I get to talk about the foundation's doing in Macon, Georgia. I talk to Justin, his grandson, get to hear the whole story. They order stickers in the gift shop. Our episode goes out in the world. A couple weeks later, I opened my Sunday New York Times, and right there is a story about the Otis Redding Foundation. And this is Zelma Redding, the widow of Otis Redding, and what they're doing with their educational foundation for music and stuff. And I'm not saying that it has anything to do with me, but it's cool to see when you're onto something. Also, when your customers, we are able to help our customers amplify their message so much so that, in a way, now this is their business, we have nothing to do with it, but then they're getting covered in national news. So it just shows you like that if I can do curating of stories that are meaningful and hitting the right mark, it's because they're doing good work, right? So we're all doing good work at the same time. That's like the coolest part of the podcast. And I'll share a quick win of recently with the young woman who did the Too Many Men shirt for the Avalanche, right? She designed the original logo. She knew Nazim Kadri, had developed a relationship with the family, and when they win the thing, she does a design, works with his wife to get the design onto a t-shirt so he can wear it for the parade. She tells this whole story in the episode. It's like kind of really drawn out. It's really fun. Like stressful, like getting it printed in Denver and driving around. But it's bang, bang, bang. This is entrepreneurship. It's hustle, right? And she ends up going viral, and it's really cool. But then, of course, we tell the story, we want to share it. And then our social strategist, KB, partners with Adrian. She's also a big hockey fan. So it's when you're passionate about something, you think of different ways to do it. So she works with Adrian, and they did a bunch of research, and they collaborated, and they're even like using one-off clips from like Avalanches. So the Avalanches Instagram, like she did so much work to repackage just a podcast, which is just a Q&A interview. Our podcast is like how I built this by using stickers and labels, right? Like it's kind of a straightforward interview show. But she slices and dices and gets on Instagram, Twitter. Like podcasts are inherently hard pieces of content to share. Audio doesn't share like video, photo, or text. It just doesn't. It has never, that's why podcasting is always like, podcasting is new and back. It's like podcasting has been around for 20 years, right? Today is actually International Podcast Day. I'm going to go do a podcast thing on our show, go live in an hour here when I get back, But podcasting can be a lot of fun, especially in the business space, because it's, again, a lot of interviews, strategy. Our buckets are business growth and marketing, right? But anyone can have a podcast, right? Like you just got to figure out what you're talking about, what you want to share to the world, and how you're going to amplify it. In this case, we got some really cool wins and numbers out of this. I did a little video, or she did a little video of something like, sometimes like I don't even know what she did, because it's like, and I used to do this job, and I'm like, she's so good at it, with like, especially with the way Instagram and TikTok are working these days, like just those short viral things are really changing the landscape, and we are very fortunate that we have cool customers because of course the Nazim Kadri Foundation is trying to do some with stuff for mental health, right? So we can all get in on that, right? So this was a feel-good story that actually had like numbers behind it that did numbers too. For our podcast, like do numbers is like hard. She's done great work with just video and other things, but to see the podcast get amplified and see a cool story like this get amplified, a young woman who's just hustling like that, that's what it's all about for me, right? And that goes back to telling stories. This may or may not drive a sale immediately, but it sure doesn't hurt to build equity with this customer and then also share a positive story, right? And also it's sports, so it's like big deal. And it's like, it's kind of the perfect storm, like lightning in a bottle kind of, right? Anyway, that's my deep dive on podcasts, just because not only is it my role, but I think it's between blogs and podcasts and good social profiles of customers and businesses. That's the core of our storytelling, right? The other one is, of course, videos. Our websites, our ads. Laser Shark is like the most popular ad we've ever done, and it happened as an accident of reading a voiceover with a great script and having a great creative person, and all of a sudden Laser Shark becomes like a character in the Sticker Giant universe. So we have Penelope, and we have there's just what we did, what we've done on our YouTube is, of course, there's how to save money on your coupons, how to make a sticker sheet or whatever. But then there's just these fun little cutesy ads that are just in the zeitgeist of what's going on, and it's really gone well. And I can't stress enough how important it is. Of course, to have a strong YouTube channel. It's pretty straightforward, but we are able to we upload the podcast into there, right? So that's another way between Vimeo and YouTube. But then we have these really fun ads, and then these animated things. This was the Main Streets of America ad that we did in Longmont, for the time of November time, holiday time. We're celebrating Main Streets and small business every day. And that's our messaging around the holidays and stuff, because we really are, our audience is small business owners, right? Sure, we do work for the federal government, huge corporations, NASA, whatever. But that's not really our sweet spot, right? We want to enable small businesses to tell stories, right? And we do that through our small business stories on our podcasts, our little ads. We do little ads sometimes with cool customers. But Laser Shark is awesome. It is my favorite. Other ways to tell stories and do things is to do obviously a lot of work in the community, whether it's sponsoring events like these, or we were at Blizzard Bags for Meals on Wheels last week with the team. So we put time and money into the community, and then that becomes content, right? On LinkedIn, it's our team's doing Blizzard Bags. I mean, it's authentic, it's organic, it's meaningful, right? It's real, and it's happening. So we use that as a story too, right? I already mentioned events, but the big play for us always, and this was an early idea of our founder, was to sponsor startup weeks and TEDx's and Ignite talks and these community-oriented events. So community events are kind of one and the same but different. This is a community event, but it's also a sponsorship. You get your stickers, we send you a box, we try to work with organizers because organizers are working their butts off. But their stories themselves too, and this event, founded in FoCo, becomes an event. You get your cool custom sticker. And we love doing stuff like that. It's so fun. Like, it really is. And then, honestly, the organizers are, of course, the audience. You're the audience in attendance. And you're like, gosh, I guess I could use stickers. And it's a soft sell because we are not here to hit you over the head. There's that dating analogy. You wouldn't go on a date and Sharpie on your date's forehead and you're like, Andrew's date. Like, that would be super weird. Like, why would your brand want to do that to especially your organizers and these people who are just trying to get a cool product and do a cool event? So these become stories. I used to write about every single startup week when it was happening for years. Like our blog, it's Dallas Startup Week, it's Miami Startup Week. All I do is write about stuff because after a while, it was easy content. But then it's like, all right, we got to differentiate, and the blog is just getting super hip. Like, you got to be really careful with that. And that comes back to that core process of what is the story and who's the audience. We can't just be the Startup Week sticker provider. Obviously, that's just not possible. Events. Now, the last two things, I'm almost done. These last two things are like the coolest things I've ever been involved in my career, bar none. This is the coolest thing Sticker Giant has ever done, I think, is our gift program. We have been doing it since 2019. We are now at 1.5 billion gift views. We can track sales through the use of these gifts because they're loaded in a Giphy and in a Tenor, and they're on the keyboard of your iPhone, and they're in Facebook, and they're already there ready to go. And all of a sudden, we're doing employee engagement and having a lot of fun, dressing up in costumes, making fun backgrounds with our creative director. Our video person is animating stuff. I get to wear a shark suit to be Laser Shark because why not? I get my custom Star Wars gifts that I get to make because I'm a Star Wars geek. I teach a whole class about Star Wars at the University of Denver. But more importantly is the business case. And these are higher now from Tenor. This is Tenor, this is Giphy. We have business value. And we learned about this. This is back to just getting inspiration and creativity from anywhere. Jess, and marketing director, and I were sitting at Digital Summit. We're listening to the guy from MailChimp talk about their gift program that they have started, because gifts are somewhat remix culture, which is cool. But as a business or a brand, I don't think it's a good idea to be using the Michael Jackson popcorn GIF because that belongs to a movie. That belongs actually to some Hollywood studio. And why would you want to piss them off? Why not make your own popcorn GIF with your employees as a part of a day, buying lunch, and you get great content that lives as the long tail. This stuff has been sitting there. I had another tab open on my, it sits there and people just use it. It's disassociated from our brand completely, right? So we have a lot of fun doing it. And then there's also just like digital stickers, which are replies as well, especially on Instagram, right? These are high traffic pieces of creative that people use. And we've already, the reason I chose this specific one this is our campaign for National Sticker Day, which is the next slide. We've already started, and National Sticker Day is in January every year. We started it. We are already seeding our next year's sale campaign, which we always try to kick off with National Sticker Day, with content around it. This is content. Show us your stickers. And KB, she's on social. She's already started engaging with people around the hashtag, so we can have that content so that when National Sticker Day hits and Disney or whoever talks about it, because we've had people talk about National Sticker Day because everyone loves stickers, they're using our content for their messaging. One of the funnest things is we're in some text exchange on Twitter, KB, and Giphy, the company, replied to us using one of our GIFs, and it happened to be KB, the social person herself. So that's like the whole loop, right? The platform is engaging with you as a brand. And again, brands are not people, but there's that whole silence brand meme, when brands try to wade into things. This is not that. This is, again, fast, fun, and friendly. This is me in a laser shark suit. This is us putting content out there that people like. Like I have a show, who sends a fax GIF or something. I don't even know why that happened. We printed out all these emoji cards like that microphone and props, whatever. But I had a friend from high school message me on Facebook being like, why did I just see a GIF of you in my family text thread? And I'm like, because I work for a cool company that is digital. We don't have sales. We have our digital marketing team. We're not doing sales.
Right.
Our customer service is guiding people through the website to order. We don't call people and say buy stickers. And again, that's not what we're an e-commerce business. We don't have salespeople. We have this. This is a huge win and an amazing program that we now do every year, and we create original gifts, and we have a whole list of fun stuff. Can't wait to do my In This Economy gift next year. I totally spaced it this past year, So there's just fun ways to engage people. And some of these stickers, digital stickers, have been used 60 million times. Or viewed, at least. Sorry, not used by other people. There's a Hamish, our paid strategist and pricing person, he has a trending GIF where he goes like this and the line animates. That one's been used millions of times or something. They're popular, people like it. And they're not even, some of them don't even have a flame on them, right? These are not branded. I mean, these are branded because our art director did them and they're in our brand zone, they're in our field, but they're not actually selling it. That's why I love this. This is just one of my favorite pieces and one of the most instructive things because between emojis, we do our own custom emojis too from the design, for Slack and stuff. Between emojis and GIFs, that's how we communicate, right? In short bursts, GIFs do that. We've derived the business value from this. We can track it. It's amazing. And last but not least, this was the brainchild of our marketing director when he started in 2015, I think. We spent all of 2015 trying to figure out if we could do this. Start National Sticker Day. We did that. We were at nationaldaycalendar.com there. If you're how come there's a National Tequila Day? Because Patron probably paid them to register that day, and you get to have your National Day. Now, why would you have a National Day about stickers? Well, why not? January 13th is the birthday of R. Stanton Avery, who started the Avery Paper Company and created the first adhesive label, back in the day. So we said, January 13th is his birthday. Father's stickers, labels, that's the day. It's also January, slow season. Let's have a sales kickoff and a way to do it in a way that's not sale, mattresses on Labor Day. That's not what this is. It's National Sticker Day. Now that it's going to be into its 8th year or whatever, it has a life of its own. And like I said, we're already seeding content to prepare for that day now, which is cool because it's hard to do promotions in general. And again, I told you about the competitive space of people like us. But what happens now is brands and people, because they love stickers, will engage with the hashtag on that day. There will be lucky charms being we love stickers, happy National Sticker Day. And that's just the rising tide, right? Around everyone engaging with this day that has nothing to do with us anymore. And then the funnest part is that in the first year, we made Saul the world's largest sticker ball. We worked with Guinness to get him certified. He was in the book in 2018. and he's our mascot. People come from all around the country to visit him in Longmont. Like when we were in hygiene still back in the day, because again, back to digital marketing, I put a listing on roadsideamerica.com. Okay, and our marketing director was like, why'd you do that? I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm the website SEO person. I think it's probably good for SEO. We had a company, or two couples, one from North Carolina, one from Oregon. We're meeting here to go to Rocky Mountain National Park. They went to college together. They're like, oh, we heard about this sticker wall. I want to come visit him and put our college stickers in. And I was like, this was like within a few weeks of doing that. I was like, so it worked. I'm like, so that specific presence. Now he has a listing on Google Maps. People come, again, we don't bring him out as much in the community because he is bigger. And actually, in the last couple of years, a company in Burlington, Sticky Brand, set the record. They use a heavier vinyl, and their ball weighs more. I don't think it's as big. Ours actually weighs more because we haven't certified it since 2016. It's been 6 years. He's 350 some pounds now. But this year, some young woman, little girl, I forget where she lives, but she is trying to make the world's largest sticker wall. So while I'm bummed that we lost the record, it's also kind of cool that people are doing this now, right? So again, not about us, but when there's a news story talking about this little girl, they have to mention Sticky Brand, and then they have to mention us. And we get that organic, earned medium. We didn't pay for it. We didn't create it. We don't own it, but it's our earned medium where we're getting links, backlinks, and people are like, who's a sticker? What's a sticker? What's a sticker ball? What's Saul? So Saul rhymes with ball. It's also that Breaking Bad shows out. So people early on were like taking the ball home and like putting stickers on it and counting. We had to count and do all this stuff. So this turns into like an organic marketing thing where we create a day that now we can do a promotion, and people are celebrating stickers in the early January when it's cold and dark, and it's just a fun moment. Back to that fast, fun, and friendly, right? Like this is on brand for us. And it's just so neat. We like took Saul to the state capitol. He used to go on like news tours. Like we would manufacture things every year. And now we don't take him on since COVID. It's just a whole other sort of thing, trying to get the ball out. We have to have a van for him. We took him on a road trip to San Diego to social media marketing world a couple years ago. We drove, me and Jesse in the van. Saul was all strapped in. We took him out at the world's largest watermelon slice. We made a little mini documentary called Saul's Excellent Adventure, right? Like totally frivolous. And yet they support us in these goals because it tells a story, it's fun, and it's not, again, about the hard sell. It's about taking a 275-pound ball sticker to the Keystone Mountain View and taking a picture of him and animating it and having our video person create a story around it. Super fun. Took him to the Grand Canyon, took him to the Pacific Ocean. Those are like moments that like our team gets to still live in. I like when I need to be nostalgic, I do that, right? I think about those things. They're fun. But the next cool thing is coming. So the takeaways, I talked at the top about brand journalism versus content marketing and the slight nuance there. And then I went through these 4 steps, like I think pretty definitively, and spent the most amount of time on engagement because that is my job. And it is hard actually, like I'm in a little bit of a trough because of people getting back to me. Like it's not easy to be a journalist and for a company or for a news organization. And bringing creative stuff and sitting down just to write is hard, right? But anyway, we have a great team. We have a very cool agile process where we do agile marketing, and we have a very cool cadence of meetings and creative work and just work. And we really are honestly trying to just inspire and delight customers, like through fun ads, fun stories. Other examples in like the corporate world, GE has a brand journalist. Check that out. Of course, New York Times as like a media brand will have a content, they have a content farm, right? They have producers who do sponsored paid content. That is brand journalism because they're for a news brand, but it's on behalf of probably other companies. Coke has like a whole news platform. Every company has like a news blog, PR thing, but how do they spin it out? Microsoft by telling stories of people using their products. And of course, Adobe, like everything we do is Adobe. So Adobe creative stuff is really cool. And their news world is neat. They talk about that stuff too. But then I already mentioned these books, EOS, Open Book, Finance, Breaking Business, Story Brand, Permission Marketing from 1999. These lessons are still like very much relevant to today. And then of course that brand identity. So that's the reading list. And thank you very much to our organizers and for you for coming and your engagement. I appreciate that. And you know where to find me, I suppose, because it's in my pocket. I never noticed that. Oh, it's probably a mask. That was weird. Yeah, anyways, I just noticed that.
Andrew, how long did it take for Sticker Giant to, you had a receptive C-level group
Yeah,
to do some of this marketing storytelling?
of course.
How long did it take the business to come in from some of this marketing storytelling as opposed to more traditional sales methods like calling and whatever else?
So from day one, I wouldn't, there's no comparison because from day one, Sticker Giant, come on and have a seat. Because from like, I'm sure you're not here for this, that's okay. From day one, we didn't have a sales team. So there's no A/B test on that. But I will say that our founder was an e-commerce person who like helped develop like the first ticketing website for United Airlines. Worked for Whole Foods. So he was a digital first person. And Sticker Giant, the larger story is Sticker Giant was a retail sticker business. We used to sell one-off stickers like Spider-Man stickers, right? And then in 2010, we transitioned into a custom printing company. Over the years, people wanted to print their own stuff. John handed a book to our CS people, and they're like, oh, we can outsource this to Uline or whoever. And so we started printing. Then he bought machinery. And back to answering the question, yes, they were a supportive C-suite. It was him, he was a founder, CEO. He was like, I want the digital team to be able to do what they need to do just to advertise. I mean, we have a budget, of course. We never have not had, like, there was never a no, like a no.
Yeah.
To answer your question directly, like, it didn't, we can track, there was a slide in there of how long like a retention will be on someone abandoning a cart or being retargeted. We know that an ad in our space is about 2 weeks out. If they're not already in our our funnel, or we call it the tunnel actually, here, just to answer your question with the graphic, hold on. And then whoever's next, I'm sorry. I don't know if you can't see that as well, but like, so we know that like in the process of it's, how long it takes. Like my stories, for instance, might be a month out. We might hear on a Howard report, oh, I loved your episode about Jasmine Foster from Be Rooted who took her stationery brand and ended up in Target. I love that story. That might be weeks, right? But then the ads and the paid stuff on YouTube, we can get them through hopefully in a week, but it's a roughly 2-week turnaround. So we've been discreetly tracking this stuff almost from day one because you can do it through Google AdWords, right? So almost immediately, like.
That's super cool. And that I don't think I've seen that presented.
No, that's our like fun little geeky marketing thing. The funnel, things drop out of the funnel, right? But the tunnel, we can get them to come back and drive around because we're able to figure out where the left is, right?
It's super cool because you unlock something that I think a lot of entrepreneurs and freelancers struggle with and trying to tell their story, and they use your brand to get that story out there.
Right.
And they've identified that you all figured it out, and that's why they would shop with you.
Yeah.
And then that you have something like this behind the scenes, it's just super, it's super cool.
I think so too.
I'm curious about how to close that loop for the freelancers and solopreneurs.
It is, and so,
Presentations.
well, and so talking about closing loops, and for this book, EOS, the traction book, is the one, because we took this process, all these graphics and stuff, like the one, this one right here, this is really the whole program, right? That leads to that tunnel is here. But like, we had to make this graphic because of this book, right? We had to sit down as a team and do the marketing chapter in Traction because that was our assignment. And it's helped drill it down over the last 5 years of running this program, for sure. It's like so regimented, and that allows us to actually be more creative.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, no, sorry I went long. Thank you for your time here today.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate it.
It was, I forget.
That's okay. Carrie. Yes,
Thank you.
yes, you're welcome.
Have a good weekend.
Yes, you too.
These chairs here.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Maybe let's move this back a little bit.
this a required thing?
Do 5, 6.
Person accessibility is not on camera.
Oh, this one is.
Okay. We go like this.
Or maybe we just have, are we doing everybody at once or?
Yeah, we're just.
I just feel like it's good back in just a little bit more.
And then that way we.
Maybe the table too?
Yeah.
I think,
Do you all want that?
yeah, we got that image. Si estamos viendo.
I wonder if we should do it more like a.
Like a U?
Yeah.
Also, like, these backing those.
I was just.
We can also, let's move it back slightly more, and then that way we have slightly more space.
Yes.
Is that feel good to you? Is it okay if I move your mic?
Where do you want me?
You know, I'm gonna adjust this so we can see you a bit better.
Okay.
You wanna be next to me? Yeah. Hang on, where do you want us? Do you
Aquí.
care where we sit? Pick a chair. I wanna not be in the center.
Why not?
I just hate attention.
Okay. So this is being live streamed too, so it's being recorded and live streamed, so you'll be online as well. But have a good time, enjoy.
Thank you. Bienvenidos. Thank you everybody for being here. We're so excited to have you. We're gonna go ahead and get started since we're about 2 minutes in and starting. So, hi, my name is Chris Garcia.
And I'm Rhonda Solis.
And we're Latino Northern Colorado. Today we are so excited to have these special guests with us who are business owners, nonprofit owners, business influencers, and really excited to share their stories. So let's go ahead and get started. We have Patricia Miller with us here, and she is the co-founder and executive director at Alianza Norco. Gracias por venir. We have Sergio Torres, who is the co-owner and operator of Rocky Mountain Coquí. Gracias. We have Vanessa Jimenez, who recently opened the Frida Azul store and was recently featured in NoCo Style. Bravo. And we have Edgar Ramos here as well, who's a bilingual business specialist for the city of Fort Collins. Thanks for being here. So again, we're so honored to have the opportunity to connect with you. We'll have a few questions, but also if you have questions from the audience, please feel free to ask follow-ups. I think there's a good opportunity for us to all kind of share insights. So go ahead and get started.
So to start our interview, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourselves and your business or nonprofit, how you got started, and a little bit about the work that you do. We'll go ahead and start down here.
Sure, thank you. So again, my name is Sergio Torres. I own and operate Rocky Mountain Coquí, which actually started as a food truck. So I'm originally from Puerto Rico, and we decided as a family, so my mom and my sister helped kind of get us started, open a Puerto Rican food truck in Fort Collins because it was missing. We started at the end of 2019, thank you. We started at the end of 2019. As you all are aware, 2020 was not our big first year as we expected. And so we've had to shift and adapt throughout the kind of operation of this business. But yeah, we still like, we care kind of about the brand and about still sort of providing a taste of Puerto Rico's Northern Colorado, which is kind of our go-to saying, and retaining some version of the original business.
Very cool.
Go ahead.
So my name is Vanessa Jimenez, and I am the owner of Frida Azul. Frida Azul is a Latinx gift shop that me along with my husband opened up in downtown Fort Collins. It is located in the Oak Street Mall, and we offer products made by artisans from Mexico and also other parts of Latin America. And then more recently, I've partnered up or collaborated with local creators or artists here in Northern Colorado to have some of their products in my store as well. And creators also throughout the US. So you could shop gift cards, stickers, a little bit of home decor, t-shirts, some specialty foods, drink mixes. Those are some of the products among others.
Rhonda smiled when you said drink mixes.
I know, right? Well, and we did a podcast about your store, and I promise you, you won't leave that store empty-handed. You will find something, and it's like, oh my gosh, I have to have this, and you almost start like a list in the back. Okay, so here's the list, because, yeah, it adds up. And so, yeah, great to hear that you're still going strong and even kind of expanded, so that's wonderful.
And hold on, I think it's great that we have a taste of Puerto Rico here,
Right.
and then a slice of Mexico, right?
Although we should have had you bring food and you bring some product. Next time.
Cool. Well, once again, like Chris said, my name is Edgar Ramos. I work for the City of Fort Collins Economic Health Office. I'm a bilingual business specialist, and my role really focuses on helping small businesses and entrepreneurs through our newly founded Multicultural Business and Entrepreneur Center. Being first generation and born and raised in Fort Collins with entrepreneur parents, I saw the struggle day in and day out. So I want to give back to my community and help them in any way that I can, especially because I know that the business journey is a tough one and bumpy, to say the least. Not only that, I have my own small business that really peaked during COVID. So I really understand that side of things and just want to give back.
And what is your small business?
It's e-commerce.
Okay.
So online sales.
Very good. I love that you actually have experience, going through your parents, and now you're in this position. So you're not just educated, went to school, learned how to do it, and then came into the job. You actually came from experience. So I love that.
So awesome. So my name is Patricia Miller, and I was born in El Salvador. I came to the U.S. when I was 11, and we, as immigrant family, coming to the U.S. from a war-torn country, we went through some tough times. Middle school and high school were pretty tough, but I eventually somehow ended up at CSU, and I got my computer science degree, and I worked in tech for 20 years. And then 5 years ago, I founded Alianza Norco, which is a nonprofit here in Fort Collins that serves our immigrant community with immigration legal services that are specific to our community. And it's been quite the journey to establish a nonprofit in Fort Collins, not being a nonprofit manager or just coming from something really different. But we have been able to impact change and have advocacy campaigns and continue that work that a lot of Hispanic settlers here started, and bring it into the immigrant community.
Well, what I love is you don't just keep it to Fort Collins. I mean, we partnered together, and someone that lives in Greeley, watching the work that you all do, it's been amazing. So thank you for doing all that you do.
It's cool that y'all have partnered on work. We just go get drinks every week.
I wasn't invited.
We will correct.
Okay.
All right, so for the next question, this is a two-part question, and we'll start with Patricia. Can you please tell us first what inspired you to launch your business? And we're gonna, what inspired you to launch your business or organization that you work with, and what were your first steps? And then second part, in looking back now, would you have done anything differently at the launch?
Yeah, so what inspired us, and this is such a double-edged sword, but it was Trump getting elected to office in spite of a very anti-immigrant narrative that he was bringing to the forefront. And seeing that and feeling like that was a really unfair depiction of our immigrant community and the contributions, the richness that we bring to the US, and the economic force that we are, it just felt like I really needed to be involved in my community and lifting a different voice, a different narrative. And so a group of immigrant women and I all got together and we started through workshops at the Family Center, which is a long-established family services organization here in Fort Collins. And through those workshops that we were doing, we were hearing the needs in the community that were unmet, and they were really complex issues that were being brought forth that nobody else was doing and that were really difficult to provide. So driver's licenses for our undocumented or partially documented community were a real barrier. And they were also like what is that called when, a line to detention and deportation, like a pipeline, that's what it is. And so we really wanted to get involved there, but we needed help. And so we started educating ourselves, our community, and serving. And so we started by building those networks of trust. And then by being allies with coalitions that were already existing throughout the state. And we never meant for this to be a Fort Collins effort. We meant for the model to be replicated in other communities because we knew that part of what was happening is that there were a lot of resources being shared in Fort Collins that weren't making it out to rural areas. They weren't making it to Greeley. And we really wanted to share that knowledge throughout Colorado. And the way that the second part was, I could have done a lot of things differently back then. I won't dwell on all the mistakes that you make, but I will just say that, you know, you have a plan and you have passion, but you also need the funds to get there. And what we did it backwards. We had that drive to provide these services, and we just poured our hearts into it and all of our time and energy. And I think that we could have easily gotten very burnt out very early on without making any impact or change. And so if I were to do it again, I would probably take 6 months, even though it felt really urgent at the time, to just study nonprofit or business and see how I could do it in a way that was sustainable in the long run instead of possibly burning out too early.
You know, I spoke to an African-American business and nonprofit kind of leader, and he shared that his kind of like guiding force is something where he says like, instead of like ready, aim, fire, he ready, fires, and then aims. Do you feel like that's how the work kind of went?
Yes, and it was because the need was there and it was so pressing. And there was so much fear in our community that it felt like, well, I need to do this now or the moment's gonna pass and that impact's not gonna be there. So actually we didn't start fundraising for 2 years after we started our work. And we were just a bunch of volunteers working really, really hard to bring additional needed services. And so, yeah, there's a different way to do that. And that's to raise the money first, get some staffers, and then do the work.
I feel like that's almost like a cultural thing
Yes.
that we do. I mean, without even really necessarily planning, you get together, here's our problem, we're gonna, fix it, heal it, do whatever we need to do. And so I think you just kind of go into action mode of problem solving. And I think that's what we do as a culture with everything. So I'm not surprised. And I've experienced that myself in different things that I've done, where you just have the passion, you see that gap, and you just like need to go fill that gap. And so, yeah, very understandable.
Sergio, can we have you answer that question?
Sure, that's hard to follow. Anyway, so it's always a little bit of a passion of mine to like open some sort of food service business. My background is actually in dietetics and nutrition. I went to school. I'm a dietitian by training. But like food is everything, right? Food is our culture and everything, the oppression, the successes, everything that's happened to our communities is represented in people's food. So to me, it's always been such an important thing to go beyond just the science of dietetics or nutrition, but to really become a kind of like connected to the culture associated with our food. So for me, that was Puerto Rican food. That's what I grew up with. And when we moved to Colorado 2007, we didn't have that. There's no way, there's no place or even groups of people to express that with. You know, we couldn't get our food, we couldn't get plantains, japilla, recao, right? And like, we started seeing more and more Puerto Ricans kind of join our community, you know, a lot of it after Hurricane Maria and sort of general exoduses that have happened out of the island that were like, well, this seems like a good enough time. I'm young, I have energy, let me start a food truck. So like I said, we did that in 2019, and I think if I had to do anything different, I mean, it's a joke, but I probably wouldn't have started right before 2020. Not a food
Surprise!
business, not a food business at least. I mean, yeah, I would have come up with a pandemic plan for my business. You know, now I do. But in all seriousness, I mean, yeah, I think we probably would have, you know, we would have looked for a little more stable funding resources before we really got going. Or I don't know. I don't know that I really do a ton different though. It's sort of like the challenges that have presented themselves are only a test of like our resiliency and our ability to like overcome them, and that makes it just easier down the road. So I'm like, I'll welcome them any day, you know. Yeah.
I almost feel sometimes with businesses, what you don't know almost is a good thing, because you can talk
Yeah.
yourself out of,
Right.
you know, and you're supposed to have all of these things.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too
Yeah.
much work. This is not
Yeah.
gonna work. Where if you just dive into it, it's like, oh yeah, I didn't even think about that, and now I'm in it.
Yeah, and we're conscious of our risks. Like the food industry, it's, you know, like most restaurants close within the first few years, and we kind of knew that going in. We knew that's why we said we'll do a food truck, low overhead. It's you know, it's an easier way. Let's just see how this goes. But yeah, there's definitely some like kind of selective, I think, just like forgetting key processes you should probably put in place.
So struggle is something that's coming a little bit, maybe. Vanessa?
Yes, so my store was inspired by our culture, and I hope the way I portray it kind of celebrates our culture, and also feels like nostalgic to anybody that goes into the store. It was also inspired by my grandmother. She owned a little grocery store in Zacatecas, Mexico. Like during the 80s, early 90s, and as a little girl, I kind of grew up going into the store, and she was like the first woman, and the only woman that I saw growing up having like her own thing and owning her own store. And then it's also inspired by Mexican painter Frida Kahlo. And if I could change anything, I mean, it's kind of similar to their stories too. The space in front of my in-laws cafe opened up, and I just kind of jumped into it because it was available and it felt like it was the right thing to do. I did ponder it and I knew the risks, but we just jumped at the opportunity. I mean, I would change maybe to have more funding also, but also I don't know if I would change anything, because just like the mistakes that we made and everything that has happened so far has brought us to the point that we are right now. And it's kind of all just like a learning process for me and all about growing right now, so yeah.
And is your grandmother still alive?
No, she passed away a few years ago.
And do you feel her? I mean, like when you're in your store and you're putting stuff together, do you feel her?
Yeah.
She'd be so proud of you.
She's like, no lo pongas allí.
Yeah, that sounds like something.
Nailed it.
Edgar, do you want to answer? I mean, like, you have a very recent business and you started it during the pandemic. I think like that's an important kind of perspective as well.
Yeah. Even your parents.
Yeah. So my inspiration, it was kind of like a side hustle always. It was a different revenue stream. During the pandemic, though, I was forced to really pivot based on the business model I originally started with. And it definitely peaked. It was one of the few businesses that peaked but it definitely came with its own challenges that we can get deeper into with other questions. I think one of the few things that I would stop and pause and do if I were to do it again, or to really have a set systems and procedures set before really jumping in it. I think this has been a common trend is, not jumping too quickly into it, but that's sometimes how you learn the fastest. Because I definitely made a lot of mistakes and still do, always learning. And I feel like a lot of them could have been avoided if I just took maybe a week or two of planning and research and what's going to happen if I do this or don't do this. And yeah, so I think that's one of the biggest key things is just having a plan set up, but also having a nice balance of that between, you don't want to get stuck in that process of just planning and never starting, because then you'll never start, right? So it's like a double-edged sword.
Right.
So it's finding that good balance of being planned, but also just starting it.
I think that was kind of our experience with the podcast too, right? I mean, I think Rhonda had been planning a conversation of Latina voices for quite some time. And then when she finished the LLI, the Latino Leadership Institute, she literally was like, I want to do this. And I was like, well, I'm not Latina, but I want, there are so many resources, opportunities, amazing people in our communities that we're not hearing from, and we're not hearing these voices. We're not connecting with these, business owners, nonprofit leaders, resources like the city of Fort Collins, who sponsored us for a while, right? We need these opportunities to really kind of showcase the work that Latinos are also doing in this community, because oftentimes it can feel very white-faced, right? We're just here hanging out, and it was an opportunity for us to really do that. And then Rhonda bought some kind of equipment.
I jumped right in.
And it was that doesn't connect with my computer.
And Mr. Techie over here simplified everything. We're very fortunate that you have the skill.
And then, just I was like, I know how to use Adobe Audition. And then we literally said, what are the free resources? So connected with so we use Anchor and have literally been able to share that across all the platforms. But it was because kind of we took those, we didn't really plan at the beginning, but then we've taken those steps to be like, okay, this is how we're doing this.
Mm-hmm. And you can tell that it was definitely something that was needed and missing, because almost after every podcast, our guests will stay with us and we'll continue talking for a whole nother hour. And you just know these conversations aren't happening on the regular, because we're just so consumed, and it's just so exciting to really break things down and feel comfortable in this trusted circle to really talk about our experiences in the different leadership areas or our communities. And maybe we don't necessarily have those conversations as much as we should. You kind of have to unpack kind of what you've been through, what the process has been, and connect with others that have had those same kind of experiences and feelings. So it's definitely been kind of therapeutic almost.
Agreed.
Love it. So what resources can you share that entrepreneurs or nonprofit leaders can take advantage of in Fort Collins that you've taken advantage of yourself? Edgar, let's start with you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And this coming from experience, I feel like a lot of resources are hard to find in general. And before joining this role, I didn't even know half of them even existed and were even free, for example. I think a big key one, for example, that's based out of our range is the Larimer SBDC. If I knew there was a small business development center 5 minutes away from my house that I could meet with someone and answer any business questions I might have, I would absolutely take advantage of that instead of staying up all night on Google and trying to decipher what these business terms and legal terms mean. So that's a very good one. I would also take a look into the chambers of commerce. I know right now I'm advising the NOCO Latino Chamber of Commerce to initiate, and they just recently have partnered with Fort Collins Chamber of Commerce. Right now, the NOCO Latino Chamber of Commerce is free to join, and they're building their portfolio of resources to offer small businesses and entrepreneurs. So that's a really cool one, and that'll really get you connected into the business community. And then from a state level, OEDIT and the SBO, the SBO, they have some really good resources for foundational grants and that sort of stuff, which can really help someone that's getting started in. For example, their grant's $1,500. That doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're barely starting, $1,500 can make it or break it, right? And just the city of Fort Collins in general, our multicultural business and entrepreneur center, it's free. It's sort of like the SBDC, but we like to see it more as like a conversation relationship, and we often recommend people to the SBDC anyways. So if you just want to come by, have a conversation with an idea, need help with your business, we're there. We can get you our contact information. Yeah, the city of Fort Collins is also a great resource for us.
So we'll need links for all
Yeah.
of these.
Perfect.
And then we can share them out as well.
That's
I got
exciting, yeah. Samuel?
Obviously, he has a great list of them. For me personally, I really have to give a ton of credit to actually what the city has done for a lot of small businesses, and even like kind of pushing what they need to provide for smaller businesses and businesses owned by people of color and things, because it's just there are cultural barriers to a lot of our businesses and a lot of things we want to do. Like I sometimes mention the fact that opening up a Puerto Rican food truck in Fort Collins, other Latinos, other groups, they didn't know what Puerto Rican food was. They never had a plantain in their life. They never, you can't read that. You can't get that information. You can't get that, how to overcome that in a business class, right? So there are some of those things, and actually, to be honest, the big, thanks to what the city's done, they connect, they've provided some funding during COVID, and all that stuff has been huge for us. And also, honestly, the biggest resource is other business owners. So if you think you can go into business and say, I'm gonna do it by myself without any other business owners, they're all competitors, they're all, that's a terrible perspective, because what helped me get into places like the Fort Collins Food Truck Rally and all these things was my connections to other food truck owners. And we support each other. And it's actually we as business owners need to be continually doing that. It's one of the benefits of joining things like a chamber, right? And that's the resource. It's who you surround yourself with is super, super important. That includes other business owners, that they're not competition. There's plenty of fish in the sea, right? There's plenty of business for all of us. And that includes family and friends too, that are there to listen and support you. They don't always know the struggles you're gonna go through, but they're still always there to benefit you. So if you think you can just kind of go in, it's me, myself, and I think you should really look at all the resources that are probably already available to you and your friends and your connections and your and other business owners.
Well, I think that's one thing that we definitely learned in LLI was that networking piece. It doesn't necessarily come natural to a lot of us. And what's amazing about LLI is you have those networks within just even the LLI, but then you go out and you meet other people through other entities, and those connections really do matter. I mean, those, that's your phone call of, how do I do this, or who do I need to contact, or who are your contacts? How do I get connected to them? And so that networking piece is definitely something we have learned to do better, and how important it is.
I mean, I was literally like, Pilar.
Sergio.
That's how it works.
And Vanessa, what about you? What were some of your contacts?
Adding on to what Sergio was saying, one of my biggest resources was friends and family and my in-laws, which are business owners themselves. They kind of guided me through the beginning process of everything that I needed to do to start my business. And then as I opened up, I also used the resources of the DDA, which is the Downtown Development Authority, and they helped me sign up for First Friday Art Walk. You are able to get a free business listing on their downtown Fort Collins website, and they help you also become a part of promotions during special occasions or holidays that retailers do downtown, and then also the environmental health office with the city of Fort Collins. They reached out to me and sent me a list of resources that are also helpful that I will definitely need throughout my journey. And then I recently also just joined the Latino Chamber of Commerce, so I'm excited for what that has to bring in the future with collaborations within the Latino community and different ways in which I can participate in that.
Wonderful. I mean, definitely a shout out to the city of Fort Collins. I mean,
Yes.
It really does take that leadership and, just that that mindset of being very specific and being conscious of how to do that work, that work is needed, and then to actually put the resources into making it happen. And they were like one of the first people that reached out to us with our podcast and wanting to support us. And we were just like, wow, how did you even hear about
Shout
us?
out to Shannon Hine.
So,
I mean, the intentionality of like understanding that there might be cultural differences, that folks, you know, maybe come from countries where like banking is not something that people really ascribe to, right? Or that like you don't really trust the local banks because they may take your money and run with it. And trying to like understand those different cultural and I think like community pieces where maybe you don't even feel comfortable asking money from a bank and you're gonna be like, hey ma, or hey dad, or hey prima, you know, like those types of things I think are important for our communities to understand. The communities where we live in, so that they could be better supporters of us as, you know, like small business owners.
well, and the other part is, I think a lot of us have experience where you go into a situation and you're having to teach them about this work, why it's necessary, how you do it, and just the way you present yourself. And if anybody can go back and listen to our podcast with Shannon, she was so intentional and just so conscious. And I was really inspired by the way she went forward in that work. And it was just like, bravo, bravo. So yeah, definitely, again, shout out to Shannon. What about nonprofit?
Yeah, so I'm going to step it back a little bit, because if I would have been in this presentation 5 years ago, I would have been like, yeah, but how do I start? Tell me how I start, right? Because I still don't know where to start. And so for the nonprofit and the business world, you have to fill out applications to become a nonprofit or to become a business. And so those are kinds of the resources that I wish I would have known where to turn to back 5 years ago. So when I started in the nonprofit world, I resisted for a while becoming a nonprofit, because the nonprofit, I don't know if you guys have heard of the nonprofit industrial complex, but it's really rooted in white supremacy, much like many of our institutions. And in order for you to apply for nonprofit status, you need to build a board, you need to have bureaucracy within your organization. And that's not how my group of immigrant founding mothers and allies really worked. We were very horizontal. And so to have to introduce an executive director and a board of directors was really foreign to all of us. And also the paperwork was really overwhelming. And so I was actually the first Latina immigrant founder and leader of a nonprofit in Fort Collins. Just in 2018, you guys. That was only 4 years ago. I mean, this isn't like I was making history 25 years ago. This is just 4 years ago. And I will say that with what you guys were sharing with reaching out to your networks, it was other nonprofits that really helped us get to where we are today. It was a mental health nonprofit called La Cocina that gave us our first office space for free for a full year. And without that, we wouldn't be, staffed and with an office of our own today. And so reaching out to your networks and kind of just having one half-an-hour meeting where you're just like, how did you do it? And at the time I was also on the board of a bilingual school that was starting up in Fort Collins, Access, and they were filling out their 501c3 nonprofit application, and they had like a book this thick that they were going through to fill out the application. I was like, I was emulating what other bigger organizations were doing in order to become established. So yes, your 501c3 application with the government is really important, and your registration with the Secretary of State in Colorado. Those are the two key pieces of becoming a nonprofit. And I just want to say that there have been 2 other nonprofits that have been founded by Latina immigrant women since. And it's so beautiful to see that come up in our community, and hope that gets replicated in other areas. But for nonprofits, if you need help filling out that application and you don't have a big org that's doing it at the same time, you can go to the Poudre River Library. They provide really great resources and a nonprofit health center. And they also have a big database of foundations and the things that they fund. What are those foundations interested in? What other nonprofits have those foundations funded? And so then it gives you an idea of where you can go and apply. And Front Range Community College has a grant writing workshop in which you can learn how to write those freaking grants. They're really difficult and they're really long, and you have to have like a good narrative to your nonprofit and to your mission. But usually, because there's so much, when you see a need, it's identified somewhere else too by foundations, and so hopefully you can get your foot in the door. And then I can't overemphasize how important it is to build relationships with these foundations, to reach out to the loan officers there or to the grant administrators and to say, this is the work that we do. If you see an opportunity come up, please let me know. Because you can't be checking every foundation for every opportunity, but they have mailing lists and they'll send you that information about how you can apply. So yeah, so that was really important. And then United Way of Larimer County here in Fort Collins does, they have partnerships in which if you need a grant writer to come and help you, they will pay for some of that and you pay for some of it. So as a grassroots org, that's really, it gets you with those resources for a lot less than you would pay without that. Mm-hmm. And so they've been really great about those shared services. And then Front Range also does like nonprofit management classes and business classes. And for both businesses and nonprofits, you're going to need to know a little bit of accounting. So QuickBooks classes, that sort of stuff, you can reach out to the community college. Dion is here, and so he can help as well.
Thanks.
Yeah. Dion Duran, good to see you.
And it's interesting that you talk about systems. I mean, even within the political system, it's the same thing. I know that there's a lot of people in Weld County that are really excited because this is the first year you can request your ballot in Spanish.
Oh my gosh.
And you almost need a translation of the translation because it's still ballot language. So you still have that extra step that needs to happen. But again, it's those systems that are set up, and even just the political system itself is so complex that I think sometimes we as Latinos, a lot of times there's like, yeah, you guys handle that. But it's so imperative and important because it affects all of these different things that we talk about, and it's important that we're at that table.
I'm gonna just say one thing about that. I'm gonna give a shout out to Caitlin Wyrick. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. And she ran for city council in Loveland this last year. She raised, and this is talking about the barriers to political involvement for folks who don't know how it works and who don't have like maybe the funding that some established politicians have. She raised $5,000 for her campaign. Her opponent raised $100,000 for his campaign. She lost by 1 vote. And so it's just so important that all of us kind of take that time to do, to vote down into the local races. Which
I say vote up.
Whatever.
Those local ones are so important, and they will affect you immediately. I say go from the bottom up. I'm currently running for office, and we're worried about people just going from the top and not going all the way through. But
start at the bottom.
Yes, because it affects you locally. And do parties.
We're doing a pizza party. Yeah. To just inform our Latino community about how to even look at the ballot and how to search for information about the ballot. We're not going to tell anybody how to vote, but we just want them to have the resources in their phone. And that's the other thing I was going to say about resources. When you go somewhere and they don't have the resources in Spanish, they don't have the resources that you can give to your prima for her business, ask for them, because the more that we ask, the more those resources will become available. And those, the city and United Way, they're there to meet us where we are, not for us to meet them where they're at. So really advocate for yourself.
Love that. I love that.
So we're getting kind of, I guess, close to time. Well, that guy went over, so we can go a little bit, right?
We're on Latino time.
We were early, actually. So that's like, we were early. So I guess next question, and we will start with Vanessa on this one. Can you please tell us, did your business or work that you do experience challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic, and how did you get through that?
Well, I opened up my store in March of this year, so that was kind of after
the tail
end of it. There was already access to a vaccine, and kids were going back to school without masks. So fortunately, I haven't experienced any major hardships. There has been some days where I've had to close the store because my boys get sick, and no major symptoms, just all due to precaution. I just decide to keep them home and just close. So I'll lose out on a week of work. Maybe that happened like one time. So that was the only hardship that I've experienced due to COVID, just with me opening up after the major hit of it.
And like, I guess follow up on that, like how big of an impact is like the potential week of revenue for you kind of lost?
It is pretty stressful
Yeah.
and pretty big, so maybe like I do downplay it, but it was, I mean, and especially starting out, like every day that I'm open counts.
Yeah.
You know, I don't
Yeah.
want to miss out on any day, but that's something like for my kids and for other people's health, just to play it safe. I will close if we're sick or they're sick, yeah.
No, thanks for
And you
sharing.
can do orders online? for your
Yeah,
store?
and yes, I also do have a website where people can order online and I ship anywhere to the US. And even if it's local, if anybody wants to send me a message, I can deliver it to them directly. So it's fridasood.com.
We'll make sure and share that too.
Yeah. Sergio, can you go next?
Yeah. COVID was definitely brought on a lot of challenges for us. I think, as I mentioned, that we opened at the end of 2019, and food trucks are generally pretty seasonal. You have a stronger summer season, and we intentionally started at the end of 2019 because we thought we'll kind of test out our processes in a lower volume environment, whatever. And then 2020 was going to be our first big summer. That didn't happen. And we had the business. I mean, it's all we had. I didn't have a job. Well, actually, I had kind of started a job right around the time because we had sort of had to delay our start a little bit. And I just needed a little bit of income to kind of sustain ourselves before the business really took off. And that's kind of when everything felt like it fell apart. I lost that job. We lost, like the same week, we lost all the events we had lined up for the summer, of course. And we were just like everybody else, kind of in this stage of, well, what now? We're still waiting. And I have a little bit of a public health degree, so to me it was really really pertinent to the business came second after people's health and then protecting our community and doing what we needed to do to make sure that people stayed safe and healthy. But that, 2020 was just a roller coaster. I don't want to get into a ton of details, and I definitely don't want to turn this into a pity party, but it was challenging. So I went to look for another job because I needed to feed my family, and lost that one again in 2020. And we're still trying to kind of figure out this business as we're kind of going through it. We got okay to do things like the food truck rallies, but then there were so many just constant challenges put in front of us. So all of a sudden I was like, okay, you can do the food truck rally, but you have to have an online ordering system because we don't want people to queue up in line. Had to build a website overnight, with an online ordering system. Wow. And thankfully there are tools now out there to support that. And a lot of the big companies were doing that. I mean, Square, our point of sale system, made it really easy to start getting into that. But figuring out things that this wasn't in the plan to have online ordering as an option that, the first 3 months of our season and kind of running, and then there really wasn't a ton of people to help you other than a bunch of Google articles that you just learned how you figured it out, right? And then as things maybe got, they got a little better, I had to shift personally, and this was obviously just a personal decision. I ended up getting another job that year, actually working for a local public health department, where 60 hours a week plus was COVID, dealing in our communities, dealing with testing, vaccines, outreach, and that became my job. And so honestly, the food truck kind of became second priority. We tried again to have a 2021 season. We kind of did okay. It was just too taxing for me. And so we made the pivot where we sold the truck. We're focusing really on kind of catered events this year. And we actually want to open what I'm going to call a pandemic-proof option, which was we saw during the pandemic that packaged foods, right, boomed. People were still able to go to the grocery store, but we had all the restaurants and food trucks had to kind of shift hours or close or had their own struggles. And so one of the things we want to do is kind of open a line of seasonings, prepackaged seasonings and foods that we eventually want to start building. So we're working with a co-packer in Denver right now, and hopefully we'll get that going in the next few years. But like, to me, that was a shift to, well, this is a pandemic-proof business model, so let's put a little energy into that and at least, diversify, where our revenue comes from. And yeah,
Share the website.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It'll be on Rocky Mountain MTN is the abbreviated RockyMTNCookie.com. And the online platform's already built, so we'll be able to sell locally online and things like that. And then getting things like grants and stuff was so difficult. And I feel for some of the government agencies that had just as little guidance too during this, to the local ones especially, to get something in place while people were just politicking at the higher levels, to get resources to businesses. And that's hard to see because we were in that weird situation where we opened too recently to get most money that you had to be at least a year in business before. But obviously we were dealing with the same issues that everyone else was dealing with in the food industry at the time, but we were just kind of left out to dry. And that sentiment comes from all sorts of, especially, businesses from in groups that have already been marginalized for years in our political system and had no voice to advocate and even less time because we were also scrambling to just keep our families safe and healthy,
Agreed, yeah.
And then why don't we go to Patricia, please?
I'll try to talk less this time.
That was good information, you were good.
But the pandemic was a crazy thing because while there were political organizations that were tasked with helping communities who were politicking, the nonprofits were right there on the front lines. And so we never closed as a nonprofit. We never stopped meeting with people face to face, especially with our immigrant community. Face to face is so important. And so we really felt like there was a lack of support, but there was also a lot of aid that was coming out, like, do something with this. We have this aid, do something with this. And the first thing that we did, not with any aid or anything, but we actually went out to all of our mobile home park communities. We established partnerships with other organizations, with the school district who were really out there trying to help during that spring of 2020. And we took it into the summer, and we actually even partnered with the library for something as simple as translating a document about COVID and the information that we had at that time. Because now we know a lot about COVID, but back then we really didn't know a lot. And our immigrant community who were working in our restaurants, in our construction and landscaping, they knew even less. And it wasn't in their language. And so we just translated that document and passed it out. We passed out a lot of masks and a lot of meals. And it was like we were working around the clock. I mean, those were some of the longest days that we put into the nonprofit. But I think one thing that we learned from COVID is about resilience and about the power of cooperation, because I think for a lot of years, our immigrant serving, Latino serving nonprofits have been kind of siloed in some ways, and we had to come together in order to meet those needs. And I don't know if this happened as much in the business community, but we really formed coalitions to be able to meet all of those different needs as they came in. And so those were the silver lining. The late nights were the low points.
And Edgar, would you share?
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. So in terms of like my current role, without COVID, it wouldn't have been kind of born. If we look at like the PPP loans and the other stimulus money that was being pumped into the economy and the communities, like Patty said, a lot of the Hispanic community wasn't getting access to that sort of stuff. And my old coworker, Jose Luis, who was working at the city, saw an opportunity, and the city started budgeting for where we are today. In terms of a business perspective, my business really heavily depended on overseas supply chains. I mean, what wasn't, right? And really that gave me the opportunity to shift and pivot and take not take advantage, but seize the opportunity of shifting to supply chains within the country. So I guess in general, that challenge and seeing it as an opportunity was what helped me advance the business. And I think that's a good opportunity for businesses to diversify within their own business. So like, for example, like Sergio said, restaurants took a huge hit during COVID. What if restaurants had different ways to diversify their revenue within that one business, whether it's like a blog, YouTube, podcast for ad revenue, whether it's, you know, online courses, teaching people how to cook cheap, fulfilling meals at home, you know, different ways to diversify that one business so that's a little bit more resilient, I think is what COVID brought to like the field of businesses.
And I totally agree with you on that. Even like within the school district, there are things we should have been thinking about. Luckily for our school district, we had been doing blended learning. So we have already had, you know, like 2 kids to 1 device. And so really it just needed to be 1-to-1 device to get us there. But we already have been planting that seed that helped us get there. And unfortunately, I think the pandemic was just kind of a really quick, rude awakening of things that we probably should have been planning for, and we weren't prepared. I remember being in LLI and having one of our speakers talk about grocery stores and how, you know, Amazon was doing, you know, grocery delivery, and these stores were way behind the times. They should be already, and then the pandemic hit. It's like, oh my gosh, he was so right. That was the marketplace. So yeah, I think we've all learned a lot of tough lessons during COVID.
I mean, even working at a university, we were talking about this outside, is that like, we have some faculty members who may be more on the senior age, we'll say, who are used to, you know, teaching classes in person, and they had never done Canvas courses or Zoom courses. And I'm seeing the students nodding over here. But, you know, they had to immediately learn how to like set up a class online, set up Zoom, set up Teams, and really kind of try to support their students through those things. And then we as an institution also had to support students who were already experiencing houselessness or homelessness or food insecurity, and didn't have anywhere to go, right? So when we closed down the dorms, it was like, well, we can't close them all down because they need somewhere to stay. And so like, those are all things that we really had to figure out. And then understanding that even when we did come back, there were challenges around like, oh, well, the Wi-Fi on campus doesn't have the capacity for like all of the people who are here now, because like so many classes were being taught online. And so those are all things that I think we all learned about as well.
Right. So to wrap us up, give one positive seed out there to our listeners about what your advice would be as far as starting a business or a nonprofit. We'll go ahead and start here.
All right, so I think what I would say is reach out and explore the resources that are available. Don't try to go at it alone. And also, I'll just leave you with a quote that I love that's, no hay peor lucha que la que no se hace. There is no worse struggle than the one that never begins. So just go ahead and take that risk and use the resources available.
I love that. Vanessa, what about you?
Kind of similar, but yeah, I'm still at the beginning of my business journey, so it's kind of hard for me to give advice, I feel like, because sometimes I feel like I'm just winging it. But yeah, I think like a lot of things always held me back, like to take that step. And then like when this became available, I just jumped at it. And we kind of talked about like, you know, different aspects of that. But I would say, you know, if you're passionate about something, or it's your dream to start a business or do something for yourself, to just go for it and take that risk as well.
Thank you.
Ask lots and lots of questions. You know, there's never a dumb question. And also get a good accountant and bookkeeper.
Trusted?
Yes, trusted. The money that they'll save you and the headaches that they'll save you is way worth it for the price that they charge.
Second.
Yes.
All really good advice. I guess I'll just kind of repeat myself, but I'll say lean on your network and like return that, right? So don't just pull from your network, but then be that person to help another new business owner, you know, establish it. Like, remember to return what you got. And, you know, if anything, COVID definitely taught me is like, whether you're a business owner, not a business owner, interested, whatever you're doing or not doing, start getting civically engaged, especially locally, like Rhonda was saying, right? Like that's where most of the impacts to your direct life are happening. Get engaged, and it's easier said than done. I'll say that because we're all too busy, but it matters.
Well, none of these folks have previously agreed to this, but I'm already gonna agree them to it, is that like now these are members of your network. So please connect with them right after this session. To close, I just want to share a few statistics to highlight the economic impact that Hispanic or Latinx or Latino-owned businesses have in the state of Colorado. As of 2021 reports, there were about 61,500 small businesses in the state who were owned by Hispanics, Latinos, or Latinx identifying individuals, and more than 6,500 of those have more than 2 employees. I want to give a round of applause to our panelists today, and thank you to everyone who attended, because that is a huge economic impact for our local communities and for our state, and beyond, right? So yeah.
So thank you for joining us. Thank you for sharing your stories. Thank you for having the courage to do what you do and to be in front of all these people. And keep going. You know, we're here to support you. We got your back, and you know, we love the work that you're doing, and you're making a huge, huge impact. So thank you.
And we have business cards right outside if you want for Latino Northern Colorado, or you can find us literally on any streaming service. So look forward to connecting with you all afterwards.
Until next time.
Bye.
Bye.
That was fun.
You're gonna love it.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I had no
I can give you your contact information.
Yeah, man, it's been
Good, man, good. Yeah, just sharing some stuff here and some other stuff. Yeah, that's why I have this week. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
actually
We need a picture.
I'm really
Yeah. I didn't know you were yeah, let me take a picture. I took a picture and I sent it to you, but I don't know if it went through. So when we did where's your store? Somebody did. Oh, so you yes,
It's over there, that's gonna take your best.
I want to go that way, just the way you're on in this.
Set up.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Let me know how those came out. Hopefully nobody's out of here. Great to see you. Say a little bit. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Sir, you get number?
We'll need some theme music.
But I don't know.
We have theme music.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
You gotta listen to that cool song?
Yeah.
Just because, I think I got more specific.
Likewise, I'll see you Sunday. State or DC? Will your counterparts be there or no?
Yes, Jenny will be there, and also our immigration agent will be there, and our volunteers. They will be
I sent you an email.
So when I played in Fort Collins with your team, or the team you repped, I was just kind of filling it in for friends. But yeah, we've been in a Wednesday league. There's some good teams out there. Yeah, it's fun.
That there is where I should be team.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah, we when I played with Lube Shop out of Wellington,
Right.
we played over there. I enjoyed it because they actually we took out the state champion.
That's cool.
Yeah, thank you for inviting us. It's so funny you're doing this. Morning messages, you're actually on that. And like out of the blue, and I was just sitting there, I guess my face was like, oh my God. But it's gonna work during our services. So he's like, what's going on? Like, I don't know if this is real. And I was like, well, he's
Yes.
And they were talking mentors and right, and one of them said, I call them the director sort of person. Like this is what you need to do. People never just good. Right? Yeah, two little ones on bed.
Yeah, I know about it. Actually, it took me 4 years.
She's for years and maybe it's great.
I don't know. She's
So this morning, it's like,
our 2 hours for myself.
Right, and it's more of a relationship than a
Right.
So
teacher kind of thing, right? It's more of a.
it's like,
You're both getting started on it, and I think that's what you're getting.
Are you guys here for the podcasting thing?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
are we
We're gonna,
starting?
yeah, let's get started. Might as well.
Stay on task.
Yeah, we'll do our best.
So just put the lip to us.
I'm trying.
No.
Spread out so you feel like you're in the crowd.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that there's, I mean, it's always nice to have a lot of people, but it's also nice that it's a smaller group because we'll be able to ask a lot of questions. So, I don't know, I know half of you, so I might as well just meet the other half. What's your name?
Karen.
What is it?
Karen?
Kieran? Okay, wonderful.
My name is Heather.
Heather?
Hi.
James. James, cool, awesome, well, it's nice to meet you guys. Hi, Jennifer.
Thanks for doing a presentation about this.
Yeah, absolutely. And after this session, we're actually doing a panel with Franklin and Megan, another podcaster. So it's kind of the 2 hours of podcasting. So anyway, today we're going to talk about the blueprint to a profitable. I'm going to be kind of walking you through the blueprint to a profitable business podcast. That's the space that I've mostly lived in, has been business podcasting and helping people understand how does a podcast make sense for business. So today we'll talk about some of the differences between business podcasts and kind of like hobbyist podcasts, and hopefully you'll learn some things. I imagine there will probably be some like maybe things you thought about podcasting that maybe your mind gets changed on. And all of this is because I really believe that podcasting is one of the best tools for nurturing a business audience. I do not think that podcasting is a good lead acquisition tool for podcasts or for businesses. A lot of businesses jump in because they're wanting to grow their business, and I think that's a great move. I think that podcasting is one of the best ways to do that. But from my approach, I look at it as much more of lead nurturing. And so I think from that perspective, you're going to be bringing new people in, but it's still important that you're bringing people in through other means of your business. And I think that podcasting can kind of help to nurture them along that direction. If you don't know me, my name is Seth Silvers. I lead the team at Story On Media Marketing. We help small businesses launch and grow their podcasts. The last 18 months, we've produced over 850 episodes, which was surprising, but it adds up quick. This last year, I've gotten to speak kind of about the direction and future of podcasting at two of the largest podcasting conferences in the country. And I could not be more excited about where podcasting is going. I feel more and more optimistic as the industry matures and as I've gotten to know it and gotten to just be deeper in it. A lot of people think it's becoming too saturated. We'll talk about that today. And so these are some of the shows that we have been working on in the last week or two. You might recognize some of them. You probably don't, because a lot of them are really small niche podcasts, which is where I kind of think a lot of the sweet spot is in podcasting. I'm going to go through a lot of information really quick so that we can just have time to answer questions, especially with the size of the group. I want it to be as interactive as possible. If you're screaming inside for a question, then just raise your hand. We can stop. So I think overview at the top level of what you need to know about podcasting. That's supposed to be Spotify, not Spotify. But Spotify said a couple weeks ago they have 5.2 million podcasts on their platform. For context, in like 2019, kind of right before the pandemic, it was right around 2 million podcasts in the whole industry. So there are 4,047,065 RSS feed podcasts, which that means like historically a podcast, you have an RSS feed, that RSS feed pushes out to all the distributors. With platforms like Spotify and Audible and different platforms like that, having original shows, they're initially saying like, we don't need an RSS feed because this show's only going to be provided on our platform. And so you can see there's about 1 million shows that are only on Spotify. A big piece of that is because they acquired Anchor FM, and on Anchor you actually have to click a button that says, yes, I want an RSS feed. We won't get into all of that because that's like, there's a lot of opinions on that in the industry. But the thing that I want you guys to pay attention to is 350,000 active podcasts, which is they've published in the last 30 days. So this isn't new podcasts in the last 30 days. This is how many podcasts have actually published an episode in the last 30 days, which means that is like 8%. So if you want to be in the top 10% of podcasts in the world, just keep podcasting. And the other 90% will naturally fall away. 80% of podcast listeners are going to listen to 3/4 or more of a podcast. If you're on YouTube, you're going to be doing really well if you get like 20 or 30% retention rate. Most YouTube videos don't even get 10% retention rate. Most, TikTok videos, they'll like track a view after a second. Like you like stop on it for a second and then you keep going. So podcasting is unique from a retention standpoint because typically when people start listening to a podcast, they keep listening to a podcast. For context of why I do not think that it is oversaturated in the podcasting industry is there's 113 million YouTube channels as opposed to 4 to 5 million podcasts, and there are 38 million active YouTube channels as opposed to 300,000 active podcasts. I think that shows that there's a pretty dramatic space for podcasts to still grow. I heard the other day, 10 years ago, there was 0 YouTube channels with 1 million subscribers. There are 50,000 YouTube channels with 1 million subscribers now. And I'm sure that 5 years ago, people thought like, oh, it can't grow anymore, and it just keeps growing. Question?
Yeah, forgive my ignorance, but
Yeah.
when I was growing up, we had no internet. There were two kinds of radio stations. Just a regular radio station with music and a little bit of commercials and stuff like that. And then there was talk radio.
Yep.
Is this kind of a new platform for talk radio?
I think there's a lot of similarities between podcasting and talk radio. I think the big thing here is it's on demand. With radio, you get what's on the radio and what happens to be there. I think the big thing that podcasting has shifted over the last 10 years is getting people used to on demand, which means you can choose what you listen to, when you listen to it. And also, in kind of the glory days of radio, it all went through gatekeepers. Like there's a process and you have to know people and you have to pay money. You can initially launch your own podcasts in your own kitchen or basement or your mom's basement or whatever, your car, it doesn't really matter. So I think the big thing is you can do it on your own. There's no gatekeepers. And then it's on demand. So yeah, good question. The blueprint kind of for business podcasts that we're going to run through real quick, and then we can dive through questions. This is kind of what I walk my clients through. It's kind of these 6 steps is you have to know your audience, you have to know your value, you have to be unique, you have to be consistent, you have to have a clear off-ramp, and we'll talk about what that is, and then you have to be in it for the long haul. Podcasting does not work unless you're committed to it for the next 12 to 24 months. And that's the perspective that we tell all of our clients. I will tell them regularly, if you are looking to make an extra $10,000 in the next 30 days, pick up your phone, call everybody you know, and sell them something. But if you're going to be doing what you're doing now, 2, 3, 4 years down the road, and you want to build a loyal audience that is coming back to you every week for education, for inspiration, then a podcast, I think, is the best tool to do that. So first off, you have to know your audience. I'm happy to send these slides to anybody if you want these questions or whatnot. These are kind of from some of the onboarding sessions we walk our clients through. But the questions that we always look through is, who is your podcast for? If your answer is everybody, then your podcast will fail. It's similar to almost anything in marketing. We have some marketing people in the room, and I'm sure that you guys have tried at some point to market to everybody and failed. But with your audience, you have to know, who is your podcast for? What are their dreams? What are their frustrations? And really, what type of content do they consume? You want to know, is your audience, are they, more listening to 5 to 10 minute long pieces of content? Are they listening to 2 hour long pieces of content? Like, you can find out some of that information. You really want to know what type of content is your audience actually consuming. And ideally, you're not trying to get your audience to morph how they consume content into how you're delivering content, but you're really getting to know, okay, here's the type of content my audience is consuming. Let's create content that fits that bill. And it's going to be a little bit different depending on who you are reaching out to. And even, we know this with social platforms, the audiences that are consuming content on LinkedIn are going to be different than TikTok, different than Instagram. A podcast that is targeted for business CEOs is going to be different than solopreneurs, is going to be different than moms with children. So it just kind of depends on what you're looking for. The next thing is you really have to know your value, which is what value are you going to be bringing to that audience. I think that you mentioned talk radio. A lot of people, I think, have gotten into podcasting thinking, well, we're going to have this conversation and we're going to sit across the table from some friends, and we like talking, and we've seen Joe Rogan get $200 million, and so we're going to record our conversation and put it out into a podcast, and then we're going to get all these listens, we're going to get all this money. You still have to know what your value is that you're bringing to your audience. And so that's why it's really important to look through what ways can you help your audience, like tangible ways. What ways can you help your audience? You have to know what problems do they have that they're coming to your podcast to get solutions to. What are their FAQs and why are you the right person to be helping them? Sometimes that feels like a maybe like conceited question to be like, oh, I'm the right person for this message. But I think we have to step in with confidence and know that there's going to be situations where you are absolutely the right person to help somebody solve their problem. And with business podcasting, people are coming to solve problems. They're coming because they have questions. We typically, with our clients, we'll dive really deep into like this concept of like, what are their frequently asked questions? Because a lot of people are like, I don't know what we talk about. I don't know what our episodes would be. It's like, okay, well, what are your top 10 most asked questions? What are the conversations that you as a business leader, you are having regularly? Are there like repeated conversations you're having with your customers? Pretty quickly, you can realize that you can come up with 20 to 30 different podcast ideas. It's like, great, there's 6 months of content. And you can probably come up with those ideas in about 10 minutes just by thinking about what questions are people coming to you. They are getting those answers from somebody. So then the question just becomes, are they going to be getting it from you? Are they going to be getting it from some random Joe Schmo on YouTube or Google? Or maybe they don't even have the credibility. So they are finding answers to their questions. They might not be good answers, but they're going to go and find their answers to their questions. So you as a business leader might as well be the one solving those. The unique side of things, I think this is the thing we've been thinking about the most this last year. And some of the questions that we're looking at are like, what's unique about your show from the other top 10 shows in your category? Why would people keep listening to your show after 30 seconds? And another thing is, would they even know what your show's about if they listen to it for 30 seconds? And most podcasts, they wouldn't. And then, why would somebody tell someone else about their show? A conversation I've had to have with myself and with clients that we work with is being honest about the fact that if you have a podcast and your podcast is not growing, that means people are not sharing it. If it's flatlining, it means the content is not good enough. Well, it means a few things. Mostly it means the content's probably not good enough for people to share. It could also mean that you're speaking to the wrong people. But we have to look at that data and realize if you're starting a podcast and if it's not growing at least some, then there's a mismatch somewhere. Either your content's off or your audience is off. And so you really have to think about what is unique. The first podcast that I started was the Small Business Storytellers, and this was about 4 years ago. And at the time, there was way less interview-based business shows than there are now. I was by no means the first, but it was still unique. There's several of you in this room have podcasts, and I don't know if any of you did in that was 2017. You've been podcasting a long time.
I started, my first was 2009.
Okay, 2009. So here you go.
No, you're doing great.
So a friend of mine, his name is John Lee Jubis with Entrepreneur on Fire. He was the first daily business show. He started his show. He just had his 10-year anniversary this week. And he has produced over 4,000 interviews with entrepreneurs. And I've had this conversation with him, so I can kind of say the things I like and don't like about his show. But he was the first, and he was the first daily business podcaster. I'm pretty sure it was actually the first show I listened to when I was a senior in college in 2013. And I remember listening to an episode about the business behind some pig farm. Really random, but it was really interesting. It was like, what's this podcasting thing? He has a very structured type of interview, and almost every interview, it follows the same exact structure. It's been that way for the last 10 years, for the last 4,000 episodes. His interviews are no longer unique. He was the first to the market, and so he was able to grow and gain market share, and he still has that market share, and he does a better job at kicking out episodes than almost anybody I know. But in that, his show is no longer unique, and I know a lot of people that no longer listen to his show because it's kind of the same old thing. So I've actually hit pause on my show, the Small Business Storytellers, and I'm not bringing it back until quarter 1 or quarter 2 of next year, because I've realized the last 40 episodes have been 25-minute interviews with business owners, And they've been interesting, but it's like, it kind of has fallen into this, we're doing really similar interviews, and then the last 10 minutes is this business owner pitching himself and different, or herself, and different things like that. And for me, it's like, I need to be excited about the show, and I want to bring something unique to the market, where the way we're doing interviews, the way we're delivering content is unique. And so for me, this was a big thing where I was like, we just need to like pause until we can like kind of creatively refresh and really figure out if we're bringing this to the market, it better be unique, because if it's not unique, then we're just wasting our time. It's just going to blend in with everything else. So I think this is a really important thing to think through. I think 5 years ago, if you had a podcast, you were going to get attention just because you had a podcast. It's not that way anymore. And you look at YouTube, same way. You're not going to grow on YouTube unless you're paying attention to the algorithm and thumbnails and show structure, all of these things. And I think podcasting is kind of starting to get into a similar space where there's just a higher level of intentionality that's required behind it. The next thing is be consistent. If any of you are podcasters, you know the truth of this. I recommend at least a weekly show. And I think that you become a weekly watering hole for your audience. This is why I have lions on every slide. It's because I love that in these dry, arid places, and really almost anywhere, there's always a watering hole, and a couple times a day, the animals are going to come to this watering hole, get nourishment. There's also going to be some sneaky lions that wait for other animals to come to the watering hole, and then they get their lunch and dinner too. But I think that a podcast should be a weekly educational watering hole for your audience. And that's kind of the perspective that we should look at. Again, your audience is getting answers from someone. Like, they have questions that you can help solve, and they're likely getting answers from people that are not experts, that don't have the experience you have, and they're just picking whatever shows up in the algorithm on Google or on YouTube. And so I think that's where we have to look at it, is realize like they are learning from someone. Why not you? The last thing that we recommend is really having a clear off-ramp. And with this, you have to look at, is there a really clear way for your audience to engage with you outside of the podcast? Are you afraid to make an ask? A lot of people say like, oh, no, I don't want to ask. And it's like, if you know the value that you provide and you know you can solve someone's problem, you're doing a disservice to them by not mentioning that you have the solution. If you feel like that ask is coming across wrong, then it's probably a confidence issue on your end, or it's an audience fit issue. You know that you're talking to people that maybe aren't the right audience. And so maybe you're trying to persuade them that they're the right audience, or different things like that. But I think if you're speaking to the right audience, like if I'm talking to somebody who wants to start a podcast, I have zero problem telling them that I know how to help them. But if I'm trying to talk to a business owner, like, isn't really sure about podcasting, that's going to be a little bit more uncomfortable, because in that I'm like trying to persuade them almost, which I don't want to do. And so I really don't do that. Kind of taking a different approach. And so I think a lot of times people are nervous to ask about something. But again, if you have an audience and you know you can help them, then you need to be okay making an ask. And with that, you kind of have to know what value are you providing off of the podcast that will turn that listener into a lead. Commonly, this is known as like a lead magnet, or maybe it's a free consulting call or something. But there's got to be some low barrier of entry way for your listeners to engage with you or your business off of the podcast. And that's one of the main metrics that you're going to look at there. Is going to be that. And the last question that we're looking at is like, is your podcast showing your audience that you are competent in what you do? This is really when things started to shift for me, is when I started the Small Business Storytellers. At the time, our marketing agency was doing a lot of different marketing work. We weren't just doing podcasting. A big focus of ours was different forms of content, and we started really in the storytelling space. And I'm not sure why, when I first started Story On, why I wasn't thinking like, oh, podcasting is such a great medium, but we were more thinking like video and writing and all of this stuff. And so we were exploring a lot of that. And then we kind of stumbled into podcasting and realized like, oh, this is the storytelling piece that we want to focus on. But when we were with that, when we started Small Business Storytellers, I realized that people started seeing that the quality of our show, and they saw that we were doing a good job and that we were paying attention to the details. And so they assumed that I would apply the same level of care and detail to other areas of my work. So there was people that they trusted me more with non-podcast related stuff because they saw that I was showing up with quality and intentionality to my podcast. So I think that as a entrepreneur, your brand is super important, and your brand is kind of you as an individual in a lot of ways. And so I think this is an example where people are going to see you're showing up with intentionality, you're well-spoken, you know how to help people, especially if you're doing kind of consultative work on a podcast. And as they see that, then they're going to build more and more trust. They're going to see that you're relatable, that you can interview people. On the contrary, if you are not good at that stuff, if you are not adding value and you're just showing up just for the sake of showing up and because podcasting is the next popular thing, and if you are not well-spoken and you're not intentional with your guests, and it seems like you're just pushing through your 10 questions every time, that is also going to reflect you probably in a more negative way, where somebody's going to be like, you know what, I don't really want to hire this person because they're not listening to their guests. So why would they listen to me? Or they're like clearly like not paying attention. They're more paying attention to just like getting another episode out instead of doing a really good job. So why would I expect anything different? Why would I expect them to really invest in the quality of me as a client? And so this goes both ways. And that's where I think podcasting is a really unique tool, is because it's going to highlight your strengths and it will also expose your weaknesses. Especially I think if you're in any kind of like coaching or consulting work. I think this is a perfect example or a perfect way for your clients to kind of test drive you. If you're coaching or consulting, people are going to be working with you very personally. And when you host a podcast, if you're interacting with other people, that gives them an opportunity to see you interact with other people and kind of give a test drive and be like, okay, I could visualize myself being helped by that person. So it goes both ways. I think that the last piece of this is really like being in it for the long haul. We addressed this a little bit. If you're trying to start a podcast and you're like looking at when am I going to get the ROI back, I would say commit to 12 to 24 months. You do want to be measuring things. So you don't just want to not measure anything. You want to look at the metrics and make sure that you're improving. Again, if you never look at any metrics and your show's not growing, that means your content probably sucks and nobody's sharing your content. So you need to be looking at that. But as far as ROI goes, I really encourage people, commit to 12 to 24 months and don't look at the ROI side of things for at least a year or two. And when you do, step back and don't look at it from a dollar standpoint, look at it from a brand standpoint. Look at it from, okay, over the last 2 years, we've done weekly episodes. We've done 112 episodes, 104 episodes, and all of our social media is updated with regular and fresh content. I've had 104 conversations with other industry leaders and built those relationships and nurtured those relationships. We have an audience of hundreds or maybe a couple thousand, maybe many thousands of people that are coming to us every single week. So then you look at, over the last 24 months, was this worth my time to spend time every week, every month investing into it? I think that you'd have to be foolish to have those metrics and say, no, that was not worth it from a brand perspective. It might be hard to connect all of the dollars and all of the deals to your podcast, again, because this is a nurturing tool. It's not as much an acquisition tool. And so with the nurturing piece, you might have somebody that comes into your business as a lead. They might listen to 10 of your podcasts before they book a consulting call. They might never tell you that they did that, but by listening to 10 episodes, they've spent 5 to 10 hours with you. And so then by the time they're ready for that consulting call, they're pretty much already sold. They're ready to go. So you might not always know that, but you have this kind of watering hole that's a nurturing tool for your audience to really engage with. I think that what you need to be great at podcasting, this is something that is kind of always a bit of a moving target. We're trying to figure out like what are the things. Under all of these, there's like many, I could talk for a long time about a lot of these different things, but I think that really having a podcast that is great and that is growing, you need 3 things. You need consistency, you need quality, and you need exposure. And so with the consistency, if you only publish every couple months, you can't expect for you to be top of mind for your audience. You can't expect for them to be waiting for your content to come out. Quality, again, if your show isn't growing, then there's some kind of quality issue. Internally, we define quality as doing the best we can with what we have at the time. That means that quality for my podcast 4 years ago was different than quality for my podcast now. I have better gear. I also have a lot of stuff in my head that I know about podcasts, so it would be inauthentic to the experience that I have for me just to show up and do a 20-minute interview and just publish it without editing it. A lot of people are doing that, and that's okay if that's where you're starting. But I think for us, like, quality is continuing to improve what you're doing over time and realizing that, like, if Coca-Cola launches a podcast, they're going to have different standards than you should. And, you know, pick your favorite podcaster that is a major podcaster. They're going to have different quality standards that they're working with their studio and their partners than you will when you first start. So I think quality is more of a direction than it is like, I like to think of it more as like an arrow in the right direction than like a temperature on a thermometer. It's not like we're not all trying to get to 100 degrees. It's like, are you heading in the right direction? Are you getting better? And I think you have to keep revisiting that. And the last piece is exposure. I'll talk about this a little bit more. I think it's the next one. So on how to grow your show. This is really the exposure piece. You can't expect to grow your show if it's not getting in front of new people. If it's getting in front of new people and it's landing flat, that's data you really want to know. If you're getting your show in front of your dream audience and nobody listens again, then again, that's relevant data, and you have to kind of have the guts as a creator to listen to that data and say, okay, I need to change things. But the main ways that we're seeing people grow their shows and clients grow their shows is by being a guest on other shows. There's a lot of really good platforms now that make that easier and easier for you to actually create profiles for yourself, and then you can go and you can kind of pitch yourself to other hosts and other podcasts. It's getting a little bit saturated in that sense. I'm not sure if any of you that have podcasts in the room, how many times a week or a month you're now getting podcast booking agents that are reaching out to you and saying, hey, can you put this person on your show? A lot of them are not great, but also there's some really great guests that come through those agencies. And so it's easier now to get yourself on other shows than ever before. If you are doing that, then I would just make sure that you're really paying attention to what that host needs, realizing like you are stepping onto their show. This is not just your chance to like pitch everything you do. And part of that perspective is why I've like currently hit pause to small business storytellers. So I'm really sick of people coming onto the show and then just like taking it their own direction. And so I have to be responsible as a creator with my audience to be like, I'm not going to bring this to you anymore. I need to revisit what it looks like to like really have a community that we want to build. The second way is to advertise your podcast. The most effective way to do this currently is actually by advertising a podcast on other podcasts. A lot of people feel weird about that, and podcast hosts historically have been like, well, why would I tell my audience to go listen to somebody else? You know, the average data is that somebody listens to 6.7 podcasts per week. That's a pretty limited number. So why would I take my audience and send them somewhere else? It's like, well, because if they're not the right audience and they're the right audience for somebody else, you're actually going to serve them by recommending they go somewhere else, and vice versa, other people doing that to you. And so, again, there's really good platforms that are coming out that make it easier for you to advertise your podcast without needing tons and tons of money. I look at the industry right now as like early, at least the advertising side of it, it reminds me of early Facebook days, like Facebook ads, where before Facebook ads came out, to build a marketing campaign, you know, big companies, they'd spend $250,000 producing an ad, and then, you know, $250,000 getting the ad on TV, and then you wait like 3 to 6 weeks to, you know, measure the results of that, and then you're, you know, probably 9 months in, it's like, was this an effective advertising campaign? You know, we've spent $750,000, now we know, can we spend $5 million on this or not? And then Facebook ads came out and it was like, here, create this ad, and I want it to be shown to 34-year-old men who make $112,000 a year in Loveland, Colorado. And you can spend $100 and you can test this one versus this one and see which one gets the most clicks. It changed like the entire advertising world because it brought it to a micro level. for the last 5 years or so, in order to grow your show by advertising on other shows, there's been a pretty high barrier of entry, because the only shows that have really had the technology to have ads on them have been huge shows that are doing millions of downloads a month. One of my favorite podcasters, Jordan Harbinger, he has a very, very good show. I recommend it to every podcaster that I know to pay attention to how he does his show. But he's one of the top 10 podcasters in the country, and he's still spending $50,000 to $100,000 a month advertising his show. He's been doing that for 3 or 4 years. He's had the ability to. Now there's technology and tools that give you the ability to spend as little as $100 a month promoting your show. So even if you're just, with $100, my show's going to get in front of 4, 5, maybe 6,000 people. And if they like the ad, then they'll come over and listen to the show. So I think it's great because the technologies kind of evolved to where those opportunities are now possible for new and smaller podcasters. The last thing is create great content. We talk about this regularly. Like, if your content sucks, then literally none of this matters. Like, no advice matters. Your thumbnail doesn't matter. Your graphics, your guests. Like, if your show sucks, then none of this really matters. So that really is the baseline of like making sure that the content that you're creating is valuable for your audience. Lastly, I kind of just put this together as like some of my recommendations lately for how to get started. Some of you in the room you probably know these tools if you're in podcasting. If you're not, these might be some new names, but these are just some of the things that we recommend for hosting. Free option is Anchor.fm. Paid option that we recommend for our clients is Buzzsprout. And we're actually starting to switch all of our free accounts over to Buzzsprout because we think that it provides substantially more value. Microphones, our latest microphones that we're really, really liking are new ones out from a company called Focusrite. They just created the Vocaster 1 and Vocaster 2, and those are kind of our new microphones that we prefer. There's cheaper options and there's more expensive options than that, and so I'm happy to help give advice on any of that, or half of the room in here could also give you good advice on that. Recording, I do recommend that you do not record in Zoom if you want to have a quality show. Zoom prioritizes the conversation happening, and so it's doing massive compression to the audio and video files, and that's why sometimes in Zoom, like, somebody freezes up and like their voice gets a little weird, and then all of a sudden it comes back and you hear like 60 seconds of them talking, like, come back in like 10 seconds. It's like Zoom's always going to prioritize the conversation happening over the quality. And so especially when you record on Zoom and then you export that, you're just dealing with really, really low quality content. Sure, it's better than not having a microphone in Zoom, but I think there's technology that is way better. So we use Riverside for most of our clients, which is initially a high definition virtual recording studio. It records, I'm not going to say it's like in studio quality, but it records very, very high definition. You have companies like Disney and huge podcasts that are using Riverside. Squadcast is similar. They are a bit smaller of a company, but same concept, and they just don't have like enterprise level corporate backing. So they're building a product that's a little bit more paid. They're paying more attention to podcasters, but they're just a little bit behind because they're actually trying to grow it more organically as opposed to just like having hundreds of millions of dollars from venture capital. But both of those are great. Editing, I would recommend you either find an agency to do your editing, or you can use GarageBand or Audacity. Those are both free tools. GarageBand's on Mac, Audacity is on PC. There's also a couple of like web-based editors that you could do if you don't even want to get into those. For marketing, the two tools that I'd recommend using is Descript and Canva. Canva is like a free graphic design tool. Descript is really great for making clips for all of your shows. For every episode that we produce, we're creating 5 to 8 different vertical video clips that are promoting every single episode, so we can put those on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, all of that. Descript makes it really, really easy to get the transcript for your episodes and kind of create a lot of those podcast video clips that you're seeing on social media right now.
Descript is also really good for editing.
Yeah, Descript is like it's really, really good for editing because it kind of depends. I think if you're doing a solo episode Like if you're doing an episode just with yourself or with one video stream, Descript is great. It actually creates the transcript, and then you edit the transcript. So you're reading through it, and I can see that Franklin, stuttered and said like 5 times here, and I just highlight that in the transcript and delete it, and it automatically deletes it from the files.
Yeah, it's really good.
It does take, the first time I used it, I spent maybe like an hour in it, and I was like, this is cool, but it's complicated. And then I forgot about it for like 3 months. And then I went back in and spent another like 5 hours in it, like really kind of like figuring everything out. And I was like, I'm never going back. Redid our entire process as an agency around that tool. So it is a really, really good editing tool. There's a little bit of a learning curve, but if you can push through that, then it's really, really valuable. Conferences, there are several podcasting conferences, kind of in 2 different camps and 2 different styles. Podcast Movement that's the largest each year. That is going to be in Denver actually next summer. And then Podfest is, Podcast Movement's a little more industry focused. Podfest is like summer camp for podcasters. And it's super fun. That is in Orlando in January. We go to all of the events that both of those organizations put on. And then also I'm hosting a Colorado podcaster meetup in Denver on November 11th. So we just decided the date this week. And so any of you that are podcasters or want to meet other podcasters, we're renting out one of the Great Divides brewery rooms in Denver in like 6 weeks. So that'll be fun. Community-wise, I think there's a lot of good things happening on Twitter for just like getting to interact with other podcasters. I feel like Twitter's kind of made a resurgence in the last year or 2, and it's made a resurgence around like really niche down communities and niche down education. So there's quite a bit of resources there. And then if you want to do live podcasting, StreamYard is a good tool. And then also Fireside is a really good tool that we've used for a lot of our clients. That's all I have. So thank you for coming. I'd love to just dive into any questions anybody has. And if you don't have any questions, then that's fine too. John.
Have you tried I've seen the new streaming thing, Duckstream?
Duckstream?
Yeah.
I haven't tried it. I've heard about it. From my understanding, I think that it's similar to a lot of the other like streaming tools where it gives you, a dashboard that you're streaming and then you push it out to the other platforms. So I think there's a lot of different streaming tools. That's why I mentioned Firesides, because Fireside is a streaming tool that's a little bit more focused on like mobile content creation and podcasting. That platform is co-founded by Mark Cuban, and I think there's some unique things about that. But if you're just looking to like stream, record something and then stream it to LinkedIn and Facebook, then my guess is it probably has a few new bells and whistles, but it's probably not too different from StreamYard or different things like that. Yeah.
I just saw it. I was like, I haven't tried to get it either. So I was like,
yeah, I don't know. I feel like it seems like every 6 to 12 months there's like it's like the same stuff that's just slightly better, and then with each like slightly better, then there's going to be a bunch of new ones that try and like gain market share, and they're all kind of pretty similar at the end of the day. Yeah.
So you typically have to pay to stream your podcasts, or are there free platforms?
Yeah, so that's one of the beauties of the industry is, podcasting is free to listen to. So podcasts, I would say 98% of podcasts are free. In the last couple of years, some platforms have paid subscriptions to certain podcasts. Oftentimes, the way that works is a podcast will have a free podcast, and then they'll have like a premium version. So you might pay $5 a month, and you get 2 extra episodes a month or something like that.
And so do those platforms then insert ads into your podcast? Is that how they pay for themselves?
So no, well, it depends on the platform. Spotify does that quite a bit. They are kind of notorious for putting ads in your podcast, whether you want it or not. And it's kind of hard to like find the settings to make that not happen. But usually like Spotify's business model is they want you to pay to become a premium Spotify subscriber. So you are going to have ads that if you're not a premium Spotify user, you're going to have ads that you're listening to on everything. So their model is not necessarily to like insert ads into podcasts as much as it is, if you're not a premium user, you're going to get ads on everything. But then if you pay $10 a month for Spotify, then you're not going to be hearing the ads. With some of the other platforms like Apple Podcasts and Stitcher and Overcast, and there's over 100 different platforms to listen to podcasts on. You're not going to hear ads on those shows unless the creator of the podcast is inserting those ads. So I've never put an ad on any of my shows. And so the only way that people would be hearing ads on those shows is if it's like a platform specific thing like Spotify. But in general, ads that you hear on podcasts are inserted by the creator. And usually those are directly put into the episode, but it's pretty much free. And so these platforms, they're looking to just get as much attention, as many eyeballs or ears, I guess, as they can. And then that's kind of what they're making their money off of. Yeah.
How are you making money from your podcast? Is it just through the turning that listener into a client down the road?
Yeah. So I'll give you a few examples because of my show and a couple others. And so yeah, for us, it's more of we've gotten business clients as a result of our podcast. And so the relationships we've built, then, and we're not, I know some people, they end their podcast episode and then they're like, hey, do you need our services? That's not our style. It's been very relational. It's been very much like we have built relationships with our podcast guests, and a decent amount of our clients now have actually came from hearing us on a podcast or hearing our podcast. I realize there's a overly natural fit for my business model of we podcast and help people podcast.
Yeah.
That's not the case for everybody. Another way that we're making money with one of our podcasts we are just launching this week, and this is an original. So this is like my newest podcast. It's called the Minted Podcast. And it's about content creators and NFTs and cryptocurrency and all that complicated stuff. I can talk to you about it if you want, but I don't want to put that on you if you don't want to talk about it. But with that, we actually have a sponsor for that show. So we have a company and they are sponsoring the first 6 months of that show. And they are somebody that, we have ads that we're mentioning on the podcast. Initially, the show is valuable enough for them that we said, hey, they have a good fit for, like, I don't create NFTs for people, but they do. And so for them, it makes sense to say, hey, we'll produce this podcast. It'll be under our name, but we'll be recommending your services to everybody we come into contact with. And so they're funding the entire production of it. So we monetize that show, and that'll be a show that we make, I don't know, probably $40,000, $50,000 off of this year before we actually started it.
That's based on your reputation of having a good podcast about other topics too.
Yeah, and so that's where a lot of it is reputation based. We have some clients now, it's a small amount, that are starting to hit the level where they can start sponsoring, like getting sponsors for their show. And so now we're starting to go out and actually sell sponsorships for their show. I do not think anybody should have that as their main goal. Numbers wise, we have one show, they do about 1,500 downloads per episode. It's a really, really, really niche audience. And so we're going to be able to get sponsors for that niche audience.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a little bit unique. Some of the other shows that we're getting sponsorships for, they're in the 30,000 to 40,000 downloads per month. And that's still low. The big sponsor players, they really don't want to talk to you unless you're doing 100,000 downloads per month, which is like 1% of a percent. And so it's kind of ridiculous. There's some problems with it, but yeah, I think the main way is kind of reputation building, and then that reputation comes back to what we do as business and the network connections that we make.
And then there's another way of where you said you don't do this, but others do, where you can say, here's a product I want to tell you about.
Yeah, so you could do affiliates. So a lot of podcasters have affiliate relationships. There are more podcasters that are starting to charge to be on the show, or to where you'd have to pay $500 to be on my show. I've heard of people, some big podcasts charge, I've heard $40,000. Obviously you have to have the right audience to do that. The podcast I mentioned earlier of John McDumas, he now charges $3,500 per episode to be on the show, because he can. And he gets so many requests. So there's a lot of different beliefs on that philosophy. I know some small podcasters that they actually make a living off of doing that. They don't have a huge show, but they charge, $250 to be on their show, and then they're actively reaching out to people, and it's kind of more of a press move, and they're sustaining their show and they're making some money. And so I've seen it done really well, and I've seen it done really poorly. So I don't think that strategy of like monetizing a show based on the guests, I can't just throw it all out, but I think most people are doing it really poorly. But that is another way that you could kind of make money with your show. Yeah.
And what percentage of the podcasts are live versus pre-recorded and on demand?
So I do not know. I'm going to say a small percentage of people are podcasting live.
Okay.
But I will also say that number has probably grown by quite a few multiples over the last 2 to 3 years. Now it's becoming a lot more popular to record your podcast live, stream it live, and then take that the recording of that live stream, and then you edit it and chop it up. And then, so the version that's on your podcast feed is a little bit more edited, but then your audience has an opportunity to engage with you live if they want to be there. I think that's going to become a lot more popular. And the platform that we mentioned with Fireside, that's like a way where people can record, they can live stream, but also people can be a part of your show. So it's video live streaming, but people can also, if somebody in the audience has a question, they can actually join your recording and ask the question. So then you're kind of co-creating content with your audience, which then gets your audience more engaged. Your audience is going to be more excited about a show that they're a part of. They're probably going to share that show. So there's a lot more tools now to where like incorporating live elements into your podcast is, I think it's a really good idea. 2 of the shows we're launching this month, they're going to have their normal weekly show, and then twice a month they're going to do a public live stream on Fireside. So they're going to be initially telling their audience, hey, twice a month, come over here, and we want you to be a part of the show. We want to know your questions. This is a chance for you to get to talk with us, you to talk with our guests and different things like that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Did you have a question?
Did, but we're out of time. So.
Yeah. We're also doing the next session as the podcasting panel. So, so we'll probably go for like 2 or 3 more minutes, and then I'll take a little bit of a break. Okay. Is that okay, Nick?
Yeah. You are free to do whatever you want.
Nick's the boss.
You're running the show.
So when I see 5.2 million podcasts, that's a wonderful number for the platform. It's a terrible number as a creator and a consumer.
Yeah.
Because there's just too much noise. So what's the one best tactic that you've seen that has helped you go above the static?
Yeah, so I will say that discoverability, like with what you're saying, I just want to kind of affirm, like discoverability amongst that 5.2 million is probably the biggest obstacle that podcasting has. Like, how do people find your podcast? With YouTube is probably the best discoverability tool for any kind of content. And they have this, it's because it's all in one place. They have this massive algorithm that's determining, what are people liking, what are people listening to. Obviously, there's sometimes problems with that, but that doesn't exist for podcasting, which makes your question even more of a problem. I think the solution to that is actually to go smaller and to create a more niche down podcast. So by that, I mean like be really, really specific and try to grow it in your early days through kind of your small network. The platforms that are distributing podcasts, they are going to know when your show is doing well. They're paying attention to the data, and if you're growing every single week, they're going to see that and they're going to promote your show. But I think as the industry gets bigger, the solution is actually for you to go smaller and for you to have a more narrow podcast that reaches, even if it's 10 people, it's like every single week, those 10 people are showing up, they're loving the show, it's bringing some kind of transformation to them. I think most of us in this room, if there was a room like this, or there was a dinner party every week with 10 people that they were wanting to learn from your expertise every single week, you would probably consider that. But once we digitize it, we think that it means less. So I think the answer to your question is to go smaller and to be okay with having like a really niche down show. And realizing the goal is not to get a million. The goal is maybe it's not even to be a top 1,000 podcast, but it's to have 10 or 50 or 100 or 1,000 people that when they listen, it makes an impact with them and it builds a relationship. So I think that's the approach that I'm taking as the industry gets bigger and bigger. And then ironically, I think as you focus on building a smaller, more tight-knit audience, then your audience actually begins to grow. Because people talk about things that make an impact. So does that help? Absolutely. Cool. Great. Yeah, last question.
This is my first exposure to podcasts. So basically, I'm very new. So my question to you would be, unless you already mentioned it, I'm already kind of overwhelmed by it.
Yeah.
So, but I'm a new person. I want to start podcasting. How do you suggest I start? Do I start on my own, or do I insert myself, introduce myself to others? What's the best approach?
Yeah. Do you listen to podcasts? Okay, so that's where I would recommend starting. So yeah, I would recommend. What kind of phone do you have?
So Apple.
An Apple. Okay, so there's an app on there just called Podcasts, and I would recommend going there and whatever your interests that you're maybe considering starting a podcast on, type in some of those interests and just listen to some of the other shows that are coming up on the platform. And I think first off, before you start your own thing, you have to have an idea of what's out there and what's being done. And likely it'll give you some ideas. And so I think you have to become a little bit more familiar with this space of podcasting before getting started on your own.
Okay, I get that, what you're saying, that I get to become familiar what kind of approach people are taking, or however. My question is technically speaking, do I just go, I know what I want to say,
right?
I know that, but do I just go and start on my own podcasting, technically speaking, or do I use somebody to introduce me?
So, I think that almost every decision that we make comes down to time and money. I think that there's different times in my journey where my time has been the most important thing, and so I'm going to pay to learn something quicker. So I think that might be this, if you're in the position where you're like, I want to, I don't have as much time, but I want to learn this, then that's where paying somebody, whether it's a consultant or somebody who's done podcasting, and say, hey, can I meet with you for lunch? Can I pay to pick your brain once a month? Or actually hiring a podcasting agency could be really valuable, because then they're going to make your journey a lot shorter or a lot quicker. I think if you're in the position where you're saying, I want to utilize that there's free options to get the podcast started, then you just have to understand it's going to take more time. I'm happy to give you my card, and if that time comes where you say, great, I want to get this started on my own, what are the options? There's more free tools to start podcasts than there ever has been before. So the barrier of entry is really, really low. So it is possible for you to record on your own, in your house, to edit on your computer, and to distribute that at home. So there are those tools out there. I probably would rather, it would probably be more effective for me to just send those tools to you via email when the time is right. So I'll give you my card, and I can kind of give you those resources, because there's a handful of different resources in getting started. Yeah, cool. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we're going to do a panel where I'm just asking other podcasters questions. So, but yeah, thank you all for being here. I hope you can stick around.
Good job, man.
So I'm just wondering, were you on Wi-Fi?
Yeah, no, so so there's this computer, and I just logged into my No, it's not. Yeah, thank you so much. Where's your presentation? Okay. Yeah, so I did mine in Keynote, I exported it as a. Yeah. That's
I think after this, I'm gonna go walk around the lake a couple times.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay, I just realized I should probably since they're live streaming it, I should probably put it in the camera.
You know what, it makes sense to actually move that table into the middle.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty wide angle they have here, so.
Yeah,
pretty impressed.
these cameras are.
Yeah, we might look.
Because you know, you
2
almost
feet
think
wide,
about
but.
it, you can almost center it.
That providing most of you.
So it's just the light stream.
Yeah, that's what it is.
This is what we're.
Oh, wow.
I know, that's why I'm like, these cameras have gotten crazy good, teeny tiny and really good.
Weird.
Weird. I know, I technology fascinates me. That's the funniest thing was the other day. I used Riverside FM to record myself. Couldn't get it to work. Couldn't get it to work. And it was one of those where, because of my topic, I give my guests the choice if they want the video or just the audio. And my students. And I was like, oh! She's like, what are you doing? I'm like, the camera. She's like, go click the mirror. And I'm like, oh, I have to go change. Because of what he said, the compression qualities.
So most people now are doing
There's some settings.
What podcast?
Yeah, but I just, I got to the point where I was like,
So most people.
I got to really frustrated because it would be hours of editing, especially for the show. Like, I don't know what it was. Because I was just really, the type of quality of my tech that I have to use. I'm using a better mic now, low rate tech to get started. But that's what he said. Like, you progress as you go, okay, no, this tool works, but it's not perfect. I was LinkedIn's one platform for my current audience. Probably looking at, I'm going to be on the podcast. So I have one podcast, there's another lady that I met through being on her podcast. She had become really good friends. So she and I are co-creating a podcast together every week. So the second one that I'm reading, and then I'm wanted to be on a couple more. Then the live stream that I'm looking to do is live stream swaps, or you're my page, I'm on your page, that type of thing. I've learned I love absolutely shine in conversation. And so I'm like, that's because I'm like, things I can take in there from but then if I go on there, it is, how do you want to?
I like to be on the aisle.
That's perfect. I'll sit here.
I'm not that light's great.
The light is on the top. Welcome everybody. I am a bit selfish with this because I presented this panel, which is like, I just want to have a conversation with these 3 people on podcasting. So I'm glad that all of you are here. But the goal of this panel is we're all Fort Collins-ish people. Fort Collins area and podcasters. And there is not too many, but the number is growing. And so we wanted to provide an opportunity for you to meet some of who I would say are some of the best podcasters in Fort Collins. There are many more. This could have been, I don't know, I would have liked to have maybe 10 people up here. And so we will have time for questions, but also all of our podcasts are pretty different. And so I wanted to be able to kind of give you the opportunity to hear from different podcasters that are using it in different ways. So to start, I just want to do some introductions. I do have everybody's podcast up here. If you want to check them out on whatever podcasting platforms you listen to. And so Kurt, do you want to kind of just give us an overview of kind of the quick version of you, your business, and your podcast?
Sure, thanks. So yeah, I'm Kurt Bear, and FoCo Think Tank is my real business, I guess, if you will. This little thing right there, sponsored by FoCo Think Tank. And so what FoCo Think Tank does is serve small businesses with a peer advisory chapter organization where we pair kind of give back-minded business veterans, build a chapter around them, and let them kind of sharpen each other up once a month with a half-day meeting. And so FoCo Think Tank is the power engine, I guess, behind doing all the work that it takes to put a podcast together. We've got a small staff that already needs to do newsletters and web pages and all that kind of stuff. And so that team also puts together these podcasts. But what the format of the FoCo Experience podcast is basically long-form conversational interviews with what I find to be inspiring business leaders. One of the, people learn through story, I feel, and so it's a place where you can learn from what I feel are some of the best business operators around and how they got started, what their principles, values, et cetera were, but also hoping to inspire more people to want to start businesses when they, see how easy it is from these stories of victory and triumph and sometimes pain and anguish and toil. So for me, the podcast is a bit of a self-expression thing. I've really always loved just talking to people, and I've always had a superpower of people telling me surprisingly uncomfortable and personal things. And so I can listen to those things, but also it helps from a marketing standpoint with FoCo Think Tank. It gives us something to say and talk about, but especially it's been helping me with my network. So for an example, Allison Seebeck was on my podcast last fall in maybe November, and she runs the Warehouse Business Accelerator, but she had grown to not build a great company, but she succeeded the president of an amazing company and made it even more amazing. And afterwards I was like, you've got to be a facilitator for me. You're so awesome. I didn't really know her that well. And she was like, well, maybe let's talk. And so now she started a chapter for me last May. So for me, it's a way to continue to extend my network and meet people that I wouldn't otherwise meet. I interviewed the gubernatorial candidate Heidi Ganahl. I had, Wade Troxel on the other day, and Kim O'Neill and Richard Fagerlin, and just all these really neat people. Ginger Graham came on the show, and so I get to help tell their stories, which are a lot of times hidden. So that's kind of the sorry for 5-minute it, but
no, that's great.
It's probably.
I think yours is unique. Your show is unique because, by nature, podcasts, the reach is global. If you start a podcast, you're going to see random people in Taiwan and Libya and all these places that start to listen to your podcast. I don't know anybody in Libya. So by nature, it's global, and most people that start a podcast, they're wanting to reach more people that are in their local area. Kurt has been unique in that he's done a really good job of building a true local podcast, and it's really rare. And so I think that's one of the unique things about yours is you can sure, we'll take people from Libya and New York City and stuff, but it's the value has been in the local side for you. So I'm sure we'll dive more into that. But Megan, do you want to give an introduction?
Yes, absolutely. So my name is Megan Anderson, and my podcast has actually gone under a rebranding. So originally, I started in February of this year with a very long-winded podcast name. Don't do this, but Flow Working, the Entrepreneurs Podcast. It's very long-winded. Pretty much kind of what you were doing the story on. interviewing entrepreneurs. I had international guests from all over the world, which was fun and exciting. I've learned a lot about podcasting. But what I've decided next week, Flow Rising, as you'll see it's now, I'm still focusing on being an entrepreneurship, but I'm really taking it through the lens of a domestic violence survivor, of which I am. So my 38 years through childhood trauma and domestic violence trauma has really shaped the way that I approach being an entrepreneur. I've owned some form of my own business for 10 years. Currently working on a marketing agency, a full-blown marketing agency is what I do now. But this podcast is more of a hobby podcast. It's really helping women entrepreneurs tell their entrepreneurial story, but through that survivor's lens, and getting that, because the healing part of a survivor's journey is finding voice and telling your story from your perspective, from the way you experienced it, from the way that you survived it, from the way you thrived after it. I just have recorded my first 3 episodes. It is going to be a weekly podcast. First 3 episodes, and it's interesting. I will say that I loved what I did, and now I'm in love with what I'm doing. And there's a big difference. So for me, it's just really a passion project. It's not feeding my business as much as it's feeding me. So that's the new one. But yeah, I kind of do the hobby space.
Yeah, and we'll ask about this, but I wanted to ask you to come in because of the pivot.
Yep.
And I think that's really important because some of you will probably start podcasts and then you realize, well, this was great for the last 2 years, but maybe our current positioning isn't right for the next 2 years.
Yep.
And my perspective is to embrace that fully. So I'm excited to hear more about that. For those of you that were not at the last session, my name is Seth Silvers. I've ran a marketing agency for almost 8 years now in town. And 2 years ago, we decided to solely just focus on podcasting. Our focus was on storytelling for small businesses, and we realized podcasting is our favorite way to do that. And it's the way that is serving our clients the best. So I have a small remote team, and we have worked on about 30 podcasts over the last year and produced over 800 episodes, and I love podcasting. For the last 2 years, I've kind of been hiding behind my clients' podcasts because that's safe and comfortable and I don't have to do it. And so I'm currently revisiting, like, man, what does it look like for me to be a creator and for the stories that are in my world and that I want to bring out. And so over the next year, I'm going to be more aggressive in releasing our own kind of original shows. And so my main show, which actually Kurt and I kind of started together, the Small Business Storytellers, was kind of a collaborative effort about 4 years ago. And that show is currently on pause. We'll be coming back next year. The Minted podcast, which is up there, is a podcast documenting the creator economy and creators as creators start to use NFTs and cryptocurrency to build their audience. So a very niche topic. Either not interested in it at all, or you're like super intrigued by it, and it's really fun. So that's a little bit about me, Franklin.
I'm Franklin Taggart, and I am a pain in the butt to solopreneurs and freelancers and artistic creatives, and I won't rest until they succeed. And the biggest part of that is helping them to form the relationships that are the foundation for their success. I've been a podcaster off and on since 2009. My first podcast was in the home recording area, which was a passion of mine back then. I had also gone through a pretty severe illness, and my music career was on hiatus at that point. So I was just bored and really looking for a lot of things to do. I actually ended up selling that podcast as a part of a content package with a blog and a bunch of different affiliate things. And it was like the only business that I've actually ever grown to the point of selling. For the last 5 years now, I've been gradually growing a podcast that has now become something called Your Own Best Company, which is a play on words that my dad used to say about me when I was a kid, because I was a loner. My favorite place on earth was, my grandmother had a closet in her house that was full of her books from when she was a teacher, and it had a light bulb in it. And if they ever needed to find me, that was the first place that they would look. But I would just go in there and I would just be by myself and read for hours and hours and hours. And my dad would always say, you are your own best company. And as I started to work with more freelancers and solopreneurs, I found that that was true for a lot of them as well, that solitude was just as important to them as money. And so those are the folks that I have found myself drawn to work with in the last few years, and that is who my podcast is for. Now, I think I'm the only one here who has actually interviewed all three of the other panelists on my podcast.
That's awesome.
At different stages of the game, but my podcast has gone through several iterations. The most recent change is that at the beginning of this year, I decided that I wanted to do a daily podcast. And I still do one interview show a week, which is, interviewing a guest, and it's a longer show, usually about 45 minutes long. But I'm doing 6 days a week. I'm doing just a solo show of me talking about whatever came up in conversations with clients that day. And I have to tell you that I'm having a blast with that. And I've got more I can say about that, but my show is on 7 days a week.
Cool. That's awesome.
So is your Reset podcast, did it turn into this, for example?
Yeah, the Reset podcast, it's like, it started out first as I was interviewing my clients in a podcast called Make Your Own Way, because all of these folks had left the traditional, conventional career path and said, I want to do what I want to do. And then it kind of morphed into the Reset, which you guys were all on. And the Reset was people who had gotten to a place in their career where they were starting over with a complete reset. Like Kurt came from the food side of things, and then brought his banking knowledge and his finance knowledge and put all of this stuff together into Loco Think Tank. And it's like each one of these folks had a story where they had left something that was a conventional path and then started in their own direction. That morphed into Your Own Best Company when I realized that the majority of people that I was trying to reach are people who work alone. And so that's kind of the bird's eye view.
I like that. Thank you.
So a lot of people ask questions about format of podcasts. How long? Should I do video and audio? All of those questions, usually I will tell people, like, if you're doing a solo episode, you need a really good reason to go longer than 15 minutes. If you're doing an interview, maybe do 30, 35 minutes. Do a video, have guests from all over, because then your audience's potential grows. Kurt doesn't follow any of those rules with his podcast. And I think it's great. So I'd love to just hear you share a little bit about really making the podcast that excites you, as opposed to being like, all right, what are all of the boxes that I'm supposed to fit in as a podcaster? Because now I think you're seeing that it's unique, and it's part of the thing that makes your show unique. But yeah, share a little bit about kind of that approach for you.
Well, thanks. And as a matter of fact, when Seth and I kind of were working on the small business storytellers, he's like, it's got to be 25, maybe up to 30 minutes, 20 is better. And not really, because we stayed friendly through it all, and I became like a guest commentator and stuff, but I was kind of like, well, fine, you just take it then, because I don't want it if it's going to be a little 30-minute kind of show.
And it's always the balance of how do you recognize best practices and apply them, but then also where are the times where you need to bust out of best practices?
Yeah, and so I think I'm a very passions and intuitions led guy, and even in my own interactions, as a banker, I've interviewed hundreds and hundreds of business owners about their business and will I give them a loan and stuff like that, and found myself like an hour lunch is rarely enough to really connect with somebody. And so that was part of my motivations for a longer thing, just knowing that, when I meet the right people, a 90-minute conversation is still not enough. And so as far as my inspirational sources, and I only started listening to podcasts in 2018. Rogan was one of the first, and How I Built This was one of the next. And so my podcast is basically a mashup of those two things. It's your business journey. It's verboten topics like faith, family, and politics in every episode. And it's whatever else we want to talk about, kind of. So it's kind of, the intention is to really help listeners feel like they are getting to know this person that might be running a business that they frequent or have heard about or whatever, and really have that in-depth right in the room with you kind of a feel. And we just, you didn't ask the question, but we just moved to a video format that isn't even live yet because the technology's a struggle. So we might be contacting you for some help. But anyway, so we felt like that armchair and a couch takes it even that one step further toward feeling like it's an intimate conversation with people that not everybody gets a chance to meet.
Well, and I will say, I think that the ultimate goal is to be authentic to what show would excite you. Now it's kind of funny because it's coming full circle. In the session before this, we talked a lot about uniqueness, making sure your show's unique. I'm actually wanting to kind of shift small business storytellers to more of a long form content because I'm realizing that for me to be excited about it, the conversations I want to have at this stage in my business journey are not entry-level business conversations of tell me who you are, what you do, what you offer. I want to know about your tax strategy. I want to know about your pricing strategy. I want to know about deep into your mistakes and how you're overcoming those. And that's not a 25-minute conversation. So I think that we all as podcasters have to pay attention to where you're at in your journey and what's authentic to where you're at. With that, Megan, talk to us about being incredibly willing to bring your story into your podcast, because I think a lot of people start podcasting because I'd say many start because they have something to share, but that obviously requires strength and vulnerability, and that's challenging. So what's that journey for you been like of wanting to bring your story?
Yeah, so I mean, I've never worked for a corporation, so small business has been my life for over 20 years. Whether I was working with them, working on myself, working with consulting, clients, that kind of thing. So when I started, and it was being an entrepreneur, and that was what I was doing, like I said, it was half of who I was. And what I would tell people is, hey, I would tell my guests, don't be nervous. I'm going to ask the questions and you be you. But I realized I wasn't being me. Because there's this whole piece of me. And as a survivor, that's one of the things that I've learned is that we're required to stay silent to stay safe. And so being bold in public is actually part of my own process. And so what's interesting for me you asked about the pivot is I originally was just going to pivot completely, and I started listening to other survivor podcasts. A really good friend of mine does one. There's some really, really popular ones out there for survivors, but they were all the same. It's just people coming and talking about, this is what I went through, this is how I left, and this is what I'm going through now. And I'm like, that's a piece of me, but so is entrepreneurialism. And I think for me, showing up in all of me, like I said, I've recorded 3 episodes. To put it in perspective, my last one was 6 months long, and I recorded 200 episodes in 6 months.
Holy crap.
That's great. So in 6 months, I recorded 200 episodes. I was close to a daily show. I think it was 5 days a week, which I do not recommend unless you've done it as long as FoCo. Do not start on a daily, start on a weekly. But I learned a lot. And what I learned was when you're starting a podcast, the best thing to do is go, what do I like? I like talking to people. So I've tried solo casting, it is not for me. And so that's why I started trying to tell my story was through solo casts. And I would get weird and I would get nervous, but then I'd be on other people's podcasts about the domestic violence and the surviving. And it was easy for me to tell my story. So now I get to interview amazing people who are doing amazing things with their business, and they are doing amazing things for other survivors, and we get to talk about their story. For example, a lady I just met yesterday, she is a survivor of some serious childhood trauma. She was in a cult, and now she helps people through interior design their space so their home and their life doesn't trigger their trauma. And I went, wow, never would have met this woman, never would have had that conversation, and things she said helped me heal. And I think that that's the important piece of especially if you're starting a hobby podcast, passion is the point. You're going to grow your audience because they're actually watching you. Your guests are great. Their stories are great. But you showing up and being passionate is so important to the platform for a hobby podcast, because really, I'm never going to make money from this. I know that. I never say never. There may be a way, but what I'm doing now is my business. There's not a direct connection from marketing agency to domestic violence survivor stories.
Well, and here's the interesting thing is I think that's such a good example of why going small actually makes your podcast go big. If you would have just said you have a podcast for entrepreneurs, likely none of you would walk out of here. Yeah, exactly.
And actually, that's how I felt about Kurt. Like at the end, I was going,
yeah.
I don't want to do this.
Yeah, and it's like, but on the other side, if any of you in this room walk out of here and you have a conversation with somebody who's passionate about entrepreneurship and is also talking about their story of domestic abuse, like you will tell them about that you just heard Megan talking. And so it's like, it's your audience in one sense, it's nerve wracking to say, well, I'm going to narrow it from entrepreneurs to entrepreneurs that have gone through X, Y, and Z. However, if you're broad, then your audience has no clue how to recommend you. Our business kind of blew up once we said, great, we're just doing podcasting. And particularly like podcasting for coaches and consultants. Because before then, I was just one of the many marketing people.
Yep.
And so I would get these really broad requests of we want to market. But as soon as we've made it clear for how to recommend us, so I think that's such a good example of like, as you narrow this, people know how to share your show and who to share it with.
And it was terrifying to the day I went to my fiance and said, so this is what the new show is going to be about. And he looked at me and he goes, that's the best thing I've ever heard. And I went, there's nobody out there. A week later, I was booked for 6 months.
Yeah.
I have 6 months worth of guests on my calendar already.
Wow.
So niching actually does, and I was listening to a masterclass and they said, niche until your butt covers. Until it hurts. Because what you said, you get really small, but if those 100 people are so engaged that they go to lunch and they're like, I have to tell you about this podcast, guess what?
Yeah.
You just got a person.
When I mentioned this in the last session, one of my favorite podcasters is a guy named Jordan Harbinger. And he has been podcasting for about a decade. And he talks about how you have to earn the right as a content creator to go broad. Mm-hmm. So you have to start really, really niche down, really, really specific. And with him, he started very, very focused. And over time, he would start to introduce other topics. And he said his favorite emails are when he gets an email from his audience and they say, I never would have listened to that episode, but I trusted you. So I listened to it and I loved it. And he said that's evidence that he is like stewarding his audience. And that it started out as a really focused, really niche down audience. But then over time, you earn the right to start to introduce new topics and go a little bit more broad. A lot of people want to start broad. And then they hope that, there's 10 million people that are interested in this topic. And I think likely if you produce a podcast for one person, you will realize there are thousands of people, probably tens, probably hundreds, probably millions of people that are in that situation that relate to that. I'd love to talk about the pivot and ask both of you about this and then just open it up to any questions that the audience has. You've both gone through pivots with your podcast. I think
several times.
Yeah, I think it can be overwhelming at times. And there's like the concept of sunk cost where it's like you've put all this effort into building one brand. And then, is it worth it to start something new? And just kind of that mental battle. So I'd love to hear from you about just how that journey was and kind of what helped you to recognize it's actually a good move to make a pivot and rebrand this show.
Yeah. Well, before I go there, Jordan Harbinger is a really good example. I mean, this guy had built a podcast, tens of millions of followers and subscribers, and it was taken out from under him by some business partners. Mm-hmm. And then he started from scratch with another podcast and built it up rather quickly on a whole different angle, right? But even the biggies pivot sometimes, So the thing that I'm encouraged by is that I find that content marketing in general is very experimental. And you have to be willing to suck at something for a while before you really understand it and before you can get really good at it. And before you can actually start to look at, hey, wait a minute. looking back on what I did, that really worked a lot better. Why don't I just go ahead and focus on that for a while and see if I can build something around that? And that's how I've done it. It's been a lot of trial and error, a lot of error. But the thing that's been really fun for me is that each time that I slightly move in a new direction, it's like I get more inspiration. And just like Megan was saying, it's like when I switched over and I said, you know, I'd really like to bring people together who have something to say to people who want to work alone, who don't want to run an organization. I want the people who just say, I'm a one-person company and that's enough and that's great for me and I want to thrive in that. Those are my people, and I want people who want to speak to those people. So one of the things that's very interesting is that I get a lot of people on my show who come on and they say, the first thing you need to do is build a team. My people don't want to build a team. So the thing that's been fun for me is that as I've started to clarify that, first of all, my message has gotten stronger. Second of all, the guests that I want to draw for that are much more appropriate for the people who are listening. And so it's just made it a better show over time. Now, I'm not going to say that my initial impulses were misguided. It was just where I was at the time. But now I'm really integrating all of the things. And so my podcast has become a very reliable source of new clients for my coaching. And that's ultimately what I dreamed that it could be when I started. So.
That's great. Do you want to speak a little bit to just kind of maybe some of the hesitations in pivoting the podcast?
Yeah, I think for me, the hesitation came, for me, it was, do I stop podcasting altogether? Because I understand it's the long game. And I just knew, I don't have another year and a half of me doing this. I'm done. And just like in any relationship, when you're done, you're done. So I had to say, am I done and I'm giving it up? Or am I done and I'm doing something different? And it really, I was actually taking a bubble bath. It was like, snap, you put them together. Like, put your life together. But I think that the thing about pivoting is you're never starting from ground zero again. I started from ground zero when I started learning how to podcast for the last one. I did challenge myself to do a daily show because I'm like, I want to get good at this. I got nothing but time. I want to get good. So I've learned all these great things. Input from, I've learned I'm an extraordinarily good host up front, during, and at the backside. Because I'm an organized human being by nature and my guests love that about me. I did it for me. I didn't do it for them. But I took what I learned in that sense and applied it to the next one. Well, it took me probably a week to get it set up. I think it took me 2 hours to get my new podcast set up. So you're never going back down to ground zero. You're up and up and up and up. And so I think that's the thing about being willing to pivot. But again, keeping in mind that long game is if you're going to pivot, it has to be because if you continue what you're doing, it's an exercise in futility. And am I going to waste the next 18 months of my life on an exercise in futility? Or I looked at it as just taking one step to the right, where I'm now a whole person coming to the whole thing, which then now it feels so easy and natural. Plus all the technical skills and all the organization skills and all I've done 200 episodes. I now feel really comfortable meeting a stranger for the first time, talking about a really difficult conversation and walking out with someone who not only is a friend, but is a network human.
Yeah.
And so now we're putting it all together. And so I think that that's what it is you have to be honest with yourself.
Yeah, that's great. Kurt, did you want to add something to that?
Actually, onto Franklin's is what I was thinking about, because Franklin's been a creative solopreneur and worked with creative solopreneurs probably in the hundreds, maybe over 1,000. I don't know, a double buttload at least. And so he's become kind of a concentration of knowledge about what the life of working as a creative solopreneur is. And so even if you don't feel like you're an expert on that topic necessarily, and Megan, similar, and even my education through banking, the questions that I can ask business owners are frankly more qualified and resonant with the situation because I've talked to a double buttload of business owners. Franklin's talked to a double butt load and worked with, sorry for you at home, of those creative solopreneurs. And so recognizing that there might be a space where you have not just niche for niche's sake, but it's because of your specific experience, your specific passion. You know, it's that Venn diagram where your experience and your passion and whatever that third part all cross around.
Yeah, I mean, the sweet spot that kind of we're all getting to is I should be able to enjoy listening to my own show. Like, I think that it's not this case for everybody, but generally starting a podcast or creating content that is going to either serve where you are currently at or where maybe a few steps back. I think that's really common for content creators is like, you're maybe looking to where you were, maybe it was 6 months ago, maybe it was 6 years ago, but you're kind of speaking to an audience that you would find value in. I think it's really, really hard for you to be able to empathize with an audience that you're not part of. And so I think that's where it's got to serve. It feels selfish at times, but like it's got to serve you.
I don't think it's selfish at
I
all.
don't think so.
I believe very strongly that the most personal things are the most universal.
Mhm.
And so if you're out there sharing your point of view from your personal perspective, I have a feeling that it's going to reach a lot more people than you might imagine, rather than trying to fit yourself into some mold and trying to guess what they want to hear. It's just ain't going to work. So I think that if you are in integrity and you're putting yourself out there as you are talking about what you think and what you know and what you've experienced, I have a feeling that there's going to be a more universal appeal to that than you might think.
We have about 15 minutes left, and I'd love to take any questions that you have for any of us or all of us.
Well, you know, when you guys talk like that, it reminds me of every time we come over and sit and listen to the presenter, and one of us asks a question. Every time I ask a question, and then when you guys answer something, there's so many people in the room that didn't want to raise their hand, and here I am, I'm endorsing that, and then everybody gets their answers. So it's kind of like the same thing you're talking about. And I really agree. Again, I'm so new to this, but I do agree from the point of view that when we speak from our passion and make ourselves vulnerable and share with the world, guarantee there are going to be other people at the same spot. But then if I keep doing it, then I'm growing by sharing it. We're all growing together. To me, I think that's super valuable. And then people want to hang on to you because you are going forward in your life. You're learning, you're growing, and you have the courage to share your growth, and everybody's learning at the same time. I think that's very rewarding to me.
Yeah. Question?
Yeah, this is sort of particularly directed at like the concept of the interview show. How do you make your interview show not sound samey? So like, for example, you mentioned that you're asking a lot of the same questions. How I built this, I couldn't stick with it because it's all the same questions. So how do you have an interview show that continues to be interesting and not sound so samey?
I'll take a page from Kurt and just say that there's usually liquor involved. There's always a picture of you holding up a glass, man.
One thing I can say that I've done that's been really successful, I have a questionnaire that my guests fill out. It's required. It's my IP release, so they have to fill it out. They have to agree to it. But then there's questions. And the questions are, in this case, whatever part of your domestic violence story you're willing to share with me. I get to know them a little. And then what are your 3 favorite topics to talk about your business? No, of the 200 episodes, and I didn't do the domestic violence part, but the 3 topics were what I had for the last show. Nobody gave me the same 3 answers.
Yeah.
I have 5 marketers and nobody gave me the same 3 answers. To answer your question, it's a conversation, not an interview. I just want to know you. That's why I love what I do. I'm going to sit with someone for 3 hours and just get to know you. And I think some of the shows that took the formulaic, like I'm asking the same people the same questions, were just from a want of, I got to get consistent. I got to get consistent. And if I don't get consistent.
Yeah, it's better to do it. It's better to like do it and follow a formula than to not. And I think that thinking is kind of shifting a little bit backwards. I think 2 years ago, people would say, yes, it is. And now the industry has shifted a little bit towards like, probably more important to be authentic, even if that's twice a month instead of every week.
Well, I think that, and like I've really started listening to Lex Friedman a lot lately, and he's got 2 to 4 hour conversations going, but he's always got like 3 questions that he always asks, you know, and because, so that you can have that consistency and really, to my mind, have a real contrast and show, you know, when asked the question, what's the meaning of life? The variety of answers is all over the board, and I think that's kind of nice for people to understand.
Yeah, I think you said it well. It's like got to be a conversation, not an interview. I think that's the main piece of it. Is if you're engaged in the conversation, that's going to come across totally different than if you have your list of 10 questions, and you can always tell when an interviewer knows they're like, I think it's when, as an interviewer, if your perspective is I have to get through these questions as opposed to I have to go deep into the interview, that's going to come across in the interview.
I have one more thing to add on that topic generally, and I know that I'm kind of rare in that I do in-person podcasts and microphones and headsets and everything, but even in the Zoom type conversations, I really recommend having an earpiece and whatever, so that you're really isolated and zoned in. It's just you and that person. There's no distractions going on in the office. The doorbell didn't ring, whatever. So anyway, that's just
that's good.
It's worth the $40, you know.
I have one thing to add briefly, and that is that for some people who are just getting started out with interviews, having a structured interview is helpful. And as you get used to it, one of the things that starts to happen is that you're naturally curious. So follow your curiosity in the interview and see where it goes, right? And the worst thing that can happen is that you'll have to edit something.
Oh,
right? So, or not. But I really feel like that, interviewing is something that you're not born with. It's something that you cultivate. And as you experience it, and as you refine it, you get a lot more comfortable in that seat. And where I've started to go recently is that I've started to bring back people as regulars. If we've had a really good conversation, I bring them back as a regular guest, because then we can go deep on a topic and I don't have to introduce them again, right? So it's like, that's a whole other level of conversation that I haven't been able to get to with very many of my other interviews.
That's great. Any other questions?
Keep going.
Again.
Until somebody else raises a hand, you got the floor.
I have a couple of different niche ideas, and I wonder what you would think about having multiple podcasts. Like you have 2 podcasts, and some of your, and you had one, but you gave one away.
I have 4 in one now.
Right? So
I got 4 niches in one.
So I'm curious about having multiple podcasts and whether it's possible or if it's asking too much of yourself. Go ahead.
Pick one. Get really comfortable. Dedicate a year. Pick one. Because what'll happen is you're going to have to learn. You don't know what you don't know, and I can't tell you what you don't know. There's the tech, there's the editing, there's do I hire, there's so many things that I akin it to starting a business. If I'm going to start a marketing business and all of a sudden I'm now gardening, it doesn't make sense. Every time you start a podcast, you have to start a new audience. So if you're not comfortable with what you're doing, you're not going to be good at any of it. You're going to spread yourself too thin. You're going to get frustrated.
I think gardening's a wonderful.
I love gardening. It's kept me sane all summer. But I think that's my point is that pick one, and it's better to hyper niche, get really, really good at one thing, and then decide, I'm actually getting ready to start a second podcast, but I'm doing it with a friend. It's in the same vein, but we're doing it together. And so you just have, starting multiple podcasts at one time, I'm sure you would tell your clients the same thing. Pick one and roll with it and see where it goes.
Well,
what do you think, Kurt?
The only thing I would add on is you don't have to kill the other one dead. You can keep it in the warming bin, see if you like the one that you've picked, you know, whatever. You don't have to have that emotional, like, oh, I have to choose between my son and my daughter. You know, so that would be the only thing I would add, but I do agree very much that one is hard enough.
And I think it's more like almost sustainability. Like I would prioritize getting into a sustainable position as a creator and getting comfortable with it, and then iterating off of that. And then like you might not know until you have 10 or 20 episodes in of you don't know how much time it takes.
Yeah.
And so I think figuring out that sustainability, because I would much rather you start one and it get to 100 episodes than you start 4 and it both don't make it past like 15.
Yeah.
And that's going to be way better for you as well.
Everything you start will have to be managed.
Yeah.
Management is not something that I have a lot of bandwidth for.
Yeah. Yeah. And similarly to how like money compounds in good ways, I think on the flip side, it seems like details compound in the negative way, where like the mental space of the details with 4 shows, it's much more than 4 times.
It's like 6 times.
Yeah, it's like 6 times the space. So I think for each additional show, like that's why the last year I've spent trying to build processes so that I don't go crazy with details of shows, and I still go crazy. So, did you raise your hand? Did you have a question?
I was just going to make a comment that,
Yeah.
you know, I heard from a long time ago, one of my mentors would always share with me, you can't start with one. A tribe is not just one, it's everyone. And if you have a common interest, a common goal, or a common background, then you can build that tribe together.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's great.
That's a great way to approach a podcast, really.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
I think Jennifer's got a question. I can see her.
No questions.
No questions. Boy, this has been thorough.
Nick's in the back. You've been podcasting for a long time. Do you have any thoughts or questions?
I hate post-production. Everything, yeah, I was just about to like, you know, Seth spitting fire up here because of the compounding details, creating not just like a longer to-do list, but the mental weight of every, and you're like, oh crap, I've got to post-produce that show today. Yeah. Put it in the email marketing. Oh yeah, I don't have a Canva thing yet, and it's post. And if you get interrupted, and Liz going to be speaking on ADHD next over in the Larimer SBDC classroom. If you have the slightest bit ADHD, which I am, you lose yourself in every single transaction there. And then you're emailing yourself and putting things online. So the process to make those things smooth and writing it down so that you can then someday hopefully, you know, either put somebody on Fiverr or a local staff or an agency on it, go for it. Because that is so critical to life.
Yeah. I think all of us probably have slightly different processes, and I don't think we need to necessarily say, you know, A to Z our process, but I'd be curious to like what some of the tools that you all are using to stay organized. I know for us, like we use Google Drive for everything. For every show, we have like a master spreadsheet that shows every single show, every single episode, and then it also has links in that spreadsheet to each like promotional graphic or YouTube link and different things like that. That's helped us to stay organized. We also recently started using Trello. We had much more advanced project management and it was too much. So we actually simplified. So we have like, you know, our, I don't know the number, our, you know, 47 steps for an episode, but then we have different phases that we like move that episode through so that visually we can see like, oh, we're working for this client, we're working on 6 episodes at a time. At any given time, we were working on about 55 episodes. And so at different places, like we need to be able to visualize where those were. But I think for me, like Trello and Google Drive has been our like saving grace. I'd be curious, what are some of the things that are keeping you guys sane with all the details?
I'm the detail human, I know, it's so funny. I use Google Drive. I have automated. I use Google Drive, I use Calendly. I use the workflows in Calendly. Everything is automated. The moment they get my link to schedule until they actually talk to me, which is usually weeks out,
there's 5 or 6 things that they get. And I ask for things multiple times. I recognize, I need your headshot and your bio. I'm gonna have to ask for that 3 times. I need you to fill out my questionnaire. I'm gonna have to ask for that 3 times. That's okay.
And those reminders are going out
Automatically. I've automated email, text. I use the text feature and I tell people.
Then if you get it, do you turn it off? Or do you keep asking them for their bio and their headshot?
No, and it says, it tells everybody in my emails, these are automated emails. I tell them it's automated. So if they've given it to me and then they get the next one, they know to ignore it.
Okay.
Some people will get the 5th one and they're like, I don't remember. And that's okay. I'll then take a moment to go tell them. But automations, and like you said, I use Google Drive because everybody can access it, whether they've got a Apple or, Mac or PC or Android, or it doesn't matter. Use tools that anybody can use. But I think the biggest thing about processes that I tell things is what Nick said, write it down. Create checklists for yourself, write it down, even if it's just you, so you know where you are in the process.
I use Google Forms for getting all of my information about guests. And I don't send them the scheduling link until they've submitted the Google form, which has some required fields that include things like your bio, your headshot, your the way that you want to be introduced, and the contact links for where you want to be reached after the podcast. They have to give me that before I will give them the scheduling link. Yeah.
Yeah, and then do you have everyone sign a disclaimer also, like we can use this live and
That's a
post
good
it,
question.
or-
It's a great question. I haven't done it up until now. But
It's becoming more commonplace. You do, Megan.
I have an IP release.
Yeah, you'd
And
have to.
I have an IP release because, for 2 reasons. One, especially with my new, because there's a lot of really sensitive information. So I ask them, are we audio only or are we audio video? I give them the option in that form. But the IP release is super important to protecting you as the content creator, because I actually had a guest not follow the rules when I was just giving them raw stuff. And I went, learned my lesson on that one the hard way.
Yeah, and there's platforms out there, like one that we use is called Podmatch.
Love
And it's a great platform. And so they automate the process to where, like, as somebody's filling out your guest release form, or as somebody's putting in like their name, their bio, hey, I want to be on the show, it's like a button that they check that says, I agree. And sometimes you're going to get pushback and somebody's like, no, I don't agree with that. It's like,
sorry,
cool. You don't know how media works in the 21st century.
Self-elimination.
So that is becoming more commonplace. I'm probably going to call it for this. We want to give the next presenter time to get set up. I'm sure all of us will be around for at least a couple minutes to ask any questions, but thank you all for joining, and thank you all for coming. So, can the four of us do a picture in front of this cool wall that Nick built?
The cool wall.
Jennifer, can you take
Oh,
picture of
yeah.
us?
Never forget the sense of works. We walked away from it.
And my second conversation with Seth just released this week, Monday. So if you want to listen to me and Seth catch up on all things podcasting, selfless, shameless plug, we'll get it in the middle back. You should get middle back because you're not short.
A lot of stuff they said.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna jump in here with you. That's okay. All right, everybody, where should we go? All right, here we go. Frank, it's good to see you.
I love that this is.
Yes.
I've
Right?
seen it before.
No, they're especially made with Comic Con.
That's, no, I love that.
Oh, I got one. You guys might hear that. Oh, wonderful. This is about ADHD organization. Actually, just what you were saying is on my 10 Commandments. A lot of it. It's fun to have some use up before I go to my new spot.
Excellent.
Yeah, and you help me out. You coach me.
Things are well.
Yeah, that's it. Maybe you can also find them.
Sorry, I've got to run. I gotta make sure to take Thanks, yeah, let's talk to this. So, do I need to go
Thank you for putting time on this.
What?
Thank you for putting up time.
Oh, for this.
Since it would be on the marketing side.
Yeah.
I keep my watch to the podcast. And then it was just. But now I know I got it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
The whole thing is live streamed, so we'll have it.
No, thanks for everything you do this morning. Appreciate it.
Sure, yeah.
Learn something.
I think there's.
James, did you need a chair or anything like that, or are you? Okay.
They do, Lacey and her country ball. So.
Okay, when you're ready, I have your.
James, you have seen slides?
I do.
Okay. There?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And
Just so you know something.
Huh?
You guys can, first I'll come back.
As I say, everyone on the outside.
How's it coming along? How's your attendance?
Yesterday was a little slow. We was at that 2 o'clock meeting. But overall, it's been pretty well attended. Yeah. But
Yeah, it's been really as much time after as I would have liked to. I kind of snuck up on me, and by the time I was like, oh, I don't have hardly any time left to defend for fun.
We're gonna be in March 2023.
Oh.
Yeah, so we'll be coming back.
Come back and host presentations.
That's the goal.
Was this kind of like a, you know what, we should do a 2022 letter?
The team requested to move out of like this early winter basically. So we're like, all right, we can do that, we can try it. And just so happen to line up with dates that we can get. So.
Well, and this time last spring, it was still a little sketchy together, large groups together.
Well, yeah, and it was about the same time when the new like variant came out, and everybody was like, we can't do this in person right now. So
Right.
I'm like, okay, whatever it is.
You want to just catch
It's just another under 5.
My brother, his wife, up in Washington State.
There you are.
Tips that actually kids right away. There's lots of You'll probably tell
Just check it.
Okay, thank you.
Before my whole career in corporate America.
It's all good. Chaos.
I was
Chaos.
able to do everything I wanted to do through that, but when I left there,
Chaos and clutter.
I thrive on chaos, so I need some clarity.
Probably Monday at the,
Okay.
we Belgium, something like that. Or no, we walked out.
Oh, you're the one with the functional medicine.
Right. Right.
See, I told you I would be really bad when you change shirts.
I'm sorry. I tried to wash the other one.
See, if you would have, I would have known what I needed.
Okay. Derek is not here, so.
Well, nice to meet you.
What's that?
Nice to meet you.
Well, I had a hype man all worked up, my Flavor Flav, but he's not here, so. So next, we're gonna get started.
No, it's later.
Ready?
How long's next?
Okay. Chaos and clarity, my two favorite topics here. Okay, so there's been a lot of talk. Oh, first, let me encourage everybody, just jump in and let's make this a conversation. You're my, I don't know, 10 or 12 best friends right now. So I'm going to make you do work, which will be fun. And just, like I said, jump in with any questions. So there's been a lot of talk over the past couple of days about clarity and neurodivergence and some of that. So we're going to touch on that, but hopefully what we'll do today is kind of set you up to be inspired. That's the goal. So who is this guy? I'm a 6-time founder. It was 4 as of a couple of days ago, and then I thought of 2 extra things. I used to run a band. I was a touring musician, and that was a business. It sounded like a lot of fun, but it was not a lot of fun. But I can tell you that everything they say about life on the road as a musician, it's all true. Okay, so, and then I added myself. I'm a business, and I have to run myself. So I'm a 6-time founder, 4 in the traditional way. I've done a lot of things throughout my life, and sometimes I sit here and I say, are you out of your mind? And other times I say, that's good that I've done a lot of things. I'm currently working on a company called Energetics Health, which I'll tell you a little bit about. It's a functional medicine practice, basically. And I'm a devout polymath. I have a thirst for any kind of information, the stupidest thing possible. Heidi can tell you here about the dumb facts that I bring up at all times, but I just think it's fun, and sardonic is my new favorite word. I try and make sure that I study a new word at least once a day and really understand it, and something that I don't usually use. And I also watch a TED Talk every single day, which I highly recommend. I had one period where I didn't miss a day for, I think it was about 430 days or something like that. So now I'm not quite that good, but I try. So who are you? Let's do the traditional show of hands, but I'm going to make you do it in a better way. Let's see, if you're a newbie to the founder world, the startup world, first timer, early at it, give me a 1. Okay, the experienced people, you've done it before maybe, or you're kind of far along, you got to give me the X. Okay, I'm experienced. Okay, good. And then there are the old pros who have been doing this forever and consider themselves neurodivergent, if we're going to use the fancy word. You've been there, maybe you've exited, that sort of thing. We'll just give you the traditional show of hands. Okay, great. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what goes on in your mind in the chaos. And I'm not a psychologist by any stretch of the imagination, but so I'll probably get some facts wrong in this part, but this is my view of it, and that's really all I have to offer. So back when I was a kid, we used to say that somebody who was a little off was hyperactive. That was the term, and the Ritalin was the way that you solved that. And I had a next door neighbor who was hyperactive and on Ritalin, and his mother was a psychologist. And if you want to have a fun party, you invited the two of them. Okay. And then somehow hyperactive became ADHD. To me, it's kind of the same thing, but again, I'm not a clinician in this area. But that was sort of a popular term, and I would admittedly suffer from this, but I'm going to talk a little bit on the clarity part about how you can use that to your advantage. Autistic spectrum disorder. A lot of people talk about, oh, he's on the spectrum. And I asked around over the past couple of days, what does that mean to you? And I got wildly different answers. But when you look at it from this perspective, all these things are negative except for one, gifted. Or I should say considered negative, except for gifted. And so that's the one that I went for. And the rest of them, I understand it, but I don't think that really, I don't think this is a collection of bad things. There are good parts to some things and bad parts to some things. And then neurodivergence, that's the hip term. I've been to 2 sessions this week on neurodivergence, and it used to be diagnosed as an illness, but now it's treated more as a condition where your mind just thinks differently and processes things differently and acts or causes you to act differently. So it's become a positive, which is strange because that all happened in about 2 years, I'd say. So now that we're in the chaos section, where do the ideas come from? Again, I can just share my own experiences. I read a lot, I watch a lot of TV. Believe it, I get ideas from TV, good and bad. And I just try and, as I said with the polymath thing, I just try and take in as much information as possible. So, John, I'm going to pick on you first. Where do your ideas come from? Oh, and I should say my other place is moments of quiet, and that can be walking, biking, whatever. But
you know, for me, it's like for some of my ideas is when I'm outside walking around, and all of a sudden it hits me like a hurricane. I have done some writing. I write a lot of music, poems, got published work, and you know, it's kind of funny though. With the business I'm in now, he put it in my mind up there. He nearly woke me up out of a dead sleep on October 19th, 2019.
Did a big hand come into the room?
He literally woke me up out of a dead sleep. I'm like, hey, I'm like, okay, whatever, until you start seeing tears. Saying if you miss this opportunity that you put it in, you'll be poor.
Right.
You know, and I'm like, okay, what, you know, a couple, but I mean, after a week of seeing the TV, and I mean, just obvious stuff you see, and then it just went from there. But yeah, most of my ideas, you know, very spontaneous.
Great. You're up. Where do your ideas come from?
Sure. Yeah, I would say similar. I definitely love consuming lots of books and like TED Talks. I think for me, it's stuff like this, where I get to talk in person with other people and get to kind of explore the way that they're thinking about the world, the things that they've dived into that I haven't considered. So a lot of times, I mean, during these sessions, I've jotted down a lot of ideas, different ways to approach things.
And you said something really interesting there about talking to people in person. We've completely lost that. And I'm going to lead the Army to bring that back, because I get so much out of these types of events. You can be talking about things that have nothing to do with anything. It doesn't matter. I always think about it as every person that I talk to or every situation I'm in, I can learn something. So I take phone calls from people and they're like trying to sell me carpet tiles or something, because I used to be an architect. So I'm on that list. And, you know, but I talk to them because I'm going to learn something, and ideas just come. Who would say that they've got a really unique place that they've got where the ideas come from?
Live life experience. What's that? Live life experience.
So then the question, once we've got all these ideas, what in the world do we do with them? How do you keep them someplace and do something with them? Execution is always the hardest thing. I always say that the greatest idea without any execution is just garbage. It's completely wasted. So what I do is I make sure I have one tool, and I use Asana and Evernote and things like that. And everything that I can think of, I just dump it in there, and it doesn't matter what it has to do with, whatever. This is by no means a complete list, but I put this together a couple days ago to say, okay, what have I been thinking about lately? And it's all over the place. You know, I've got books, I've got you know, a couple of bands I want to put together. Energetics Health is my main focus. Focus is important, we'll talk about that. But I've been looking at buying a franchise because it's a consistent money source, and I want to open a music store. So like all this stuff is just coming at me constantly. So what I then do is I move to my structured lists. And this is an example where, okay, these are the things that right now I need to be doing. And I've got a couple of pages of notes, and this is just stream of consciousness stuff that a lot of times I don't even remember why I wrote it down. If they're handwritten notes, I can't read my own writing. You know, it doesn't matter. Anything that I can get out of it goes into this categorized list. And then for this category, I put the dollar signs next to it. Okay, so which ones have the highest value? Now, Energetics Health, which is my highest priority, has $1 sign because we have no revenue yet. But hopefully that changes to about $20 signs by the next time I come back and talk to you. But it's the one that I'm committing most of my energies to. Others just, you know, I think that's just a good way, and I try to keep that list at like 3 to 5. And I had to put number 6 in there today just to prove that I don't listen to myself all the time. Yes?
Would I be able to ask if you could speak a little louder? I'm really having trouble. I'm really interested in what you have to say.
Okay, I will try. I'll get my radio voice going. So, as far as the uncategorized and categorized ideas, it's your turn. How do you do it?
I have a giant list of everything, and it just all goes in there. I don't organize them.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else have? Yes.
I usually get my best ideas when I'm quiet, when taking quiet time, or yes, and when I'm exchanging conversation with people. Something always triggers me. Whatever they say, it triggers me, triggers an idea in me, if that is very true. I also have usually say, I like to know this, or I like to find this somewhere as soon as possible. And then I kind of let it go. I want to know, and then I forget about it. And I'm going about my life. And if I get quiet, then I usually get the answer. I make connections like that. And yes, also, as far as classificating, I notice sometimes that some things are really important for me, but then I dismiss them. Some things that are not important, I simply bring them forward in terms of priority. So I'm trying to not write them down anyways. And then I give myself a chance to say, oh my gosh, I need to pay attention to this one versus this one. Sure, I prioritize, but it used to be that things that were very important that I got, I dismissed them because I was in the wrong state of mind maybe. So yes, journaling and prioritize this.
So a couple stories here. John Lennon had a great quote. I'll be just paraphrasing here, but he basically said, if a song's good enough, I'm going to remember it. I don't need to write it down. So I've subscribed to that for a long time, but what I found out is my memory's not what it used to be, and I just can't do that anymore, so I'm reacting to the situation. But I did that for a very long time, and when I was writing songs before I ever heard about John Lennon saying this, I did it the same way. Clearly I was going to remember it if it was worth anything, and I've got tape after tape of stuff that they all could have been songs, but they just didn't make it for whatever reason at the time. The other story is there's a great Seinfeld show where Jerry writes a joke in the middle of the night and he can't read his own handwriting. He has no idea what the joke is, and he's just trying for the whole show to remember it. I find that trying to remember things is, at this point, it's just useless for me. I have to write them down or maybe use a voice recorder. There's many different ways to do it, but I would really encourage you, because I'll say something, yesterday I was really interested in something, and by today I've completely forgotten what it was. It never comes up, and then in 6 months I'll be like, well, wait a minute, I thought about that. So one of the things I have on my priority list is an application called Noticed that I came up with, it's probably about 10 years ago at this point. And I was just looking through some stuff, and I found some mock-ups that I had done, and I said, wait a minute, this is a valuable idea. So it made its way back. So there's always this cyclical nature to things where they go away, they come back, and that sort of thing. But I guess what I'm trying to get across is just to try and control that as much as possible. Don't try and capture everything. You'll drive yourself really crazy, but you can get a start. Yes?
Yeah, so I have a couple of different ways that I get ideas. One is I've noticed that if I'm in a familiar location, that my thinking is limited by previous thoughts I've had while I was at that location. So for me to get new ideas, I need to go to physically a new location, and it could be just around the corner. It doesn't have to be, an exotic place. Just someplace different, so that I'm seeing a different view while I'm in that space. And the other one, surprisingly, is I used to teach technical courses for a living, and I discovered that while I am in front of a group, the group energy gives me ideas. I don't exactly know how it works, but things just come out of my mouth that I wouldn't normally say, or I get in a flow state, or I don't know, something happens, and all of a sudden I'm creating new course content on the fly in the moment. Lately I've been thinking about exploring beatboxing, and I have an app on my phone. I can't think of it because I haven't used it yet, but it allows me to record small snippets and play them all at the same time. I forget what you call that. But
it's a mashup.
Yeah. So I need something that just allows me to be spontaneous and not pre-planned and not thought about, but just spontaneous, almost like stand-up comedy.
Yeah, and I found, I went through a period in my design career, which I ran a design branding firm for about 20 years before what I'm doing right now. And I was involved with a lot of mixed-use real estate development and sports and entertainment facilities. And the best way to understand what you need to do to solve a problem or create something new is just sit there. It's what's the Yogi Berra quote? You can observe a lot of stuff just by looking around. You know, that one has always stuck with me. So, like you mentioned, going to an unfamiliar place, I've traveled all over the U.S. on mixed-use environments and arenas and stadiums just to see what's going on and to watch how people use things. And it changes your perspective, because what was going on in California and what goes on in Minnesota are completely different. And you know why? Because of the weather. Okay, that's one of the contributing factors, I should say. So putting yourself in unfamiliar places with no expectations, I think that's great that that's how you're approaching it. Okay, so now you've got all this stuff. How do you keep yourself on track? Two things. Two things that are really one thing. And it's completely against my nature, completely against the nature of everything we talked about all these ideas coming from places, but it's focus. It's completely the opposite. Okay, so the way I look at it is I have one thing that I need to focus on, and I need to give myself a deadline and to say, for the next 2 weeks, this is what I do. It's tremendously painful to do that for me, but it's just something, it's the only way I think that you can really make any headway on all this stuff. Just pick one thing, do it, do nothing else, and then move on. And I'll give you an example of the chaos here. So Energetics Health, we're a health and wellness startup based on functional medicine. And every investor will tell you, just have one thing, and that's what the whole company is. Get that working and then move on to the next thing. What I say to people when I'm giving a presentation about the company is exactly that. I say, we do this one thing, okay? But to me, that one thing has these other branches, because that's one product, but it affects 5 different products. It's the same product, just presented differently to different audiences with different outcomes expected. So I can kind of get away with talking about that in those situations, but they really don't want to hear this, okay? And ultimately what I see is this, okay? This is 12 subdivisions, okay? At the center is Energetics Health, but what I did is I changed the wording. I said, we're a game-changing health and wellness company focused on, as opposed to this is a health and wellness product focused on. So just that wording it's a change that that satisfies me, but again, the investment community, this is the last thing they want to hear about. If I have one more person tell me you're trying to boil the ocean, I'm going to tell them again, just, what temperature do you want it? That's the way I think about it. So this is all one product. It's just 12 different focuses of the exact same product presented to different audiences. I personally don't get why this wouldn't be applauded, but they don't want this. Okay, so for that can tell you a lot about who you're talking to. If they're not open to where you want to go, then maybe they're not the right fit. You have to think about that. Yes.
I have a story that illustrates that. It actually quite shocked me when I first got into the computer industry. I didn't know anything about technology, nor did I know anything about accounting. But I came across this one company that used a database, and this was early, to build an accounting system. But they did something really unique, and that is they changed the language and created a new book with reports in it that were all specific to, let's say, diabetes or nutrition or something else. It was the same software, but they changed the reports and they changed all the terminology so that they had all these different books for chiropractic, in their case, for accounting and dentists and doctors and general accounting, but they put them all in different books. And they were extremely successful because they took this general concept that they had built, that they specialized it and made it specific to the language patterns of who was going to buy it.
And that's the kind of thing that I would react completely. I'd be doing backflips if somebody came in and told me that, because there's a vision and there's a methodology to get there that's not inventing 5 new things. It's one thing presented differently. So, when in this example for Energetics Health, that's all of these things. Okay, we do it in different ways. So, for example, our lab testing, we're outsourcing that now, but I want to have my own lab. And the lab is going to be driven by the research, which we're outsourcing right now, but I want to do the research. The blood draws, we're outsourcing, but I want to bring it in-house. So it's all a part of supply chain, control, product, brand. It's like all these things. And nutrition is involved in everything that Energetics Health does. It's just that, boy, if somebody's looking for a nutrition product, I just clarified it for them by saying that's all that we do, if that's the thing that you're looking for. So if people want to be in a box, they can be, or if they want the full delivery, they can get that too. So that's where it gets very confusing, which leads me to, this is the hard part, managing the team, okay? How do you go to a bunch of people and say, I've got all this stuff and I want you to work on this, without confusing the hell out of them? Because most people are specialists, or they're good at a small range of things. They're not good at a wide range of things. And it's very hard to take all the ideas. So the same way that I have to deal with myself is the same way I deal with the team. Number one is focus. Right now, we are working on this. That's it. I don't want to talk about anything else. I can be thinking it, but they're executing one thing. To successfully do that, you have to think about building the team as one of the first, or I shouldn't say you have to, but the way that I've done it is I built the team first, and then I built the product around the team, okay, which is a very different approach to it. But I knew that there were certain people that I knew through my network and knew the questions to ask to get to the right people, so that I could put together a team that could do all the things that I wanted them to be able to do. It also helps if you've got a core group of people who have been around you and have seen you do it before and have experienced the benefit of having done it before. They have to buy into the concept that, this is going to grow and there's a benefit to that, but focus. There's one thing that we need to do for the next 6 months, and we need to deliver this, okay? So that's where it gets really difficult. So I'm coming near the end here, and then we can talk a little bit more. Frank Zappa, whatever you think about his music, or a lot of people say he's a drugged up hippie. Guy didn't do any drugs. He's a hippie for sure, but he's also one of the most gifted thinkers I think I've ever been experienced with. Because the mind is like a parachute. It only works when it's open. Okay, so if you can open everybody's mind and keep them focused, that's the magic. And I don't have any great answers for you there, but that's what we're trying to do. So to wrap this part up, I'll just say, some key points. Be yourself. Do what you want to do. You can read every business book in the world. And when I see something that says, here are the 10 steps, forget it. I'll read it. I want to see what they think the 10 steps are, but their 10 steps couldn't possibly be universally applicable to what I'm doing and what everybody else is doing. It's a great way to sell books, but it doesn't really work. You have to work on your terms, and that again goes with the team. The team has to understand that this is going to be the way that we are going to do this. You're either on the bus or you're off the bus. That's as simple as I can put it. I don't have a great track record in hiring. It's my major weakness, but I think it's because I've confused people along the way and I haven't communicated to them what my terms are going to be. Okay, so we have to do that, and we have to address the people who are not on the bus early. Hire slowly, fire quickly. It's really an important aspect of running a business. Answer the questions and question the answers. Okay, if somebody asks you, you better have an answer. But if somebody tells you what the answer to something is, red flag. Okay, I want to know why that's the answer. Somebody not here right now came up to me earlier and said, so you ask a lot of questions in these seminars, because I make sure I ask one at least. Number one, to save the presenter from being standing there saying, okay, questions, and nobody says anything. But also just to draw out something that I want to know about that I think would help the crowd. So, and then I really want to drill down deep, which you can't do in this format, but you grab them at the New Belgium porch there, and that's when you drill them. Filter the input. It's not gospel, okay? I'm an advisor for SAGE, which is an advisory group for startup businesses in Fort Collins, and I've worked as an advisor, I hate the word mentor, but advisor to a number of companies along the way, both within my specialties and without and outside of them. And I always tell them, mentor whiplash will kill you. I went through one accelerator program here about a year and a half ago at this point. I wanted to see what an accelerator was like. It was completely not the fit for me, because you get one set of mentors there who would judge. It was like going to pitch school. Okay, so you get one set of mentors that say, okay, here are the things that I wish you had done. Okay, we have a very complex business. It's not like, we're going to take pictures of this and post them on the internet or anything like that. It's a complex business. It cannot be explained in 5 minutes. And I've had to work very hard to get people interested in 5 minutes, because you have to win the nomination before you can win the election. All right, so, but the mentor whiplash issue is like the next time you come and you've got 3 new people who know nothing and they say something completely different. Now, between the first and the second, I've made the changes to address the questions that I was asked. So, oh, that's really important that you know how to address that. So I address it. The next people couldn't care less about that. They've got another set. And if you just tried to answer every question along the way, it could drive you completely insane, which it was doing to me. And finally, I said, no more. I'll listen to the advice, but at the end of the day, I make the decisions about what I want to do and how I want to do it. And the question I always ask is, what's the worst thing that can happen? You know, Energetics Health, this is not marketing by any stretch of the imagination for Energetics, so I'm just using it as a current example. But the worst thing that could happen is I've got backup plan B and backup plan C and backup plan D, which is that there's no backup plan A, B, or C, you know, and we change with the times. We address the things that we're hearing, the wants and needs of the market. And the worst thing that can happen is we open up one clinic somewhere and we do what we do and we see if it catches. That's the worst. Or closes its doors, wrong time, wrong place you go. That's happened to me in the businesses that I've run. I had one that I thought was the greatest idea in the world for the design community. Nobody wanted to pay for it because they were used to stealing. This was for design reference images. They were used to just grabbing images off of Google. And why would I pay you $6 to use something legally when I can use it for free and chances are nobody's going to catch me? Okay, so the worst case scenario, shut it down, move on to the next thing. So if you would like to get in touch with me, that's how, and if anybody wants a copy of this presentation, feel free to ask. If you want to, well, this is not cooperating. If you want to know anything more about Energetics Health, you can look at it there. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about that. And with that, we have about 15 minutes to chat. So, yes.
Yeah, I just need a frame of reference. So Energetic Health, how long have you been in business?
Year and a half.
Year and a half?
Yep.
And what kind of, do you have a revenue stream now or?
We don't, and it's because we're missing one person, and it's our medical director. And I'm having a hell of a time finding that person. It's been much harder than I thought it was going to be. So, startup, you got to be nimble, you got to be agile. I've decided to do something that I didn't really want to do at the beginning, but I'm going to take a lot of the work that the medical director would do, and I'm going to convert it over to machine learning and artificial intelligence. There'll always be people that are interpreting what comes out of there, but they have a different skill set, and we're going to try it. Is it going to work? I don't know, but we're going to try it. Yes.
So are you saying then that you don't actually have a core technology that you're going to use, that you're taking pieces and parts of lab tests and methodologies that already exist, and you're putting them together?
Yeah. So we had 2 patents that are ready to go pending. One was on our testing protocols, and we're not inventing tests, we're assembling tests that already exist. It's all proven science. And our analysis process, which is, if A and B happens, then you go to C, that sort of thing. Very patentable, and the initial read that we've got is that there's sort of no reason that it wouldn't get patented. However, with the move to an AI part of the solution, we will have a core technology that'll be completely ours. So, I run in the technology company circles, but in reality, we weren't a technology company. We use technology for delivery, but not as part of the process. And now we're changing to make it part of the process.
Mm-hmm. So at a small organization, I find I do lots of things, right? There's a lot of context switching, and no matter the best plan I have, something happens, right? And it seems to me like there's a sweet spot where you have the right number of employees that things are just working, and there's also things like, I don't know, executive assistants or whatever you want to call them, where you can offload kind of the busy work, right? What is your experience with that, of how to get to a good spot where you're able to do the mental knowledge work that maybe only you can do, and the other stuff is getting done, and you don't have to be riding herd on that?
That goes back to how you build the team, who's there, are they on the bus, off the bus, those types of things. But admittedly, I have not been good at the offloading throughout my career, because especially in the design world, it was never good enough. And I had ridiculous standards, and when they say perfection is the major roadblock to progress, I'm the poster boy for that. So what I'm trying to do now is exactly what you're talking about. One of the first people that I want to get for the company is a CEO. So I don't have to do that part of it, because that's not where my strengths are. A CEO has to run the business side of the business, and that leaves me the opening to think of how we're going to get to those 12 branches, and what, you could take any one of those 12 and it's a 3-month project just to figure out exactly what that is, how you're going to market it, that sort of thing. But then you have to be able to turn it over to the right people. So I don't have a magic answer, and every business is completely different. But what I can say is that it's important to set the standards. So again, going back to my design days, I had a list of 20 things. And I said, when you put out a set of drawings that goes out to bid and to be built, if you can't check all of those 20 things, then you're not done yet. And that was, number 20 was, did the drawings make you smile? I mean, do you feel proud of your accomplishment by getting this done? Because we were doing very complex stuff. It wasn't like, I love orange. It was a whole different level of design. It was about large scale construction and that sort of thing. So, but the questions were, we did the Walt Disney Concert Hall with Frank Gehry, Starchitect as they call him. One of the top in the world, and one of my people sent out drawings where he had dimensions on stuff, but he had all the detailed dimensions and not the major dimension that Frank Gehry would be looking for, like, how tall is this? Right? You had to add the numbers up to figure out how tall it was, and that to me was completely unacceptable. And that person didn't last much longer past that. But once I set those standards, people knew what I was after. And my challenge was always getting people to live up to those standards. They understood them, but a lot of times they were above their skill level, and I didn't do a good enough job of explaining them. But setting a standard is important. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so a question, so you mentioned you don't have a medical director, I believe. I don't understand why that's preventing you from generating revenue. That's not obvious to me.
Okay, so the simple answer is a big part of our marketing is that you're treated by MDs. And everybody who offers you medical advice is board certified. And at the top of that, you need to have a medical director who can oversee all of the people involved in the actual patient care.
So it's about credibility, and it's about that person will own the outcome of your product?
Yeah, I've told the people that I've interviewed, of the many dozens that I've interviewed, there have been a couple people who are kind of like, they live next door to good enough, but that's about it. It's credibility, but it's also knowledge, because we're in this very thin slice of healthcare that should be the major slice, and in most countries it is the major slice, but here we've got it completely backwards. We deal with surgery and prescriptions. That's our favorite way to treat people, and ours is completely the opposite. It's preventive care, and it's lifestyle choices and that sort of things. So you got to have somebody who really knows that. There are a couple of luminaries in that practice. One of them basically owns the Cleveland Clinic at this point. We're not going to get him. And the other gentleman is pretty close to retiring, but he's got buildings named after him at the University of Arizona because of his expertise. Ideally, we're looking for the people who studied with those guys.
I see, sure.
But the problem is that it's a very thin slice. There are a lot of practitioners, but there aren't a lot of practitioners that meet the standards. Sorry, just one more point. We did a group interview with one candidate, and just four of us. I thought he was going to be the one, and right attitude, good qualifications, all that sort of thing. But our functional nutrition chef said, well, if I look at the description of the company, the first paragraph, he doesn't have any experience doing that part. It's like, she's right. So didn't work out.
Thank you.
We got about 5 minutes left. You are brewing with questions, I can tell. No?
I got advised in another session that what I was really looking for is an executive assistant, which I have no idea how I would afford that at this point. That is a whole budgetary thing, but I'm wondering, what would you look for in that? I'm wanting things outside of my own head. What should I be? What should be like top of my list there? Yeah.
Okay, so at my design firm, I hired somebody for that position. Smartest move I ever made. She was glued to my hip, knew how I thought, and she used to work at Kinko's, which became FedEx Office, and she did all of our printing back in the days when you actually printed things. And the reason that I hired her, she was the only one there who could get an order right. Okay, so I said, oh, what the heck, try it. She's 25 years old, but completely impressionable. Smartest thing I ever did. So I would say, direct answer to your question, look for somebody that you're compatible, like really compatible with. And look for somebody that has basic skills, but they're not necessarily ingrained in their way. You could take that the other way and say, I have no idea what I need, so I'm going to find somebody that has a lot of experience, but I knew what I was after. And find somebody that you just feel like you can trust. Hire slowly, fire quickly. That is a very important position, and the virtual assistant idea, I've toyed with it. I've never made that leap. I think I could do that for some research type projects and that sort of thing, but as far as day to day, it wouldn't work. At least I don't think it would.
Plus, I think that's just the person you're dealing with. You want that face to face and not over the phone.
Yeah, I've made people cry in the past, okay? I wasn't as wonderful as I am now. I've had people that have been very tough on, overly tough, and in hindsight, wasn't the way to go. But this person that I hired, I could be hard on her, and she'd make a joke about it and say, calm down, how's your medication level? Or whatever. We had that kind of relationship. And that's what made it work. Anybody else? It's our
Also, I
last
just want to
one.
say, I just joined the Medicare group here recently, and I found that I'm really irritated with the quality of care I'm receiving. I'm tired of endless tests with no good conclusions. I'm tired of, the solution's always medication or surgery. Those are the answers, and when you ask about alternatives, it's like you get a blank stare. So I think you're on the right track in terms of your focus. And I think the industry is also seeing there's definitely a parting of the Red Sea here. We're all tired of the sort of the vaccine conversation and the, misguided information about community health and things like that. And so I really think you're on the right track. I think we've both been in the helping profession, helping people. And we discovered that as patients or consumers, we're not willing to change until we're experiencing pain. And when we're at that pain place, then that's when we want to talk to somebody about solutions and options. And preventative is a little different. I mean, it's almost, you talk to most chiropractors, they deal with that all the time because people don't rock the idea that it's worth the time and energy to do the preventative part, And so even though they see a lot of people with pain and they are able to provide solutions, to get the person to take the next step, which is preventative, is a big leap. So I think you're a trailblazer in that regard, and I wish you the best because it's certainly where we all need to go, personally.
Thank you for that. And I could, do another 2 hours on energetics, but because I really believe in it. It's not just a business to me, it's a social cause just as much as anything. If you look at some of the most progressive societies in the world, Norway, Denmark, Finland, Singapore, that's how they treat everybody. That's not a special thing.
Right.
We've got it completely backwards. And 1 in 4 medical students are studying what they call integrated medicine. And functional medicine is part of integrated medicine, along with yoga and chiropractic and all these other things. But 1 in 4, that's a pretty telling number that I don't necessarily trust that 1 in 4 are going to become practitioners, but at least they're knowledgeable and at least they can tell people there's an alternative. And that's my main message, is there is another way. Just because Kaiser or Banner or somebody tells you that this is the way that you do that,
Sure.
That doesn't mean they're right. That goes back to what I said about questioning the answers, Why is that
Like
right?
in India, for instance, the way they dealt with the pandemic was homeopathic.
Yep.
Because that was their mindset, and they were very successful.
There was a speaker, I think yesterday, who talked about Ayurvedic medicine, which is part of the integrated care. And she totally nailed it. She said, I didn't grow up being taught that this is something that you should think about as an option. It was the only way we know. And it's all homeopathic from my limited understanding. And it's also about exposing yourself to bacteria and germs and that sort of thing. You can't hide from them, so you got to expose yourself in positive ways so that you build up the resistance to them. It's a very layered problem, and all that we're trying to do is make a dent. We're not going to turn healthcare upside down.
Sure.
But I want to make a dent. If I make a dent, somebody else comes and makes a bigger dent, and then a bigger dent, and then all of a sudden, maybe it changes to that being our way. I don't know, but I gotta do my part.
So is your business mostly going to be on the services side, or will you also be creating your own products around this, like a physical product?
Supplements and nutraceuticals are a big part of a lot of courses of treatment. The supplement world especially, it's the Wild West. The quality is all over the place.
Sure.
I have done a business effort with a guy whose other business is quality control for supplements companies, and he told me 99.9% of the stuff that's out there that he has to approve is garbage.
Yeah.
So we could do it, but that'll be a big leap if we do it, because I wouldn't want to do it. I don't want to be part of the 99.9%. I want to be the 0.01% that does it the right way.
Great, thank you.
Thank you all for coming. I hope you got something out of it. And to my friends off in the internet, thank you. What's that?
Did you have a couple people on there or not?
I don't know. I don't know how to tell.
Oh, yeah, because you did a Facebook Live, that's totally different. Zoom.
Yeah. Well, they're using YouTube.
I'm sorry, I guess I must have missed your beginning or somehow. What exactly is your mission?
With
Besides
energetics?
Yeah.
It's really kind of what I closed with is I just want people to understand there's a different way.
Like what would be your uniqueness in that?
The treatment that we're used to getting in the US is based on, as I said, surgery and prescriptions.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And that's, the drivers are healthcare providers, the insurance companies,
Okay.
the pharmaceutical
Okay.
companies, and they are the last ones who should be making decisions.
So are you trying to shift that?
And say, there's another way.
Oh, yeah.
You don't
Oh, yeah.
cut it out just because it doesn't work
Oh my
right.
gosh, I'm a very big believer. My family, we were raised natural.
Mhm.
We were not raised with that. Oh, it hurts, surgery.
Right.
Or whatever. It was a natural steps process.
Yep.
And it goes to healing.
Yep.
And I get it. Right now, the health, what do you call that? The health outline is so fixed, it's so rigid, and it's so biased.
Mhm.
And the problem with that for me is it's so against nature, almost everything of it, except the black and white fractures, that you do need somebody to fix it.
Sure.
But the rest of it is a natural process.
Yeah, well, like one of the things that I never knew could be done, that I just learned about recently, is when people have thyroid problems, which are fairly common, remove the thyroid.
Yeah, I know, this is completely crazy.
That's got to be major surgery.
Absolutely.
I have a liver disease issue that I'm well past at this point, but at one point they said you need a transplant.
Yes.
And I said, well, I don't want one. So basically the energetics program came out of my own treatment.
Okay, I see.
And I was designing it as I was going by questioning everything. And the bottom line is doctors were great. The hepatologist I had, I loved him. But his thing is, okay, new liver. Okay, get on the list and do it. And I did that, but luckily I never got to the point where I had to have them. But they're just wired. And he says, we do these all the time. It's easy. Like,
that is so scary. That is opening a huge, dangerous field results to do that. I'm so exactly the opposite. Because you have a liver problem, the answer is not let's just take it off and put a new one. To me, it's so far crazy because there are so many reasons why a liver goes to where it goes. And knowing what's going on and to reverse the process naturally is the way to go, not just cut it. I feel like the health system has gone to this quick and dirty thing. They don't want to bother to do the natural thing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, and when you come down to the monetary side of it, you have to say, what's the benefit, okay? Liver surgery, if everything goes perfectly, which it very rarely does, costs $560,000.
Oh,
So I saved them $560,000. Did my premiums go down? I don't think I ever got that letter, but I saved them $560,000. I cured myself through nothing spectacular. It wasn't like this major life change, and I didn't have to go through it. So why can't that be the first consideration? Why is that like, oh, well, I wouldn't do that?
Well, see, I am the patient that when I get injured or something, I take control of mine and I do fix it myself. And I have enough courage to do that. And that's why we can work. So, but it'd be interesting to see them because I'm exactly there. I'm a prevention person, naturally speaking, and the answers are far from what it is being dominated right now. So, yeah, we really should talk. We should talk because I'm pretty much in that world.
Very cool. Look me up. Thank you.
I'm going to give you my chiropractor card. I do not know him, but she says he's wonderful.
Okay.
And she said she was not at all interested because she's already so embroiled in what she's doing. Although I think she's lovely and she's a really fun doctor too, which I didn't know because I only see her for chiropractic. But she was like, he might be interested. So not a clue, but.
Thank you. See, I
I
learned
will send it to
something.
the other two, but I know, but I still feel like this entire week. So I may sit still this weekend at some point, but.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, well, I hope it goes well. It's an exciting, I see more people get into it because it'll make it more affordable for all of us.
Yeah.
You know, I took my vision back to 2020, back when I had my son, because he had infantile atrophia. And so I took all the vitamins for him so he could get to milk. But my vision back to 2020. Now that I'm not taking all my supplements anymore.
Y'all want to take a picture for you? How you doing?
We're challenging ourselves with our supplements. Like I'm doing supplements again.
I take a pile of supplements every morning. I don't even count because I don't want to know. But all I know is like for liver disease, there's a measurement called the MELD score. And if you get to a certain level, they say, okay, now you need a transplant. Now you really need a transplant. So I monitor that constantly.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I figured out how to calculate it myself, and I figured out what the tests are, so I can walk into Quest and my insurance covers it.
Nice.
And then I get the score. So I watch that score. If it's going down, good. So over the course of 4 years, it's gone down by 25%, which is completely unheard of.
Yeah, that's huge. Which supplement company do you use?
It's a mix.
A mix. I mean,
Yeah.
like Nature Sunshine and Standard Process are my two favorites overall, but there's a million out there.
Yep.
James, we're going to shift on to the next panel here.
Sorry.
No worries.
Thank you.
It's all the same place. I feel like, I don't know, so at the end of the day, if I don't need to pull it up digital, I feel like maybe I could.
Yeah, you go on time.
The questions always go longer.
They were like, oh, let's see it here. I'm like, and what else do you see?
I know. Oh, the maglet's kind of cool. I need a book anymore.
Yeah, no holes in fabric.
Wow, what's that?
Every once in a while, I have a good idea.
No, this is a great idea. I like it. I got here and my shirt is on backwards, so it's all nice that I turned around.
So if we promise that you're allowed to walk out whenever you want, would you guys move all the way?
Yes, it would be okay.
This is where the free samples are, right?
Yeah, right, Mitch. We thought maybe on a college campus we weren't allowed to do that.
Sounds like driving business to me.
Next year we should do it.
Right?
Staying like your boss, always getting in the way.
No, they're really eating. Is that right?
Okay, so this being live streamed as well.
Do you care what order we
I do not, yeah.
Are you sitting up here with us?
Did you want a moderator or do you can tell me? So I'm happy to moderate or you can all ask each other questions.
I think you must have a moderator.
Okay.
Might be helpful.
Awesome. All right, well, yeah, I'll loop in here. There we go. All right. You see everybody okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Except for you.
Oh, I thought it was on the other side. There I am.
There we go. Harder to see.
Yeah, I'm good. I
All right.
was looking on the other side.
So welcome to Founder of FoCo and Women Who Brew panel. We've got an excellent amalgamation of guests for you today, some excellent leaders in the brewing industry. And this is one of our favorite panels because we always hear about breweries in Fort Collins. We never see the folks who are actually behind the scenes and our distilleries. We've got such a great industry here, not just for brewing beer and for spirits, but also for coffee, kombucha. And this panel actually got its start with Rachel Walker from Life's a Booch. And so she would be here if she didn't have a market today. So you got to get out there and sell. But we're going to be back in March 2023. And we'll hear again from Rachel and possibly some more of the folks who are out here if they'd like to join us again. So with that being said, I'm going to have you all introduce yourselves and we'll start with Carol.
Great. So I'm Carol Cochran and Tim and I started Horse and Dragon Brewing Company we really started it in 2013 but it took us till 2014 to open. So we've been open since May of 2014. And I'm not a brewer. I'm on the business side of the business. But if really, truly the nuts and bolts of brewing is what you're interested in, I'm happy to put you in touch with one of our two brewers.
Hi, my name is Joan Urich. I am one of the owners of Feisty Spirits. Feisty opened 10 years ago with the LLC, and it took us until March to open the tasting room and have product. And first distillery in Fort Collins, most awarded out of all of Northern Colorado.
There you go.
And I'm Christy Weigmans. I'm one of the owners of Poor Brothers Community Tavern in Old Town, Colorado. I do not brew, but we support a lot of people who do brew on our shelves and through our taps and all sorts of things. So the Poor Brothers Tavern was founded in 2014, and it was built and created by two really awesome humans, Alan and Aria, and we purchased it in 2019 and have it until now.
So what's the brewing scene like in Fort Collins right now? It went from, one or two main key entrants. And of course we had back in the day started Anheuser-Busch, right? And it's actually the largest player in Fort Collins in Northern Colorado right now, amongst others that are in the same space. But what is the brewing industry like now? And if you were getting started right now, what would you tell a fellow brewer or fellow founder?
So I would say that there are a lot of us, obviously, I'm sure you guys are aware. And every time someone closes, there's somebody who's been waiting with their dream in the wings to open. And so there's not a lot of turnover, but there's never any less competition in the market. So we're not supposed to ever say competition, and we do collaborate a ton. But there are a lot of people vying for your beer dollar, I would say. And I guess I would advise taking a really close look at your model and making sure that if you're moderately successful or wildly successful, of course, it's always great. But if you're moderately successful, you can pay your initial upfront investment because depending on the size of system that you're using, brewing has a lot of stainless and plumbing involved in the upfront investment. And then you're trying to pay that off $5 a pint at a time minus overhead, or $7 a pint minus overhead. So it's a sort of a very long payback period, and you just need to be aware of that. I see fewer and fewer people come through who are thinking that they're going to be the next New Belgium. When we open anytime anyone comes into our tap room and says they're thinking of opening a brewery, we're like, let us know when you want to sit down. Like, we will tell you all the mistakes we made and what we're currently thinking, but obviously we don't have a crystal ball because we're still trying to figure out how to pay ourselves, and we definitely are trying to figure out how to pay our people enough to live in Northern Colorado, which becomes more and more difficult with the housing and healthcare costs. And childcare. Not many people in our company have that need, but still, that's apparently a huge issue as well. So anyway, we're always happy to talk to anyone, but fewer and fewer of those people are thinking that they're going to open and become the next New Belgium, which we heard a fair amount of time in 2014, 2015, 2016. And I think there's a realism seeping in that because of the hyper-localization of the markets, that's harder and harder to do, is carve out a regional presence for yourself, which, is good if you're small like we are, but difficult if your plans entail regional selling in order to pay off your initial upfront investment.
I love that idea of sending the elevator back down and connecting with other brewers who are interested in getting into the industry. That's such a cool dynamic. I think we see a lot more in Fort Collins and maybe some other municipalities, but Joan, what about you?
So, well, and originally I was all about the beer. There were, when we opened, there was 23 breweries here in town, right? Which we were all trying to support. Like, so Carol and I were in Beer Betties, which was one of the first brewing, groups for women. Started at the mayor of Fort Collins, and we were going strong for until 2017. And then with my personal issues with gluten, my love of beer had to switch over a little bit. So I had to move into the spirit side. But yeah, so 23 breweries, and it's kind of averaged out like that.
I think in Northern Colorado, there were, we were number 13 when we opened. We're now number 8 because a few have dropped out.
Oh, okay.
But now there's about 23
just
in Fort Collins.
I just remember I was going to almost every one of them, rotating out. And then, so with my gluten issues, moving into the spirits, and there wasn't a distillery in Fort Collins when we opened. There was Dancing Pines in Loveland and Spring 44. At that time, Spring 44 was buying their vodka until they got their vodka still. Dancing Pines was producing out of their distillery, Syntax and Greeley, and I think that was it when we first started. And now there's 7 of us, and with distilling and higher alcohol spirits, right? Like beer, it takes a lot longer to because you're average $5, average 5 to 10, depending on your alcohol content. And you've got to sell a lot of that, but at least a lot of people can drink more than they can with a spirit. So the struggle that higher alcohol has is that people aren't going to be sitting for 5 or 6, right? It's going to be a lot smaller. Yes, we can charge a little bit more, but the overall constant balance of trying to bring in your revenue and make sure all your employees are covered, same thing with health, and just having a reasonable wage to survive up here. It's one of those things that I literally lost all my hair. I do have autoimmune issues, but I think it's been part of that, the stress involved, the stress of trying to maintain that balance. Did I even answer the question?
You did, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's well, and this discussion is really highlighting a lot of the challenges of things that, as you learn the industry, but also just in navigating the last few years with the pandemic, rising housing costs, live-in wage increases, inflation, that competition for each beer dollar, that competition for each, recreational dollar really has gotten a lot tighter. And so you're highlighting a lot of things in a unique way that I think are pressing in our community. And for an economy that's based largely in recreation, tourism, beer, and entertainment and dining, those are key concerns. What about you, Christy?
Yeah, good question. It was, to refresh my memory, it was about kind of advice.
If you started today, what would you wish to know?
Gosh, well, I come from a little different perspective because I'm an on-premise facility where people are drinking in my space. But a good question. I think what I love, and Carol pointed on a little bit about the community, is just the collaboration that there is while people are vying for your dollars. I think one of the best things about this industry is I see how people work together more than they kind of compete. And there are some amazing collaborations. I've been in some water groups where, the quality of our water is super important in the products that they brew and create. So we have a lot of groups around that. And, people often tease about, kind of different products, and everyone stands up for each other. Every, product that we have is important. And even if it's a bigger corporation like Anheuser-Busch or Coors Light, they're just as important in spearheading a lot of efforts around water. And there's great respect for that in the industry. So I love that part of it. But kind of things when you're starting, I think resilience. There's a lot of rules that we all deal with every day beyond health department, liquor laws, and all of that type of thing. So just making sure that you're kind of in the know about all that. Lots of good ideas, but then you have to be within the constraints of what is put forth around us. But I think after the last couple of years, I think things have changed more than they ever have with the pandemic. I mean, I think liquor laws, a lot of things that people thought weren't possible before, they're now entertaining or looking at differently. So starting today, I think having a tribe and gathering knowledge, really good resources, that is one of the great things about that, is that, I'm happy to share, as are Joan and Carol, just, lessons learned and helping people. We want people to, soar rather than keep stumbling. And if all of us can help with that, we're happy to do that. So I think, having that resilience, building a tribe and a network of good resources and people in the community has been invaluable. And, that's part of why people come to Founded in FoCo. Can we get the knowledge and the resources and the things we need to take a bigger step rather than lots of little ones, keep moving forward. So I think that's one of my biggest things, is really gathering your knowledge base and your trusted circle. I think those are really important parts of starting.
Can I just say something about the resilience thing? Christy is amazing. The punches that COVID threw at us every single week, and she was constantly out there sharing information with, there's an online group that we're both a part of, and she was always posting on there, hey, this grant is coming out. Hey, did you guys hear this? Have you been if you weren't able to watch the health department update this week, these are the new rules. And I just felt like, I felt even beaten down, and I feel like I try to be pretty positive. And there's Christy. So what do you think about this new thing? Where's the opportunity and how we have to move forward this week? It's amazing.
Well, thank you. I feel the same about so many others and you as well. So thank you.
Yeah, but I think resilience is a key thing, probably always. Like, we're 8.5 years in, we're 10 years into quitting our other lives and plonking money down on this effort. And it just never, I shouldn't say it hasn't gotten easier, but I mean, it's still just massive work all the time. Any small business, I think, is that way. Any small business person will tell you that. But, and probably some of you guys have your own business and can attest to that. But I think you just get to a point eventually when you're old in the business, you just get to the point where you're like, well, I can't keep running for 20 hours a day or 18 hours a day. I just am going to have to stop, even though all the crap is still out there, like all the stuff that I should be doing. So I think part of the resilience is that you just build up an ability to handle the fact that you are never going to get it all done.
Yeah, I think one of the things during the pandemic, a lot of us felt like we were sprinting a marathon, because in the beginning you didn't know how long it was going to last for. And it impacted all of our businesses greatly. So you start out at 100 miles an hour, and then we stayed at 100 miles an hour, and then it continued for a really long time. So, you know, I do think there is some adapting in that area. You can't go that speed for that long, even though we tried. We did try really hard.
This feels like a break, like this, just sitting and, doesn't it?
I almost never watch TV. I never go to movies because as soon as I sit down in a comfortable, dark place where I don't have to have my brain engaged, I'm asleep.
I thought you were gonna say the phone rings.
Yeah, that's what I
was gonna say. I was like, oh, now what?
We've talked about resilience, adaptability. Are there skills that, as women in the industry, bring that are unique to your either your role or into your ideology for brewing or for managing employees or anything else like that?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think so. I mean, we're in a male-dominated industry, and while we have 3 women here, you know, it's 3 of, you know, how many. So I do think being confident in your voice and having the ability to speak up and be strong in that opinion is a skill that's probably important in the industry. I think, you know, as an employer, and you have employees, there's a fine balance between empathetic and caring for those employees and also caring for your business and what the business needs. And I think, this is a generalization, but I think for me anyway, that's a tough balance to navigate, especially because I feel like I am a very empathetic person. And while that does have benefits and advantages, it can also have disadvantages. So I think going on either far end of those spectrums, you kind of need to be in the middle and have some balance. And sometimes that's, you know, going outside of your comfort zone or learning new skills or trying to find new ways of incorporating that balance. So those would be a couple things that come to mind, is just being confident in your voice, especially in a room where, you know, you may, you know, be 1 or 2 of female voices, and then also kind of balancing some of those empathy skills.
And I'd say developing a bit of a thick skin, because sometimes people in that room they try to tell you that you should sit down and shut up, but that may happen not because I'm female, but maybe because the way I present or whatever. But yes, it's interesting to sit in a room full of men and then have some of them tell me to be quiet. I'm not very good at it. I don't mind listening to their ideas, but yeah. Yeah, but anyway, so you just have to develop a little bit of thick skin, and as you say, be confident and, you know, think through, obviously, just like in any sort of field. You know, think through and make sure you know what you're doing for you, and realize that it doesn't apply to everyone, but don't be afraid to say that this is, I've thought it through and used my brain, and this is how we're proceeding.
So yeah, so basically it all comes to being able to, yes, balance and kind of present what you need to say in a way that isn't like slapping people in the face. Because, you know, I'm like, what did you just tell me? Like, seriously? Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I'm like, I'm just gonna bypass that and present in a way that, you know, you're getting the information across, or whatever it is, the point. But yeah, it's having to balance everything. I'll just say everything. You wear so many hats, like as a business owner. There's so many things that you're trying to take care of because not everybody can do it. And sometimes you don't want to let go of some of the things because you're the only one that could do it right? And then it's like, okay, I have to give this hat to somebody else because I'm dropping the balls. There's too many balls in the air and I can't juggle them all. So then you're like, okay, where do I, you know, give this to, or finding the people that could help you juggle the balls. And that, yeah, there's there's layer after layer. There's so many hats that you really have to think about and be present with when you need to be present with it, and try to be, I don't know, everything at all times. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I think delegation is definitely a skill, and some people have it more naturally than others. And knowing your worth, a lot of times in the beginning when you're starting, you're trying to find your confidence and find your voice, but also understanding your worth so that you can contribute to those either, situations where you're working with lots of other groups or groups that we've talked about with lots of other voices. But yeah.
Do you feel like there's an added cost to being a woman in the industry? And because I've heard you comment about a network that you have developed for each other to support each other, that Christy spent extra time going through and learning about the COVID rules and a lot of the grants that were out there and sharing it amongst the fellow brewers. Do you feel like that's work that's maybe added to your plate that isn't there for other brewers?
I think it's probably a personality thing more than a gender thing. I think that if you're more interested in those community efforts, then you tend to do the research to find out about them or participate. And if you're more focused on your own business and don't make time for that, then that's just I think that's more a personality thing.
I don't know. I mean, when I think about those groups, definitely it feels like the more active ones are probably females. And I don't know why that is, if we just kind of share more or try to help each other out more. Not that, there isn't with males, because they're obviously, involved as well and sharing information. So yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know if it's kind of gender related or just, to your point, kind of personality related.
Connectors versus not so much, like DIYers, connectors versus DIYers. We've talked a bit about mentorships and that connection that's sending the elevator back down. Who are the folks that are in the industry that you look up to? Who do you draw inspiration from?
So Wynn Odell called me a couple of times and every time I got a message from her, she's like, if you have time, let's get together for coffee, or if you have time, call me back. I'm like, I'm gonna call you back. I just think she's done she and Doug and Corky have done such an amazing job of building that company. There's a woman who heads up sustainability for New Belgium. She's been super generous. That's a big priority for us, but we're so tiny that a lot of what they're doing is not really applicable or doable at our scale. But she nevertheless is just so generous and has encouraged me to join these different boards and learn more, even though we're such a small brewery. I'm super grateful to those two women. And how great that they're totally local, that they're right here. Like that could have been anywhere in the world. They could have been,
So for me, meeting Lauren Salzar at the Beer Buddies, and she came and she was talking about, she's super amazing on her palate, like her nose and her taste. And when I watched her, they would just bring her a drink. It was like a game for everybody, right? They'll bring her a drink and she would nail it. She would find the exact beer it was, from the brewery it was, wherever it was from. And I was just sitting there going, wow, right? And then Katie Ripple, right? When we had her come over again to the Beer Buddies to do a water tasting, just to taste reverse osmosis water next to tap water, next to carbon filtration water. And I'm like, whoa. But now I am one of the blenders and tasters for the distillery, but it was because of them. Picking out those subtleties and nuances that no one else can. And do I think I'll ever be as good? I was just like, no. With that, I'm like, you got every single beer. And so I asked her, I'm like, how did you get to that point? And so she even says that each brew system has a particular flavor. And if you nail the flavor, you've got the brewery. And so when she gets the brewery, and then everything else is easy. She's like, the whatever malt character, what malts are those? Whatever hop character, what hops are those? The yeast, the style of the beer, boom. And then she did say it. I was just like, what? Anyway, so both of them, and Kitty Ripple used to be the head brewer over at Anheuser-Busch, and then they moved her. No, she's not even doing that anymore. Anyway, but yeah, I was like, there.
Yeah,
So-
as somebody who's seen you walk a customer through the tasting notes for each of your different your spirits, it's just, it's enthralling to watch, and then to have you have done that too for here are the tasters on your taster tray. Here's how to sample it. Here's the experience you're after. Here's what you should be. It's an immersive experience and something that takes a special level of craft and skill and dedication to your customer to really, and it's just appreciation of the artistry of what you're making. So appreciation from my end for sure, but I know that had to, be built in, and to hear it has come from mentors who are, excellent at tasting water, excellent at walking through that experience of brewing beer. That's cool.
Super fun.
Is that, just so I know, is that a skill that is innate? Like either you have it or you don't, or can it be learned?
It can be learned. Women, just evolutionary and biologically, we do have better taste, but anybody can learn it. Like sommeliers that are master sommeliers, there's only 300 in the world. And learning that, it takes time, it takes presence. You really have to sit and look for the distinction between the different caramels. There's so many different caramels. There's so many different butterscotch. There's and sitting there and being able to pick those out. But yeah, it can be learned.
I just feel about sometimes you're like, do you smell that? And people will be like, no. Yeah. Some of it kind of, what your own taster palate. So that's interesting.
Super fun.
Hey, Christy, who do you look up to?
For me, I think there's a lot of different people. I mean, there's definitely people through the course of owning the bar pre-pandemic and post-pandemic that I reached out to or helped as my guides, people who are always willing to help each other, which is super awesome. I think for me, people that I look up to are businesses who, we really pride ourselves on being this bar with a heart is kind of what we call ourselves. And so other industries and businesses that do the same. And so, Horse and Dragon is super community involved, and that's important. I think also people along the way who've been willing to share and help. And there's a lot of those, and some of them are women-owned. Elevation 5003. They have always been helpful in educating us and our staff and being community oriented. There's a lot of Copper Muse is always super helpful and resourceful to us. Dana at the Old Town Putt. And then there's some really great people who maybe I don't interact with all the time in person, but they're super supportive through our social media channels. Lucky Joe's, the Tilted Barrel in Loveland, and groups that are, always coming on our stuff and sharing and trying to help each other out. So for me, I think it's those businesses that I encounter in the community and that I feel care about others. And you're right, I think FoCo is super special. We have this place that we recognize that we elevate as a whole. And if we can help each other, for me, the more restaurants I have around me, the better I'm going to do. So I want, my neighbors to succeed. And, through the pandemic, I became really close with the Blind Pig. They're right next to us. And people can walk down the street and they can pick them or us. Sometimes they pick both. But, that is one of the great things is we did come through the pandemic, I think, a lot stronger, a lot closer. But there's a lot of people that I've connected with that have been super helpful. Linda at Elliott's was a great resource for me through the pandemic. Mel over at Old Elk across the street, around the corner. But I feel like a lot of us really had to help each other through the pandemic and reach out to each other and, asking each other questions we never thought we'd ask. We recently were like, oh my gosh, what is the guidance now? Is there guidance? For so long, we had all of these kind of rules around exactly what happened if someone was sick or a lot of restrictions as far as how we had to clean things or how our, tables had to be situated. And there was so much information that not all of us could retain it without having help and resources around there. So I think a lot of those businesses that were just really involved and willing to share along the way are the resources and the people that I looked up to and have been helpful. But there's a lot of really great businesses in Fort Collins that do good work and care about their employees and always try to do the right thing. And that's awesome. I think we have way more people in that space than not. And I do think Fort Collins is super lucky for that.
And that's kind of true from the city side too. You folks like Shannon Hine and Outreach from the Fort Collins Economic Health Office. You in particular had to deal with the Linden Street construction and the conversion to pedestrian walkway.
Yeah.
And Brewery Row issues and infrastructure over there. I mean, there's a slew of things that happen along Link Lane that there's are challenges to say the least. So moving on a little bit, and I'm going to open this up to audience questions here in a minute. So get your questions ready for our excellent panel. What is the one thing, if you had to pick one, what is the one thing that you are most proud of in your business?
So I can't pick one. I have to pick two because they go
That's
hand in
fine.
hand. So
Yes.
you have to have a strong product, I think. Like the most important thing for us, our number one goal is to make great beer, because without that we have three other goals, and without that we can't do the three other goals. But I was thinking when Christy was talking about being sort of bigger than the product, like how can you build a company that's bigger than your product? And I think it helps. I mean, you got to believe in the bigger part, and your people who work with you also have to believe it. And so I would say I'm probably most proud of our people, even though there is a little bit of, we have a little bit of turnover every year, and that's actually always been good for both the employees who moved on and for the business. So I don't see that as a bad thing, but we really treasure the people who believe in the bigger part of Horse and Dragon, like the bigger goals that we're trying to accomplish rather than just provide great beer. And those people, man, they're unbelievable. I think that they're employees who go the extra mile. They see things through a lens of trying to make it better for consumers and for coworkers and for whoever's opening tomorrow. And employees like that are amazing. But I mean, without the beer, we can't pay them. So,
So that's important too.
So yeah, I have to agree with all of that. Just, like you have to have a product that you can build off of. And that product has to be a good product, especially here, right? Like people have good palates in this town. And so starting with what you've got and building off of that. And yes, getting your team or your family, because everybody you hire does become family. And then and being able to, one, again, balance different personalities though. It's like, and working from there. But it always has to come down, product, and going back to community as well. Like everybody in the industry and helping them out. There's been a couple times that we've allowed, people to come in and use our stills for so many reasons. And hey, do you have this? Do you have that? That is having that tribe, as you called it, and then the community, and so. See, did I answer the question?
You did, yeah.
Okay.
Good product, good company culture, and good community.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think that's super cool about the distillers. And, it's happened often where either pandemic issues or even Elkins in Estes Park, they had a huge fire and an explosion that happened. And Spring 44 allowed them to come in and put their product on their stills. And think about these products that these equipment that you've invested, you've spent so much money on, and this is what makes your great product, and you're willing to share it and help somebody else out. And those are the super cool things. things. I mean, Joan even mentioning that for, whatever reason, allowing someone in your space to utilize that. I mean, I think whenever I hear those stories, I'm always super proud that, you guys will help other people and allow them, that's the heart of your business, and you're letting someone else use your skills. Super cool. I think for me, when I think about things I'm most proud of, this is like a finite item, which is kind of in the past. So it's kind of a weird thing, but I think one of the things I'm most proud of is that when the pandemic happened and our doors were shut down, it was like unheard of. No one knew a path forward. No one knew what to do. And to give you guys a really cool example of what happened to me, I picked up the phone. I was in the bar. We had a customer in the bar. We had just opened, and the governor said, we have just shut down restaurants. We looked at each other and no one knew what to do. And I picked up the phone and I called another woman bar owner who had never spoke to me ever. And she answered her phone. And I said, what do I do? I don't know what to do here. I've just owned a bar for 1 year. I don't, and she talked to me and she said, well, we're going to wait for something in writing. And, she kind of gave me how their plan of progression was. And we closed right on that instant. Turned out we could have stayed open the day and we closed the next morning, but we didn't know. And it was a really dark time for us. I mean, I thought I faced financial ruin. I thought I was going to lose my house. I thought my daughter wouldn't go to college. And so it was this time of so much weight and everything was so heavy. And that wasn't even thinking about health or, family or what's going to happen to this world. That was just, in my small, tiny bubble. And so immediately you start thinking about your staff, and we had, a single parent, we had a couple who had 4 children, and here as a business owner, I was putting them out of work. And so that was heavy. And so trying to figure that out, we were shut down for 80 days and we didn't open at all during that time. We weren't, to go or anything like that. But we had 100% of our staff return when we reopened. And so for me, that is probably one of my proudest moments, is being able to keep them engaged and caring for them, walking them through unemployment. I stayed on the phone once for 2 full days on hold, and I had a lead cook who could not get through, and I called him and was like, I'm in, I'm gonna, patch you in, we'll all be on the phone call. And he's like, what? I'm like, I was gonna get this done for you, So I think having that return of our staff when they were scared, they didn't know what the future meant for them. They didn't know what this meant for their career. They didn't know as a bartender, as a cook, what was ahead of them. So for me, I think that's probably my most proud moment. It's a past moment, so it's kind of a weird thing to bring up, but I think as more of a general or moving forward moment, in a bar that you've purchased, being able to, I think, continue that culture and the original hope and dream of the people who created it. So when we bought Core Brothers, we thought it was a really great space, and we didn't want to come in and completely change it. We wanted to continue it. And so I think we've been able to do a good job of that and to continue their dream and their vision. So I think as a bigger picture proud item, I think continuing the original intent of a true community tavern is probably the second proudest.
Can I interject one thing also that I meant to say this earlier, but then of course it flew out of my head, that a really good exercise for us, and we had to go through the pandemic to do it, but I wish we had done it when we were writing our business plan, is why should Horse and Dragon survive? Like, why there's craft beer, we really believe in craft beer and its power to bring people together and to communicate about really big issues that are sometimes difficult to communicate about, and to be an ambassador for responsible water use, because it's a very clear connection between the product and water. And so we believe in craft beer a lot. But the question that we asked during the pandemic was, why should Horse and Dragon survive? Craft beer is obviously going to survive. There are 22 breweries in Fort Collins at the time. A couple of them so huge that they're too big to fail, at least in a pandemic situation. And so why should we survive? It's such a great question to ask of yourself. So Tim and I did this at home, and we were working almost like startup types, because we were in manufacturing every day. and would come home and drop in bed and then go, is it really important that this company survive and why? So we talked through all that, and it took us, several days. And then the next time we had a meeting of our whole staff, we said, why should Russian Dragon survive? Like we can close. I mean, it'd be a terrible loss financially, but that is one option. And we had already talked through it and decided, oh yeah, there's all these good things that we feel like we're doing differently and providing some added value to the craft beer scene. But we didn't really couch that to our staff. So they were all like, what? Like, was that really something that we're considering? And I'm like, oh no, it's just an exercise at this point. Like it was, yeah, so I didn't phrase it quite the right way when we were presenting it to them, but like, I wish we had done that when we were building our business plan. Like what are we gonna do and why is it important that this company exists rather than the other companies that are doing, for companies that are coming out with a brand new product or have this innovative idea or an app that nobody else has, is doing something no one else has. Great, but if you're producing a product that has existed for thousands and thousands of years, why should your company exist? It's a great question.
That's awesome.
Did your employees come up with different answers than what you and Tim had come up with?
It was interesting to watch their conversation because they did it over the course of an hour and a half, and it took us days, but they covered kind of the same ground that we had covered, which is also a great thing, like to hear that reflected and feel like, okay, that's good, that validates it. We're not off here in left field thinking, something that's not actually being lived out.
That's amazing. It's company alignment. And it's really heartening to hear that despite massive amounts of dark times, the darkest things we've ever seen for the restaurant industry in recent memory, that these bright spots are easy to articulate, easy to find. And, look, we saved 100% of our staff. I was on the phone for here at unemployment. Like, this is great. So I want to open it up to audience questions. Who'd like to ask a question? Yes, go ahead.
On a personal level, how do you find work-life balance?
How do you find work-life balance?
I picture us all to just start laughing.
There's none.
There is none.
What's that? There's none. I feel really grateful. My kids are adult. They both work for us in the company. And we are allowed legally to not pay them. So that's very helpful during the pandemic. Yeah, so I feel grateful all the time that we talked about doing this for 22 years. So they were little when we started talking about doing this. And we looked a couple times very seriously at doing it when they were little. And I think it would have been really hard. There would have been benefits to it. Like Christy has a school-aged daughter. And I think she's very integral to your business. And so that's kind of nice to see also. But I kind of don't know how she balances all that. And we just say it's work balance,
Work, I like that.
Yeah, that's the same, like, I don't go out anymore. You remember how much I just pulls all together and go out for beer. Meeting over here. Like every night of the week we were out somewhere doing something. Now it's like, or beer, we used to do beer tours. Okay, we're gonna go here. Who's gonna be the DDs and who's gonna, yeah. And visit like 6, we'd all sample. That was fun. I love that. We would all sample each other's, like, what did you get? I would always get a flight, so I'd sample everything. Okay, everybody has to try it. So yeah, I don't know. No.
Yeah, I don't think we have a good answer for that.
Yeah.
I think, and I think that's across the board in small business. I mean, I've worked for other people and I've worked for myself. I think working for myself, I work more than I ever have and make less money than I ever have. But
fewer benefits.
Yeah, fewer benefits. But I think we all have hope. We all have hope it'll be different one day, or it'll change. I do have a daughter who's in high school, and so last night I went to her volleyball game, and my cook called me in the middle of the volleyball game. I'm like, I can talk. It's just going to be a little loud. So you just kind of figure it out. I did go to a cabin with 2 other business owners. We like to call ourselves the Fight Club. But on Monday and Tuesday, it was Steamboat, and there was no service. And so no Wi-Fi and no cell phone service. And I had 2 days of like pure panic, which no other time in my life would that have panicked me. And that's an adjustment. I was almost embarrassed for myself. Like, why is this so hard? But I think when you care you know, it's finding that balance. But I do think we all struggle with it. I think it can be there. I mean, I know the owner of Stuffed, you know, she really prides on herself, but she's been in the industry a really long time on getting to a point where she's confident and strong enough to have some of that balance. And I do think it takes a long time. It takes your business being built up to a certain point, confidence and strength and trust in your employees or those that you've surrounded yourself, you know, your vendors, that type of thing. Sometimes it just takes time. Sometimes it's your personality. But I do think that is a struggle of probably all small business owners trying to find what exactly that means, if it can exist.
But I think part of the reason that you go into it is because you love doing it anyway, right? So you maybe don't want to do it as much as you end up having to do it, but still, it's better than any job. I've worked hard. I used to work for nonprofits, so I always believed really strongly in what I was doing. And this is by far the best job I've ever had, even though it's the most worrisome and it takes the most hours, pays the least, and has the fewest benefits. But it's the one I love the most, you know, so it's a good trade-off.
We, I don't know if you know Tim, Carol's husband, but he's, you know, so positive. And I always think of that video that was online. And I think he was like, was he pushing a pallet or moving something? And you were like, Tim, how's being a small business owner? He's like, best job ever, whatever his response. It was so positive. I mean, you could tell in that moment, it was like the worst task he was having to do, but he still loved it. And I was like, oh, I always, in a dark moment, I'm like, channel Tim. I can do it.
When we were opening, we were cleaning out we were just reaming out I don't know if any of you have been out to our place, but it's out in the old air park and in an old airplane hangar. And it was a wrestling gym before we got it. And before that, it was a car place and then an airplane hangar. And so it wasn't really outfitted to be any kind of a public space, and nor was it outfitted to be a brewing space. So we tried to do as much of that, of course, as we could with it before the contractor got in there. And one day I didn't hear from him for like 6 hours, and I was in the front of the building. And I finally went looking for him, and he was squatted down. There's a gate that closes, and to lock it, you have to put this pipe down into a pipe in the ground. Somebody had just done a concrete pad for the glycol chiller out back, and he's down there squatting down by this gate. And I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like, he holds up this spoon. He goes, this is the only thing you could find that would fit in this pipe. There's a bunch of concrete powder in the pipe, and before it rains or snows, we got to get it out of there or we're never going to lock the gate again. He'd been out there like spooning out of this concrete. And that's another time that I was like, how's your dream going? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing. If you haven't opened your businesses yet, try and keep a journal. We didn't, but like there were probably at least once a week. There's some story that it would now, in retrospect, be really funny, but it's just gone. You know, because
people tell me all the time to write a book. I mean, my niece this week was like, "You cannot make this stuff up," and I'm like, I don't know if I can live it again to write a book. Literally, everyone always tells me, "Please write a book, write a book." Very true.
It's trauma that's been repressed.
Yeah.
Do you have another question from the audience?
There's, of course, a social aspect to drinking beer and spirits. And I picked the wrong place to move, but I'm not allowed to drink anymore. I ran out of hangovers somewhere along the line. But I don't have any problem walking into a bar and ordering something else, but it's a tremendously underserved market. On the non-alcoholic side, statistically, does it make sense for you to be in that business, number one? And number two, are you making any moves to go that direction?
So we're not trying to make anything that's supposed to taste like beer and is non-alcoholic. We do have non-alcoholic options from other companies other local companies at our place. And you guys have amazing non-alcoholic beverages, including the Fizz Easy, named after their daughter. But we are about to produce some just in-house interesting flavored soda waters. So there's always going to be that option. We don't do any alcohol-free beer, so we're not trying to emulate the taste of it. Tim and I went to school at a place where drinking was allowed on campus. This is how old I am. Like underage drinking was like just sort of, nobody said anything about it on campus. It was 98% residential, so nobody was driving, but still, people were drinking pretty young. But at dorm parties, you were required to have an ENAB, which stood for equally attractive non-alcoholic beverage. And so at every gathering in our whole lives, we've always had ENABs. And our non-alcoholic list used to have, when we had the spaceport on the wall, there was a big chalkboard that said ENABs on it. And yes, so that's going to be the first non-alcoholic horse and dragon thing that's produced, but it's only going to be available at the tap room.
And I'm not suggesting beer that doesn't contain alcohol. I'm just saying recreating the same experience, but with something else.
Yeah.
I mean, does it make sense from a business perspective?
So for us, we can't, so we make cocktails, obviously, since we have spirits. But if we don't make the alcohol, we can't, use like vermouth. We don't make vermouth. But I can get a non-alcoholic vermouth and we make cocktails off of that. When people do come in, we can also make them mocktails without any alcohol. But I mean, it's slightly different. Actually, they're yummy, but yeah.
Well, that's rare because most places you ask for that and the servers have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, and one thing that we created, so we do have an entire menu of what we call crafted without spirits. And that was created when we started up after the pandemic. We started trivia again. And we had an in-house bartender who wanted to try trivia. And so we were testing it out. And the first night we were doing was Harry Potter. My daughter's 15 and she invited all her friends. And so we crafted an entire menu. I think we have 7 cocktails on there that are all inspired by her friends. So the Fizzy Izzy is my daughter. And then we've got the Jazzy Jamie, Elena's Elixir, all inspired by her friends. And she went and asked them all their favorite flavors. And then we created drinks with her. And so it was a really great experience for us because it was one of the first times that she could be involved and have a lot of fun. And then we were creating recipes, and there's math involved with recipes. There's balance involved in recipes and creating that. And, she has pride that she could help create these and her friends can come in and other people order them. And so that's been really cool for us. And, when her friends came in for that trivia night, they all had a special drink named after them. So I don't know how many 15-year-olds in the world who have beverages named after them. But for us, that was super cool. I think you can always come into our place and choose not to drink. A lot of people do that. And for a while, we had some CSU students who came in and they only drank off our crafted without spirits menu, So I think it's an option, and I think it's becoming more and more an option and very socially acceptable. And so while it's not the entire space, I do know Denver has some, sober bars, or I don't know the politically correct name for it, or, I forget what they're being called. So I think it's an option for sure. Is it our model? It isn't, but it can be merged with our model. Absolutely. So.
And I think the idea of gathering, which is really what drives our business and how important it is to gather, and I think both of yours as well. There's a lot of people who want to gather who don't drink alcohol. So having options for them, having the gathering and the tasting be more focused on than the actual. We try not to focus on how much beer you can drink and how loaded you can get. But it's way more about the tasting and the experience of tasting together and being together. And it's a good point that everybody wants that, yeah.
So I have a question about gathering, but
go ahead.
Come back to me.
So Izzy gets a royalty for each of her drinks that's sold.
Yeah, no, and it's the Fizzy Izzy is our most popular.
Oh shoot.
Yeah. No, for us it was super fun because we only owned the bar for a year before the pandemic hit, and then we were completely inundated with the bar, and so it was a great thing to be something positive for her. Here she had just seen us in panic mode. So that was really cool too that she could participate and be a part of that. But yeah, I think we're all very responsible business owners in that way. I mean, we're very careful. If we have an alcohol that's a high alcohol content, we make sure that our bartenders know people can only drink 2 of these, it's 11%, or, you know, we're gonna serve it in a smaller glass, it's gonna be a smaller portion. That helps us manage that. And I do know that it's been a concern of ours. I mean, I know Carol and I have, you know, talked about that and how we can, you know, and that's the thing with our employees as well, making sure that, you know, it's like anything in moderation. How can we still promote that you can come in and gather and be together, and making sure that people are served safely in an appropriate manner, and that our staff emulates that. I mean, I don't drink at work. I come and I'm working because that's what I'm doing. I'm working. And so hopefully I'm a good role model in that way too, that, you know, when I'm working and I'm focused, and that's important, and it's a way to be professional. And so I do think we have a lot of really professional people in that way who care about that aspect of it. I know we all do, so.
So building community is key. And before we wrap up for today, for the next presenter, I just wanted to have you all introduce your businesses one more time, and just let people know where they can find you, where they can come and connect with you, and what you have to offer.
I'm Christy Weigmans with Poor Brothers Community Tavern. I'm on Linden Street, the newly opened and renovated Linden Street. We're right in the middle. We're between like Blind Pig and Elliott's.
Feisty Spirits, Joan from Feisty Spirits. We're on Beer Row, so we're on Lincoln Avenue. We can walk to Funkwork. Well, actually, we walk to you guys too. You can walk down that whole street, but we're just 2 blocks west of Funkworks.
And I'm Carol with Horse and Dragon Brewing Company, and we're out off of Lincoln, but you will never find us without your phone open, I hate to say. You will never accidentally stumble across us. So pull out your phone and find us.
But the best place to stumble across.
They're directly behind us, just a few blocks.
Couple blocks.
All wonderful places to visit, so please do make time to visit them. And thank you so much for being here and answering questions. And we'll see you around the community. So.
Thank
and
you.
Feel free to get in touch with one of us if you have specific questions.
Yeah, we can still answer your gather question too.
And are you available after this just outside?
Sure.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So if you have more questions, feel free to join all of our wonderful brewers and business owners outside. And up next, we Tammy Parker from Unicycle Consulting.
Interviewing for Fit.
Interviewing for Fit. Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to put my stuff over here. I had to backtrack.
I know.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, what it is. Yes. I love that. Okay. You know, I'm doing enough. I know. We're gonna have so few people. I gave this same session pre-pandemic and had 50 people in a room. So I would love to just like do a little roundtable situation or something. I don't know what Nick will think of that with the camera. But if we're just gonna have a handful of people, I'd rather we just talk. You know? You think he's okay with that?
You want me to ask?
I'm sure he'll be back here.
Tammy,
Yes.
do you have slides that you'd like to show?
I do not. I don't like to stress about the tax. Don't do it. Look how that works out. because we're gonna have such a small session, I would love to do like a half circle or a round table or.
You can align however you would like.
But I didn't know if that would mess with this.
It can see me realign this for just a minute. There we go.
You can see a lot.
I can see,
Yep.
I'm now in the side of it, and then all the way over to here. So,
And if you guys don't want to be in front of it, I also don't, want to push you to, but I just thought with a small group, I would rather just get to know you and offer support. And of course, I have all these, I have like 3 pages of my favorite interview questions to give you. So yeah.
so Tammy, you're welcome to take it away whenever.
Oh, thank you. Do you want to do this? Yeah, if we could, Karen. Like, I mean, even if we just did like some chairs like here, and I could be on camera, but nobody else has to be, that makes it easy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Take my reading glasses and my clipboard.
Did you want like this?
Yeah, yeah. Something like this.
Okay.
I don't mind if I'm on camera, but if you guys don't want to, do what you want to do.
Participate to your level of.
To your level of comfort, right? I'm a member, I'm on the board of She Goes High. Introverts don't have to participate if they don't want to. That's my whole thing.
Participate if you like.
Yes. Oh, very much. Thanks. Thanks. Hello.
When I get circle?
Yes, get comfortable, sit anywhere you want. So thank you so much for coming and joining me today. A little about me. I'm Tammy Parker. I run an offsite HR consulting firm for small businesses in Northern Colorado. I've been doing this stuff for 36 years or so. I joke that I've seen it all. Then something happens I've never seen before in one of my clients' spaces. But today we're here to talk about interviewing for fit. So my first question is there what did you want to make sure we discussed today so that I can hit any key things? I can make sure that we answer any question you might have. So when you decided to attend, is there something you wanted from me today?
How to do a good interview that is not stale.
Oh, I love that word. Thank you. A non-stale interview.
I like to get to know the person. It's almost more important than the qualifications sometimes.
Mm-hmm. What else?
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were
No,
doing.
go for it. I used to be a clinic, director of a clinic.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to also go through the process of hiring interviews some case because I wanted to see what your approach is and what you cover.
Okay.
It's kind of what I did or something.
Okay. And as I said earlier, I have about 3 pages of my favorite interview questions I'm going to give you at the end. So you'll take them with you. And then beside each question, there's in gray, there's what I'm looking for in those answers and what that question can lead me to. So you'll be getting that. Beside me is my dear friend, Karen Wong, who also works in HR and has her own business. So we support each other a lot. We work together a lot. So you may not just be picking my brain today. How many years did you do your work before you started your business?
10 plus years.
10 plus years, yeah. I was 30 years before I started mine, and then 6 years self-employed, So anybody else have anything to ask for before I get moving on this thing? You look like you have something to say.
Please do, I guess.
Nice things I
I can throw another one.
Please, give me.
What do you think about the employee tracking system method of finding people?
Like many things in business, I think it's great in theory.
And if it works well, great. I actually use one. I paid really good money for good software this year for my clients. And I'm probably not using it to its capability. So I actually made an offer for my own personal assistant yesterday, and I'm hoping she brings up my game on that software. But as a business owner, I have 2 employees. I'm not a big business, but as a business owner, we get busy. And while I paid for this lovely software, I have a feeling I'm scratching its surface. And so those are my thoughts on that kind of stuff.
Used to the highest of its ability, do you think that it's an effective way to weed out people, which is what its intention is?
As an HR professional, I am suspicious of a computer weeding out people for me.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. For me, is I like to know the person one-on-one, and the more feeling that, you get to meet that person, then the machine doing that, you don't have that connection.
Yeah.
I've talked to a lot of HR professionals, and they all say exactly that, and
Yes.
I believe it. But the reality seems to be, here comes the ATS, and if it says must know Microsoft Word, and somebody forgot to put Microsoft Word on their resume, they're in the garbage can.
That's correct. And young people are going to know Windows. At what age do we not know Windows? I'm 52. I'm not going to assume that Word should be on my resume. I grew up with Word at my age, right? So I wouldn't put Word on I might put Microsoft Office Suite, but I'm as an HR person, and certainly for small business, I'm highly suspicious of.
And I'm just using that as a very generic thing, but if you said more specific, like we're looking for a medical director for a functional medicine practice.
Okay.
And we've tried an ATS, and we have received absolutely 0 applicants because somebody didn't word it the right way. And they got thrown in the trash can. And in my case, I found 2 of them in the trash can, and they said, "Well, I already applied with you guys." And I looked into it, and they weren't the right people, but they were a heck of a lot closer.
Yeah.
They should have made it to my desk.
So let's talk about fit and the market a little bit. So I represent 21 small businesses in Northern Colorado. Those are my clients. I'm going to tell you about a few of them today because I got their permission to mention their names. And I do hiring for all of them. I have about 13 jobs up online right now, and the range is pizza delivery guy in Greeley to a VP of development for a nonprofit at 120 grand right now. It doesn't matter the position. I am getting 0 to 3 resumes a week. And it's rough. That's better. I would go 3 or 4 weeks without 1 resume coming through. And I'm using software that puts my jobs on 16 websites, including LinkedIn as well. I paid for ZipRecruiter for a long, long time. And then they doubled their fees last few months ago. Went up to $700 to post a job on ZipRecruiter. Yeah, that's not sustainable for a small business. But my software puts it on there anyway. It doesn't get as much attention, but almost all my applicants are still coming from ZipRecruiter, and I'm not paying that fee. So when you're hiring somebody into a small business, you're really hiring somebody to really join your inner circle. That's with a limited number of employees. This is a tight group of people. My largest client has 70 employees, and they still feel like a small environment. Everybody knows everybody. And the CEO is there every day on site doing his thing, and everybody's going to get to know him. And fit is really important. So my best advice first is to think about the things outside of hard skills that you're looking for. And sometimes it's hard to write down, what do I want in fit? So if that's a struggle, start with what you don't want. That's usually the way to get going down that road is, I know I don't want this, right? If you're thinking about positive attitude and friendliness, I have great questions for that for you. But, what does positive attitude or good energy look like to you? Even do some thinking about what is good energy to you. I happen to be big, giant energy. I can be called a little too much. I'm not everybody's good energy. I'm some people's good energy. Some people are like, wow, she comes in and her energy, she's running around and we get stuff done. I know entrepreneurs that I would make them crazy in their business. I'm married to a severe introvert. I don't know how we're together all day, every day, because we're opposites. But so even thinking about intangibles like good energy, positive attitude, that might be different for you than it is for me. And so I think it's important to take some time to write down what you're looking for. First, make a list of the hard skills. We require this education. We require this experience. But then start writing the soft skills down. Grit. I love grit. And I often, when I'm hiring for clients, I'm really there for fit more than anything. So I have clients, everything from a cannabis manufacturer to a dog treat manufacturer to 2 law firms to an accounting firm. I don't know, lots of different things. The work is the same. And I have my clients bring the hard skill questions. And if I happen to be interviewing without my clients, I'll just ask them about the hard skills. Like I have several bookkeeping firms. I interview a lot of bookkeepers, seems like. And let's say the client needs QuickBooks experience. I simply ask, and I record it for the client to watch. Tell me what you like about QuickBooks and what you don't like about QuickBooks. I don't know QuickBooks. I won't know if their answer is right. But the owner of that bookkeeping firm will. And I'm going to send her a link of that Zoom video and she can watch it and decide, right? And in some things like that, that particular business owner does a practical exam as well. So when I'm in an interview space, I'm there for fit only. And I hope, generally I know the business really well. I know the business owner. I want to know the supervisor's owner. And so when we talk again, back to energy, I have one client that the energy of their director of operations is big and blustery. And he's a great guy, but he gets a lot done, but he can rub people the wrong way in space. So I want for his staff a little more calming energy, somebody who doesn't get ruffled very easy. And I talk about big personalities and I ask a question about, tell me about the biggest personality you've worked with and how did that situation work out for you? Those kinds of things. So when I think about fit, I'm not just talking about a good attitude, which of course we want. But I also look at people's work experience a little bit differently in that I count anybody who did restaurant or retail work in their youth. They've got a little bit of grit if they did it for much time.
It's right there.
They have dealt with angry customers, really rude people. They've persevered a little bit. One of my questions for looking for grit is just tell me something surprising about you to see what people tell you. And also one of my best practices for fit, and I'll get back to my thing, is for you to answer all the questions for the applicant as well. Because we're gonna work so closely together. And my clients don't love this part about interviewing with me, but if you have a team of 4 people and you're inviting a 5th person into a tight team, that person needs to, we want them to know you before they walk in the door too. So when I ask questions about fit, and we'll get into some of that, I want the owner to answer, or the supervisor of that person to answer as well, because I believe interviews should go both ways. So let me get back into my thing here. We'll be talking a lot about what do we hear when we hear some answers. I always recommend that you have a third party in your interviews with you. It doesn't have to be an HR professional. It could be another employee, could be a friend, because different people hear different things in an interview. And we've been doing it so long, but when we're there, we have some pretty, this is what I'm hearing from this person. And these are my concerns. I wonder how they'll handle this. But I always recommend, if it's not an HR professional, have somebody else with you, just to see what they think. It can be really interesting. So let's talk about soft skills. You're gonna of course make a list of the hard skills you need. Microsoft Office Suite. I'm a Mac person. I ask everybody, do you comfortable with Mac? Because if you work for me, I'm gonna give you a MacBook. They don't have to have tons of experience. They just need to be automated and willing to learn, really, for me. But so your hard skills of whatever it is. And then your unicorn. I talk about, let's picture a unicorn. What would the perfect employee be? And we can be wrong, even. But if we write it down and take the time to articulate those intangibles that we want, we're far ahead. And then I always tell my clients, we'll interview for a unicorn and hope for a stallion, right? Because that perfect employee may not exist, and certainly not in this job market. There are something like 2 million less workers in the United States. People died, people retired. People did the math on what their childcare cost them after their payday. There are just less workers. So, go ahead.
Do you think that people are just sick of tossing a resume over the transom to get no response?
Absolutely.
Which I think is just the most obnoxious possible thing that you could do as the employer.
Yeah, I hear a lot from candidates that they're just not even getting answers. And I hear a lot from employers, I'm not getting resumes. So, where's the disconnect? I set my software up to automatically send a thank you for every resume. And then I have an automated no thank you. If I disqualify somebody in that same software, they get a thank you for applying. We're moving forward with other candidates. Best of luck in your job search.
But those are just canned responses.
They are.
And you can sniff those out in a second.
You sure can.
And to me, that says, okay, well, they maybe didn't read what I sent or the person sent, or there's just something missing. It's just more of that degradation of common courtesy.
Sure. Although I would argue that for those that you've used, we also use automated. But I found that it sets a precedent that they expect me to get back to them, which is good. And it also raises the candidates that the ones that reply go straight to my inbox. And so if they reply to that automated one and say, hey, thanks for your time, that automatically says to me that, oh, they're on top of things. They're not just blasting their resume, I think, on another level. I'm not looking for everyone who's just sending their resume out to, 20 different companies.
Yes.
But if they respond to that, and then I also, I will put in there like, hey, you can expect to hear back from me within a certain amount of time. So even if it's automated, there's still that expectation that I'm going to respond to them, that they're going to hear back from me. And then that does help candidates that I do want to respond to, they know, wow, this company has some sort of standard for what their communication is. So.
And I put in, we're gathering resumes this week, and we'll be reaching out to candidates the week of, it's usually the next week, but I want to set some expectations. And I always give extra credit for, thank you for letting me know, emails back. Any interaction, they get extra credit with me.
What about people who don't bother to actually read the ads?
Oh, I get that tons of times.
Like ours says, functional medical director must have skills, functional medicine experience.
Right.
And I get something that's like, oh, I've been an intern for 2 months.
Yes.
In a hospital
Yeah.
studying, obstetrics or something.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with what I'm asking.
No, I get that all the time. And I just got an email the other day that said, I invited a guy to an interview and he said, I'm going to decline because I need health insurance benefits. Okay, this job comes with 100% employer paid health insurance benefits. It's great. They have a great benefits package. You didn't read my ad. And I said, thank you. Best of luck in your job search. So, please.
It's kind of funny because the ATS system, I did not know this 4 or 5 years ago, that there's a story behind this, that you could cut and paste. You know, if you do meet the requirements, you could just cut and paste into your resume.
Yes,
For me.
from the system.
Yes.
Yeah.
And for the longest time, I had issues with that. That's a cultural, whatever ethic I had, because to me, it's like plagiarizing, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, I can't do that. And then finally, when I worked in that HR field, people started doing that. And I'm like, so I asked Tammy, I said, is that okay? They just cut and paste this. And that was a vital skills that she taught me that, you know, that's good. But at the same time, for my, I have a nonprofit organization and I help underrepresented communities find jobs. So a lot of my population, they don't have those skills and they don't know that. So I'm trying to hone them in a different way to showcase them. I say hard skills, everyone can teach you hard skills. Soft skills is the ones that we want.
Can't be taught.
Cannot be taught, and we want those. If an employee really value you, they want that soft skills. And a lot of my clients would say, but they don't want that, Karen. They want this and this and this. I said, but that makes you unique and how you, because the population I'm serving, they are not given that chance. So
If I'm getting a cut and paste response, that one goes in the garbage for me, because that means that it's spray and pray plus one. You know, like they took the effort to do the cut and paste, but they still just took what I told them and said, oh yeah, I'm friendly and outgoing, or, you know, whatever. It's like, who's going to say, no, I'm really unfriendly and I like to be by myself in the corner. You know,
Certainly not on a resume.
Treat me like a mushroom, please. You know?
I mean, they're perfect jobs for mushrooms. I married one, so. He's an engineer and he's worked from home for 20 years. COVID did not change his life, and he's very happy. So I like to put in my job ads, the right candidate will bring. And I don't use cheery disposition. I will list, you know, teamwork mindset and accountability or some things like that. So I do like the right candidate will bring little section, and what does that mean to you? But you're not gonna find any of that out in a resume anyway. So the reason I like when somebody personalizes their resume for my job or their cover letter is it's showing a little bit of automation, it's showing proactive applications. And Karen and I met serving underserved community. We met volunteering at Culvert Alliance, helping our homeless community. And our homeless community didn't know what to put on anything. And so Karen and I met helping people do resumes. That's how we know each other. So, okay, so when you're thinking about the tasks and the soft skills, Karen touched on it. Make a list of the things you can't train somebody to do. Those are the things you're really looking for when you're interviewing for fit, right? You can train somebody to run your POS system. You can train them to, you know, how do you save your medical records and your operations. What are the things you can't train for? That's what we're talking about. So does anybody have any questions before I get going on something else?
Do you include personality types?
Sometimes I have some clients that pay me to have applicants take the Enneagram. I have some clients who have applicants take the Caliper assessment. And those are all tests of there's no wrong answers. It's going to tell you something about this person. I love those as an HR professional, not because I think there's one that's super right or anything. I love them because they facilitate different conversations. So in the Enneagram, I'm a big old 8. We're the bad guys of the Enneagram. You know, I have my applicants take the Enneagram, and we have a whole interview just about that because they're going to work directly with me.
Well, because for me, it's very critical to know the difference between hiring a leader kind of person versus a follower.
Yes.
Leaders are the ones that are going to be your go-getters. They're the ones that are going to push. That's your director there. While the followers are also good. Yeah. But they're the ones that do the maintenance job.
Yeah.
Meaning the support, the filing, the accounting and all that. But you can't put that kind of person to be a leader And it's just not, it's just gonna spend.
And
So for me, that's really critical.
And I think one of the mistakes we make is we promote people who are very good at that job to be a leader without offering any leadership training or setting some leadership expectations. So one of my favorite leadership questions is, tell me about a great leader that you've experienced in your life and why do you think they were a great leader? And then my next question is, tell me about a time when you were a leader and what were the key behaviors for you?
Have you ever tried to put the ad out, for lack of a better term, as you can send me a resume, but that's an attachment? Answer these questions.
I always have questions with my ads, always. And they can be simple qualifiers, like how many years have you worked in this industry, or what's your highest level of, or why did you like being a leader in this industry, something like that. Because they do help me sift through resumes fast. So I'll give you an example. For a client that's a nonprofit, we have a VP of programs up for a national nonprofit. In 2 weeks, I received 78 resumes. 13 of them were qualified to even be discussed with the executive director. And I had to read 78 resumes.
That's a much higher hit rate than I get.
Well, we're going to talk about that. So my recommendation for small business too is to identify how you're different as an employer and make that the headline of your ad. So I work with the Garage in Old Town. Do you know the Garage? Yep. You know what's great about the Garage for retail? Their hours are amazing because they don't work till 9 p.m. every night. They don't work till 10 or midnight in the holidays. They don't work extra hours in the holidays. And then we've structured their schedule so that every employee gets a 3-day weekend once a month. Yes, you're gonna work a lot of Saturdays in retail, but a 3-day weekend guaranteed once a month, no extended hours for the holidays, and you even get your 3-day weekend in December, because retail at the mall, you don't get a weekend off in December, nobody does. So what we did was, their ad we post for a GM for them was, have retail experience but hate retail hours, apply with us. That was the top of the ad. And we found them a great guy. He's new on the staff. He's wonderful. He came from REI.
Oh, wow.
So anyway, what were we looking for? We were looking for a retail rock star. If you go in the Garage, I love that place. I shop with them all the time. So here we are. So I started talking about words. Non-stale interviews. I assure you, my questions will help you with that. Answering the questions for the person, I think, will help you with that as well. One of my questions I ask at literally every interview is a version of core values questions. A lot of my questions, you're going to just be listening for the words that they use because that's what's important to them. So one of my questions is, we all have words that we hold close to our hearts. Words that are important to us that we aspire to be as people. We don't always hit the mark, but they're words that are important to us. Can you share with me 3 words that you hold close to your heart? And those 3 words are going to be the 3 things they value the most. Loyalty, honesty, commitment. Yeah. So those words are going to help them. And by the way, I make the business owner to do theirs too. And they'll all go, oh, I knew this was coming. She always asks this. What am I going to say? And it gives the applicant a minute to think. But it also brings that business owner, that CEO often down to a human level. And I share my words too, to give them time to think about it.
You know, I really like the idea you just said that it's so critical to assess the employer person. Because if the employer, this is kind of how I see it. If the employer himself or herself is a follower,
yes,
and you are looking for a leader,
yes,
and you hire a follower like you, then you're right. So.
Yeah, and I challenge my clients a lot about the intangibles we're looking for because we don't want another you in the business. We have you in the business. We have your Enneagram, your innate abilities. What we need is somebody to support you in a different way with a different brain. And that's why I actively look in underserved communities. I actively work with DVR, the Department of Vocational Rehab. They help people with disabilities get jobs. Disabilities can mean a million things. I helped a dentist office get an office manager. She needed an accommodation for the Americans with Disabilities Act. What she needed was a lamp for her desk because overhead lights gave her migraines.
That's a ridiculous request.
It is not a ridiculous request. It is this much work.
My word is sarcasm.
Okay, got it. Yeah, but when I mentioned hiring through DVR to my client, everybody's like, oh, can I afford to put in a ramp, and do I have to get the bathrooms? That's not necessarily what's going to show up on your door. She'd had a closed brain injury. She had been a CPA. She can't be a CPA anymore, but she can be an office manager at a dentist's office. And she just needs to not have the overhead lights on.
Yeah.
And she's great. She's been there 4 years. So keep all of these things in mind. I send all of my job openings through the Murphy Center and actively invite our homeless community or people at risk of being homeless to apply with all my clients. Because perseverance and grit are things that I really look for in people. You've all had work with somebody who had grit, who's just going to get through it. And there are days when we just got to put our head down and get through it. And come out the other side with a little bit of humor, great. I always give extra credit in my interviews for jokes. They just get a little extra by their name. They make a joke with me. And as we're talking about the intangible questions, I will state some of my own bias. I hate the question, if you were a tree, what tree would you be? If you were a tree, what tree would you be? I got asked that in an interview, and I'm an HR person. I was like, I said, I hate that question. My name is actually a tree in the Middle East that I have never seen because I've never been to the Middle East. And so I said, my name is a tree. I guess I'd be that one. I don't know what to say to you. I don't really relate to trees generally is what I said.
You know, the only thing I know about that is that if you say that you're a tree that grows in the tropical, in the rainforest, then you are a people's person.
Really?
If you say, oh, I relate, and I'm a cactus, then you got, you.
I'm a little bit prickly.
Absolutely.
I might be self-aware if I say I'm a cactus.
Absolutely. But usually, those are the followers, usually.
Yeah.
They like to have their space.
Mm-hmm.
They do really well one-to-one with the computer.
Mm-hmm.
If you notice, they don't do well with people. Mm-hmm. So they're always behind the computer. They're great, excellent. That's fantastic.
Execution. They can do execution all day long. Yeah. Yeah. So I do, on my list of questions, there are questions other people might hate. That's fine. I'm not recommending you use every question. So what I love when I'm looking for grit and somebody who's going to have stick-to-itness, and they share something with me about their life, like, you know, what is the biggest challenge you've overcome in your life or in work, you can say. And so if somebody tells me they've beaten a disease, they got out of a scary marriage. I was at, you know, somebody who said to me, I was actually homeless once for a month. It was awful. I got through it. I'm housed, I've been housed for years. Those people, they're not gonna complain about little things in the workplace. They've been homeless, right? Somebody who beat cancer, they're not gonna complain that you want them to stay a little bit late one day, or that this was a grumpy customer. A whole lot of things are gonna slide right off them. And unfortunately, employers might view that as, oh, what if she gets cancer again? What if she has to have FMLA? What's she gonna do to my insurance premiums? I would say, wow, you are looking at this in the most negative way.
Well, we call them survivors.
That's correct. They're called survivors for a reason. Right.
Survive your job.
Yeah. They're not gonna, a bad hectic day in your business, they're gonna get right through it because they've been through harder things. So I love interviewing for grit, and I think it helps us support people from different communities differently. So I just love me some grit. I can teach somebody how to use this software and I can teach them how I want them to interact with my customer. But I can't teach them how to get through a bad day and be like, all right, tomorrow's another day, right? I should keep an eye on the time, okay. So, some of my best practices beyond my questions that I'm just gonna hand you is invite somebody else to your interviews. I also have a lot of clients that hire temp to hire for positions. You just need a form that says somebody understands their temp to hire. I do not recommend doing what corporate America does, which is hire 10 people to keep 2. I think that's mean. I hire 1 person for the 1 position that I want. And I tell them our goal is for you to convert to permanent. But sometimes in small business, you need to try them on for a while and they need to try you on for a while. And I say that right in the interview. That's why we do this. And I give them my commitment. We're not going to string you on. Your last day of temporary status will be this day, usually 60 or 90 days. And I say, we will either on this date let you know this isn't working, or what I would prefer that we do is you and I will have a touch base where you're at in your onboarding and we'll bring you on permanent and just be really grateful that you're with us. That's how I say that in an interview. But corporate America will hire 10 people when they need 2, and they'll string people along in temp status for 3 or 4 years. And the reason they do that is you don't have to offer temps benefits packages. So if you have the need to do temp to hire, make sure you just have a form that they sign saying they know that they're temp to hire, because if you don't keep them, they can't qualify for unemployment and it won't go on your unemployment insurance. And I like a good trial period, but it's not right for I won't offer that for a VP of something. No VP with that right experience is taking a temp to hire. I'm talking entry level, and I don't recommend playing those corporate games because the reason I do what I do is to help small business be good employers, and I don't view that as a good employer. 30 years ago, I left corporate America for big reasons.
Do you ever get involved with or advise the hiring companies on their onboarding process?
My clients, I do. I create the onboarding process. If you're looking to create an onboarding process on your own, my best advice is to list all of the hard skills that you need or the processes they need to learn, and then break them down in what they need to be, blanking on my own words, what they need to be proficient at in 30 days and what they need to be familiar at in 30 days, and then what they need to be proficient at in 60 days and what they need to be familiar with in 60 days. And then by 90 days, everything should move to proficient, but it helps set a roadmap and expectations. And then I recommend a 30, 60, 90-day touch base where you go over those expectations and where you're at. That way on day 31, you can take action on what's not right in the space. And if you're hiring the right people, they should come into your door with some of those things proficient. Like you should expect them to be proficient at Microsoft Suite.
But what about the operational side of onboarding? My girlfriend is a long-time project manager in the tech industry. She can wipe the floor with most of the 27-year-old project managers that she loses out on jobs to, but most of the companies that she's worked for, they have zero onboarding process.
Yes.
It's like, okay, like she works for a big healthcare organization. They have more TLAs, that's 3-letter acronyms, than any organization I've ever heard.
Oh, I hate that. In their own languages.
Right.
Yes.
And she walks in the door and like everybody just acts like she knows
She should know
what they're talking about. And there are hundreds of these things. And I asked, not separate situation, but I asked somebody what their TLA meant and they didn't know. They just said, well, that's the process. And I said, no, what are the letters stand for?
Yeah.
No idea.
So they're setting their employees up for failure, really. I also recommend, besides creating a plan, and I challenge my clients on, I want you to recognize how much time they're going to need your time for you to train them. And often my clients are so small that it's, the owner of the business training this person. But, create a plan for how much of your time they need, and then what can they be doing? You can't train somebody 8 hours a day and own a business. It's just not realistic. So what are you going to have them do to learn? Who are you going to have them shadow? a few hours a day that you're not with you, that you can't actively be training them. What tutorials can they take? YouTube's a lovely thing. It can teach people QuickBooks, it can teach people all kinds of things. You know, what's your expectation for when you can't be with them because you can't be with them every minute. So in my opinion, not having an onboarding plan sets people up for failure, 100%. And I would definitely recommend, if you can, give them a mentor. Give them a mentor. Use it as a development piece for that person as well. Let's see. Look for candidates in different places. I mentioned DVR. I mentioned Homeward Alliance. Homeward Alliance helps our homeless community and people who are close to being homeless or at risk of being homeless, and then they help people with reentry level from our prison system. I have hired more people through reentry for my clients, and they've just been a wonderful resource. I have frank conversations and interviews, right? I also let my client tell me, are there some no's on your list, right? But people who are coming out of the justice system have to prove they have a job, have to prove they've kept it, have to prove they've been on time every day, all kinds of things. And if you find the right ones that are just looking for their new life, I've had several be just wonderful employees for my clients.
What's the ratio of success versus failure?
I think right now, I've only done it actively with one client, but it's my largest client. I think we always hire attempt to hire for entry level in the warehouse. We've done 5, and I think only one's not there.
So I'm doing some consulting, operational consulting for a manufacturing company right now. And they have been hiring ex-inmates forever. And their attrition rate is
terrible.
Like 1 out of 10.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So there's something wrong there.
I would recommend way more check-ins with that person to keep them motivated, to keep expectations clear, to know where they're at in their head a little bit.
Unfortunately, it's the kind of job that you might have in prison. It's that kind of work, but that's what they need. They're committed to doing it, but they're not having any success.
Yeah, I think they need a mentoring program, and the One Success should be leading that.
They need you.
Yes, they do. Everybody needs me, or HR. Karen and I do what we do because we think you guys needed support, and because we've been doing this so long. So, okay, I like adaptability. Adaptability is a big one that I watch for. So I'm going to hand you this little, you each get one of these little things. One of my kooky questions, I hate the tree question, but I ask a kooky question. And it's tell me about your closet. It's my icebreaker question. So
what kind of answers do you?
I have only had one answer that was alarming.
Did it involve body parts?
No, she basically told me that she's a hoarder though. Like I left going, oh, I'm worried about this person. She said, I can't walk in my closet. It's full of stuff to the ceiling. And like I can barely close the door and it's a walk-in closet. It was my only alarming answer. So also I thought I viewed that as pretty low interview skills to have shared that in an interview, right? I give people credit for giving me very PC correct answers because they know what PC correct answers are. Right? They're gonna know I don't say those things at work. But that poor girl, I felt bad. But tell me about your closet is a non-stale question.
That's a good one.
And it tells me how people are organized. And I say, I know this is, I'm throwing you, this is my icebreaker question, I'll say. So I'll answer. There's different levels of organization. I thought I was organized until I married an engineer. Because I separate my shirts from my pants from my dresses. And I have an off-season closet. I rotate summer in to my main closet and winter in, right? Which means I'm very privileged and have tons of clothes. But I also, I've been wearing same clothes since 1988. I have my college sweatshirt from '88, so. But my husband showed me that his hangers have to match, and they're a certain kind of hanger, and we can't find more, and this whole thing. His shirts have to face the door because that's the front. So I tell this little story while I let them think about their answer, and then I say, tell me about your closet. But if it's an administration piece that you really need somebody who's organized and tidy, it tells you a little bit. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was curious, what's somebody's answer impressed you, you feel very special?
I met a lady who keeps all of her shoes, the boxes that she purchases her shoes in, and puts them back. They're cataloged and colorized. That I've had people love that my husband's shirt have to face the door, and that he has t-shirts and athletic shirts and sports shirts and polos and business shirts. Even though there are athletic shirts that have a polo collar, he knows the difference. I don't know the difference. And that if he wears a shirt for a short time, like if you just put a shirt on to go out to dinner and you come home and change, he puts that shirt inside out in the closet so he knows it's been worn a hot minute. I'm just like, shirts, pants.
So here's one you can throw
Yes.
back at him, maybe. Does he organize by color, light to dark, and which direction?
It starts light to dark, and white is last.
Right.
So, yeah.
So, but left to right or right to left?
Left to right.
So what's the
Left to
people's?
right. Is he Jewish?
He's not. He's just an engineer. Go ahead. And I'm wondering if he's watching today, by the way. He might be at home. What were you going to say?
I was saying, what kind of answer when you heard, you say, oh, I cannot hire this one.
Just the hoarder is the only one. Everybody else has different degrees. And one woman was like, well, I just moved. So honestly, it's a mess right now. I got boxes in there. I haven't hung everything up. And I was like, oh, you're new to Colorado? And she, we chatted about where she moved from. And that's fine. There was one wrong answer in my experience. So does anybody have questions for me? I hope that these interview questions are helpful. And again, you'll see at the end of each one what I'll be looking for. So what combination of innate and learned skills do you bring to this position? We're looking for IQ and self-awareness. I love self-awareness and confidence. I had a CFO challenge me that I was asking that question of people coming in to do really entry-level production work in a warehouse situation. And he said, are people gonna know what innate means? And I said, if they don't and they ask me, I'm going to be there as somebody who wants to learn from me. Right?
Yeah, that's good.
So any questions for me? We have a few minutes. I'm the next session, so I'm not worried about resetting.
I have one last one, I
Yes,
promise.
no worries.
You mentioned testing earlier. What about I use a site called 16 Personalities, which is a flavor of Myers-Briggs.
Yep, I used to facilitate Myers-Briggs, so.
Okay,
yeah.
so 16 Personalities, I have never, ever met anybody that is not spot on those definitions.
Nice.
Right. So am I putting too much in that? Do you use tools like that?
I do. I use the caliper and the Enneagram. And like I said, I don't assume that they're 100% correct. In fact, I just hired for my own personal assistant, and I gave them the Enneagram, and then I sent them my results too, so they could see me, because they're going to work directly with me all the time. And so my second interview was just discussing the Enneagram and how we're different. And one of my questions was, when you read your types, was there anything that you were like, no? And did you ask anybody if that was wrong? Because my husband, I had one of those, and my husband was like, psh, so you? He was like, yeah, it's totally you.
You know, the thing about the Myers-Briggs, it was developed to be able to place people.
Yeah.
Careers, that's the start, and they still do correlations.
Yes, yeah.
One thing I've noticed with it is sometimes people don't know what they're like. They think I'm
Yes.
type A kind of person. So if you can get somebody to get their significant other to answer for them and just
Yes.
compare. Like she's done that for me,
Yeah.
my wife, and we kind of compare. Like,
Yeah.
really? I'm that way, so.
I gave.
All on the 16 Personalities side, both me and my girlfriend were both INTJs.
which.
That's what I am too. So I get it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there, you don't put two of those together.
No, I have a therapist. I have a therapist friend and client who says with the Myers-Briggs, you want two letters the same and two letters different in a couple. But I had my son take it, who's 28, and found out he's totally an introvert. Mom, this is wrong. I'm such a people person. No, you're not. You're an old man in a 28-year-old body. You've told people to get off our lawn. Are you crazy? What other questions do you have?
Is there anything you would do differently if you're hiring an independent contractor rather than an employee? Because I think that's what I'm more likely to be doing.
I think I would lean into, I need an independent contractor to be self-driven.
Okay.
And self-accountable, and there's questions in here for accountability and stuff.
Okay.
But you know, somebody who's independent, you can't manage them quite the same way a W-2 employee. And so you need, I would ask them for some references too. By the way, I'm not a big fan of references. Anybody can give you 3 people, they're gonna say they're nice people. I'm not a big fan. I have clients who require them. I'm like, all right. Yeah, what were you saying?
No, that's really interesting. I have like so many questions, but what would you do differently? And this is like a big question, but we're hiring for like a very entry level talent staff position. And then we're hiring for a very high level CFO consulting position. That's gonna be consulting with companies that are making like 10 million plus.
Okay.
So obviously we're looking for some really different things. And we've built out a pretty robust cycle, but we're having tough time with both of them. So are there approaches, is really broad, but like, are there approaches that you would suggest or places that you would suggest for like an entry level versus like a higher level, or like places to look, or how to weed out like sort of.
You're not by chance a nonprofit, are you? No. Okay. My nonprofit client turned me on to a nonprofit website that I didn't even know existed for hiring, and it's been awesome. Because the labor market is so tough and we were getting not enough qualified resumes, honestly, we had to lower our standards and up our training.
Okay. Yeah.
For the high level.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. And the entry level, I don't know if you have flexible scheduling or not, or if you have remote availability. Remote is wonderful because you can pull from talent all over the country. And it's expensive to live here. We pay more than people do in the South.
Yeah, that's true.
And so hiring fully remote, you can get people who think our salary is amazing. That same son moved to Arkansas. I was thrilled for him to find out what minimum wage is in Arkansas.
But if he also sees what a house costs.
Yeah, that's part of why he's there. That's part of why he's there.
Good question. Do you always post your salary when you job?
You have to according to Colorado law.
Oh, okay.
Is
I'll let our CEO know.
Yes. You also have to post it internally with the salary range according to Colorado law. Now, remember, you don't have to post the total range. You can post the starting range.
Interesting. Okay.
And then what somebody negotiates for their salary is private. You don't have to post that. But to help women and minorities receive equal pay for equal work, that's why that law went into effect.
So good.
I found that most people just cook that. They put the range so
Low?
wide. it's
Wide, yeah.
useless.
Yes, but they're compliant.
Do
But
you
yes,
have
you
that?
have to.
That's great.
Do you have to do it for the independent contractors too?
No.
Okay.
I would definitely make sure they have their own entity, that they have a business registered with the Secretary of State, because that will protect you a bit. And then make sure that they possibly have their own insurance to ask for proof of their business insurance. Does that protect you?
Really? Okay.
Anything else? Contractor? Well, my next session is in 5 minutes, and it's alternative benefits for small business, if you want to stick around. But thank you so much for giving me your time, guys. I appreciate it.
Position. So it's a chief. So somebody.
Anybody happen to know what the library is?
Yes.
Yes.
Actually, this is my friend.
Yeah, they're here.
Oh.
I think they're in this building. Nick shows up. Do you know where the Larimer SBDC office is here?
Yeah, it's on Rock Peak.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
think Blanca
Peak.
Yeah.
Do you
Show me
It's like right across the street.
Do you want me to show you what it is? I would glad to.
Blanca Peak is the next building. over.
Yes, yeah, and they're way in the back.
Yeah. They're also north of Old Town as well. I think I'm still there.
Thank you.
My pleasure. It's nice to meet you guys.
Where am I at? Yeah. You know, that's interesting. I was like, maybe for the CFO position is obviously a leader.
Yeah, how'd I do?
Thanks.
I know, you work with me, as you do.
Yeah.
We're a team, that's why.
We are a team.
And now we need 2 months.
Oh, I should get my next little
Little
doohickey out.
So you were my next toss-up. I've had that twice today where I've had two that are.
I have
side
the
by
notes,
side.
yeah, I have the notes, so we'll share.
Oh, awesome, awesome.
This is
It's-
just, I
it's-
just remember.
Oh, hey,
This is Jessie. Hi.
Oh, nice to meet you, Jessie. Welcome. Okay, okay, alternative benefits for small business. Here's my little leader guide. Not that I stick to it terribly, but you know, best intentions.
Toss-up between this one and the other one.
What's the other one?
The other one is writing, which overall, I don't have any issue with writing. It's more a matter of busy writing. You know, I tend to be a tense social media writer. I sound guilty to myself. Ask me to write a fiction piece, and it's like, yeah, you know, or do a report, fine. But
See, I like templates. I have tons of templates.
that's like really nice.
Okay.
I also.
Nice. I mean, you should definitely consider DVR for interns because that's such a great program. We have, several people from DVR in my client space, in my one client space.
Really?
Just worked out great, yeah.
Well, I just thought.
That's so true. That's really good.
Oh, yeah. I'm just working out. No, thank you. Can you put that over there so I can sit on my way?
I'm sorry, I really want to take this next one, but I'm like the worst at copywriting, so I really want to.
No worries, you're fine.
So I will
Thank you so
definitely look at it virtually, but.
Do you want me to, do you want a little resource?
Yes. If you don't mind.
No.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, it was nice to meet you. So these are some ideas and links.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and I really appreciate, both of you and just like looking at alternative ways to hire, because we would love to open ourselves up to clients all over, you know, and not have those biases. So that's so good to have specific resources and to know where to look and to be able to put our applications out there. So
I don't.
I would love one.
So I just started my nonprofit in March.
I came from the nonprofit sector into the accounting sector, so it's
Yeah.
Should stay here.
Yeah. We'll just
Go back up now.
Yeah.
So I might be. I might be.
You might be
Well,
Yeah.
Well, it is getting later.
I've used that, well, so pre, 2020 was the last time I did this.
Yeah.
And we had pretty full rooms.
So the gaps in the year.
And so I was a little bummed out, like, the RSVP numbers, but, you know, that's what it is.
It's a little different this time around. 'Cause I think
And
people
then
are, wasn't it like snowy?
Yes, it was.
Okay, I remember you.
Yeah, we were at
So it's
CSU
like-
and.
More like dumb shit work.
Well, and I'm trying to remember because it was not long before the pandemic. It was
Yeah,
not
it was a
so
few weeks.
weird, and I
That's
think
really
we
interesting.
had like.
Because it's really,
I feel like I
because
went
I
like a
created
year
unified and I'll let you
before
go.
every
Once
year,
again.
and I had
Because
done
of my own
everything where I wanted it. And we had a
So
lot
as
of
being
like
a first generation,
and then the pandemic,
you know, immigrant,
And all of
and,
them.
it was hard for me to find the class sleep. I think you said that last silly, I was like, really bad silly. Because there is a book about us. So it was hard. And then for me, as the last role that I was in,
It was a
I
different
had
thing.
totally different.
Yeah, our resilience is
My
more
colleagues was just representing parents, like, no, I see potential, I'm gonna hone you, I'm gonna develop you.
Yes. Yeah, like that's so important.
And your name is? It's me, and our first reading now, and maybe we can. Okay, okay.
to the end of 2020, we ended up moving what, 1, 2, 3 times. Because we changed to an apartment, and then the pandemic hit, and well, right as the pandemic hit, our apartment got flooded by the one above us.
Oh my gosh.
And then we decided, we're packing everything up anyway, it's not the same in an apartment because we can't use the amenities anyway, and we don't know how long it's gonna last, let's go back to the house. And so we were only in that one apartment, 2 seconds. And so just that alone, it sounds like a silly thing, because, oh, it's just a few moves, you know, it's like, no, 3 moves in like a year is just
a lot.
It's just hell.
Well, it's 4 o'clock, so it may just be you and I. Hi.
I was holding your other hand hostage.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, it's gonna be a small group, but that's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, of course.
It's not even, it's gotten chilly.
It did get cold in here.
Okay, it's not
yeah.
just me. I'm
no,
like,
it's pretty chilly. If you, I think, yeah. If there's anything you need, just let us know. Networking starts at 5, so you can keep going right up until that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I got a little boutique. I was like, today's the day.
I'm so happy for fall to be, you know, like getting a little cardigan makes me all.
I want to find some super long ones, but you would not be go hard.
I
6
have-
foot.
Oh, yeah,
I have to
no.
get things that are made to be dresses.
And they draw, yeah, they draw.
If they say they're a dress, then I'm good. I don't even follow tunics. 'Cause
You seem so familiar.
Shannon,
Thank
from
you.
the city.
Shannon.
Yes.
I'm so sorry,
It's okay.
Shannon.
It's
I was
not in
pulling
a
your face
square,
that way.
so
Yeah.
all good.
So this will be small, but I love little conversations. And so today we're here to talk about alternative benefits for small business. I will be sharing businesses around town. I've gotten permission from some of my clients to share their name and what they're doing for alternative benefits. But you know, it can feel as a small business owner like it's so hard to compete with full benefits packages and all that stuff. And I would really encourage us all to lean into the perks of working in small business, because there really are wonderful perks. And I just told this story in my last session, but I'm going to tell it again. I work with the Garage in downtown, and they're a great little company, and they have their own funky little feel, like it's very garagey there. One of the owners said, "You just made us a verb," and I love that. And I was like, "Yeah, totally garagey." But one of the things that we were hiring for them, we needed a manager for them. One of the things that we did was identify what makes them special and better than other retail environments. And it's very simple. They do not do the same hours as the mall. They do not do blockout dates from November and December. Like in full price retail in the mall, you can't have a day off in December. And you certainly can't have a Saturday or a Sunday off. You might get a Wednesday. And I know that Kohl's requires their managers to work 60 hours a week every week in December. 6/10s. It's the requirement for holiday.
Oh my gosh.
So I said, let's talk about how you're different than big business, right? And I put at the top of our ad from general manager for them, have retail experience but hate work retail hours, come work for us.
Oh, I love that.
And we got a great guy, he's wonderful. They're so grateful for him. And he was moving here from California and he worked for REI, so he's perfect for the Garage.
Yeah.
So my first advice would be, figure out how you're different, because you are different. Small business is different. It's a relationship. And honestly, that's one of the things people are looking for in their work. Fulfilling work, a relationship with my peers. And yeah, it doesn't have to be perfectly functional, like every little family, there's gonna be some dysfunction, right? We're not gonna say we never argue, because we will. But we can say we have good intentions, or when we have those conversations, my intention is going to start here. So there are things that make small business special to work for. And so I would encourage every small business owner to just take some time and acknowledge how you're different, because it will really help. So let me get back to my Oh, first, what is something you want to make sure we talk about if we're going to talk about alternative benefits? Is there something you really want to get out of our conversation so I make sure I get it today?
I don't think I know how to articulate things enough yet.
Okay.
To the questions.
Yeah. Well, I hope I'm going to give you well-rounded stuff. So.
Yeah, and I'm not honestly sure where to advertise either. And
Yeah.
Because I think whatever I might be offering, it will be such a partnership type thing.
Mm.
That it'll take kind of a unique person who wants something really part-time, really flexible, which I guess could be part of what I'm offering.
That's correct. Flexible schedule, hybrid work environment, all of that is very important to people. If your work isn't customer facing, you can be more flexible with time. So if I were interviewing with you for this person, I would ask them about their daily, tell me about your day. Are you a morning person? Are you a night person? Because here's the thing, I just need my stuff done in time for my deadlines.
Okay.
Whenever you want to do it, I had a client that said, okay, Tammy, I need to hire somebody part-time, and I just don't think it's possible, but I need somebody 6 hours a week. There's nobody gonna want to work 6 hours a week. Yeah, there is. Yeah. A lot of retirees who might have breadth of experience to bring to your organization. She was like, I just don't think I'm ever gonna find anybody. And I was like, oh, let's put it up, let's find it out. And that's exactly what we found. It's a bookkeeping firm, and there was a retired CPA.
Nice.
Really high level skills. You just don't know. You don't know. So take the time to think about how you're different and what you do have to offer. But relationship, you said the word partnership.
Yeah.
People want to feel like that's that in their workplace. Now, I do want to hesitate on the word partnership because there could be legalities in having that word in maybe a contract or something.
So maybe I need a different word to refer to.
Correct. But you could say in an interview, I want this relationship to feel like a partnership. You could say that. I wouldn't put it in my job ad, and I wouldn't put it in my offer letter.
Okay.
Because they could be like, they could go to an attorney and say, but I'm a partner in this business.
Okay.
So be careful with the word, but you can use it to describe the relationship, I think.
Okay.
Maybe not in writing.
Collaboration.
Collaborative, yes. Yeah, collaborative work environment. People want that. So of course I've done some research. Of course I know Karen and I work in these fields the whole time. So, but the number one things people are looking for is a good culture, and small business can provide that better or worse or way worse than corporate America. In my experience, cultures in a small business is either way better or really tough, right? Yeah. But honestly, culture starts with intention, right? And it doesn't have to be perfect. Nobody's perfect. So hybrid work environment, transparency. I think that's an opportunity that small business has that they're afraid of, is transparency with their employees. They don't, I think that they get afraid of, they don't feel like they're profitable enough, and they don't want the employee to know that. Or I meet employers who are paying themselves less than their employees. And while we don't want that to be the reality, what if it is and you show them? How are they going to feel? Are they going to feel valued?
I would think so.
Yeah. That's sometimes a reality, right? Or showing them that you pay yourself $1 more than them or whatever, right? They'll feel valued in that moment. So I don't know that you want to be completely transparent all the time, but I think it's fine to show employees your P&Ls, to really be transparent about it, because here's why. Employees are asking about raises 2-3 times a year right now because of what they're going through, and that's fair. But if you've been transparent about your numbers, they're gonna they're not going to push. They're going to understand. And when you're not transparent, they think you have all the money in the damn world. They think you're rich, right?
Yeah.
And you're not. Most small business owners are just keeping it together. I mean, last year was the first year I paid myself a living wage.
Yeah.
And that was at year 5 for me, I think. So, and I have 2 employees, and I pay them about 20 cents less an hour than I pay myself at this point. But I want a good talent in my business, right? So I'm happy to be very transparent because I'm happy to talk about percentages of profitability too. Like, hey guys, in our industry, we should be this percentage profitable, and we're this percentage. So I'm gonna need to, I'm gonna be pushing us around numbers, and we're gonna set goals and show them the why.
Okay.
Because it will engage them differently. I just feel like it's so smart, and it's scary.
Okay.
Right? Fairness, that's a big one. Unfortunately, I end up explaining to employees a lot about if that person gets a warning, you'll never know. That's the rules. So what I do, and you probably do this at Karen in work as well, is somebody's having conflict and they think that person's doing something wrong. I say to them, you have my word, I'll address this, but I won't be able to share with you how. I'm just gonna need you to trust me today. I had recently an employee in a client site that got a warning. She was very upset that she received a warning because other people do things wrong all the time and they don't get a warning. And I was like, oh, let me just let you know why you don't know, you don't think they do. And she was like, why? And I said, because I'm HR and it's nobody's business if you get a warning. Nobody here will know that you received this paper today unless you tell them. And she was like, oh. I said, do you think you're my first warning? I've been here a year.
Yeah.
I assure you you're not. And also today we're here to talk about your behavior, not theirs. So sometimes explaining the whys behind things will help people feel like you're behaving fairly, but fairness is a big deal for employees. And in my experience, corporate America can feel less fair. So that's, I think, a way that small business can stand out for employees. Let me get more benefity though. Environmental friendly appreciation for employees. These are the things that surveys say employees are looking for. Accountability, clear expectations, flexible work hours and location, so personal schedules. So this is something I ask in my client spaces when I'm doing one-on-one touch bases with employees. I ask them about their natural daily biorhythms and if they're cognizant of that. And some people are not. They're like, no, I've never thought about it. It goes beyond I'm a morning person or I'm not a morning person. But and I share my example, my brain crashes at 3 p.m. every day. I do not schedule strategic conversations after 2 p.m. because I don't feel fair in those spaces, knowing that that's my natural biorhythm, that my brain is just like, okay, we've been at it since 7 this morning. We're done. You're not terribly smart right now. And so I have a client that's a local marketing firm. And we started doing one-on-one touch bases with staff. And I started talking about our daily biorhythms and asking them to kind of pay attention. And what we found is one gentleman takes a 3-hour lunch in the middle of the day. And he finishes his hours after 6:30 at night. And he loves it. He's also a recovering addict. He goes to AA meetings during that time. He goes for walks. He goes to the gym. He's very serious about his sobriety. But taking the 8 or 9 hours straight of work off of him was a big work-life balance for him. And he's married. And I did say, is your wife gonna hate this? And he was like, actually, she's a night person. She works at night. So I'll actually be finishing my day when she's starting hers. And he's like, no, it'll work perfect for our family. So even just those conversations about what's your lifestyle, what's easy for you. I'm not a morning person and I'm not a night person. I'm great in the middle of the day. I'm a slow starter and I'm in bed at 9. And when an employer could give me, I'm self-employed, so of course I do my own thing, but if an employer could support me that way and just know it, right? So these are these little intangible things that we can offer as benefits of working for us. Don't worry, I have general benefits too, but even having those conversations is about, I care about you. How can we work differently together? And again, if this is not, I mean, I have a pizza shop on my client list. This is not the pizza shop. Yeah, the pizza shop needs people to be making pizzas for dinner time and lunchtime and doing prep work. But even there, we had that conversation. We shifted who did prep in the morning before the shop opened. And we found out we had a serious night owl who was like, I would close every night if you'd let me. And the owner was like, you'll close. Oh, that's amazing. You're a closer, you know. And they were like, yeah, and the tips are better on Saturdays. So if you put me in every Saturday, and the owner's like, awesome. So even those conversations engages your team differently. It makes them feel cared for and heard. And even if you can't say yes, you know, I have said to somebody, I would love to facilitate that for you. I can't right now. What I can say is we're hiring and, you know, maybe we'll look for people who have different availability than you. And I can appreciate when you're here and it's not in your best time. We really appreciate that about you.
Yeah.
So find your differences, how you're better, because I assure you, you are. Okay, so a casual environment, that's a big thing in Colorado. I defined a client's dress code once as Colorado casual because we're a little more casual than business casual even, right? So sometimes also we have coworkers who don't have the best hygiene. And HR has to deal with those things.
Yeah.
So if you need a way to describe that, and this isn't about benefits, it's just one of my best practices, I call it first date ready. You can come in casual, like we wear athletic clothes here and tennis shoes and Tevas, and that's fine. That's our dress code. We love it. It's Colorado. That's how we live, man. But somebody struggled with hygiene.
Yeah.
So we talked about first date ready. You can be as casual as you want in that work environment. We expect you to be clean, right? Yeah. But a casual lifestyle is a big thing that employees want in Colorado, right? Development. People want to know the why. They want to know they get to grow there, especially if you want to keep them for long term. And development doesn't have to be super structured. It can be a monthly touch base with the owner, talking about the numbers, being transparent. As we grow, I'd love for you to be a manager with me. And you know, I'm not there yet. I don't have managers of teams yet. But I would love for you and I to sit down once a month for an hour and talk about your development. What do you want to know about the business you don't know now? We're going to be transparent about this. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about goals. I'm going to let you in on my secret sauce. Every small business has a secret sauce, right? And every employee adds an ingredient. So there's development things, even if you don't have a super professional plan and a path to success. Yes, that would be lovely if you had that for your team, but it can start small with that great leader or somebody you see so much potential in that you just don't want to lose, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, sometimes we do lose them, but sometimes they come back. They go work for one of the biggies. And they find out that they're expected to work 50 hours a week no matter what, and sometimes they come back. So casual environment, very Colorado. I think COVID pushed us farther into casual. And I do think it's important to be clear about what you expect. over Zoom, things like that. The courts had a big hard time with that. Attorneys and people showing up to court on Zoom in their pajamas, sitting in their beds, like laying pillows with their Zoom. And I thought, wow, if the courts have to define this, we gotta talk about it. So one of the best things I think you can do to retain talent is clear expectations. And that's not a benefit per se, but it is a benefit of small businesses that we can have very frank conversations. And it doesn't have to be written in stone. We get to evolve and grow, and having people co-create those expectations is one of the best ways to engage your team and retain your talent. So now we'll get into more standard-y, benefitsy stuff. So wellness programs. Lots of people want wellness programs, and small business feels like, I can't afford health insurance. It's expensive. First of all, I would recommend that one, you get a quote. You might be surprised. Or you could set a goal. So if I had an employee that I loved, and they were like, Tammy, I need health insurance for my family. Me getting a quote says I took this seriously and I care about you. And then I would say, okay, here's my financials. I can't do that today. We're going to set this sales goal for the next 6 months. If we hit it, we can afford health insurance. But you don't know, you don't know until you get a quote, right? I do have a couple clients, and in my little, I'm going to give you a list of resources for those benefits. And there's a couple places that are small businesses, local, that offer health insurance benefits.
That's nice.
Another way to get health insurance benefits affordably for your team is direct care physicians. Are you familiar with this at all?
So like the flat fee. Okay.
So there are direct care physicians in town, and it's doctors who own their own office who hate insurance companies. And so you pay a flat fee each month, and it's usually a year contract. But it's like $80 a person. And it's unlimited general care.
You mean like $80 per month?
Per person.
Okay.
But Kaiser's like $650 a month per person.
Exactly. That's still.
So direct care, as I understand it, and I'm not an expert, I do know somebody who works in one of these offices. It is unlimited general practitioner care. It does not cover catastrophic care. It does not cover you go to the hospital. It does not cover ER visits, but it covers what you would just go to your general practitioner for, and they guarantee you'll be seen within 24 hours. You can text your physician. They may not even have you come in for a visit. A friend of mine uses the friend of mine's service, and she was like, I'm considering getting it. I have full health insurance through my husband, because she had a little rash, and she was like, I didn't have to take time off work. I texted a picture to Sarah. Sarah came back, said, I'm going to prescribe you this. Your prescription will be at Walgreens. Pick it up.
Nice.
So it's a really affordable way to offer a wellness program for your team. And it's so valuable.
That is.
And $80 a month per person. And you could let them add their family if they pay the difference. And it's like more affordable for children. I think it's more affordable for the spouse. And it's real health care.
Yeah. And like on the preventative side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it includes all wellness.
Yeah.
Nice. It's all included. And this one that I know of, they sell their own prescriptions and they don't mark them up for their people in their program. So they have their own pharmacy and you get your prescription, but you only pay cost. And it's incredibly affordable. So the little sheet I'm going to give you has a few places, but you can just Google direct primary care physicians, things like that. But I think I found like 4 in town. Bless you. So another wellness program might be a coaching program. And I have some coaches listed on this little resource sheet I'm going to give you and their contact information. One of them is Mary Brown. She did a session on setting boundaries. So you could have a coach come in and do a training on setting boundaries in your personal life. There's life coaches, there's nutrition coaches, there's all kinds of programs that you could offer to pay for your employees, or you could offer to pay a certain amount a month for them to use on their wellness, like $100 a month per employee. I have 3 employees, 2. I'm a W-2 employee, I have 3. But you could just offer a wellness spiff for them to use however they want. Another great thing is for mental health support. They have these apps now that are a certain fee a month. BetterHelp, Talkspace. I even, on your little resource sheet I'm going to give you, there's the top 6 in the country according to, I don't know, the internet. Somebody did a study, but they're really affordable too. I don't know how much they are. I think one of them is, we looked into it for my stepdaughter, and I think it was $150 a month. But she got unlimited visits, and she could do Zoom, text, calls with her therapist, and they're licensed therapists. Well, $150 is one appointment, right?
Yeah.
So, and if you offer just a health spiff of $100 a month per employee, you could say, you know, here's some mental health resources, and you pay the difference, and I'm going to pay you $100 of it, right? Or you could say, here's a list of coaches, life coaches. You know, here's some opportunities to use that for. People could use it for addiction support. People could use it for whatever, and you don't have to know what it's for. It's none of our business.
Yeah.
And it's a small way that you can start supporting health and wellness. A client of mine, Smart Books Business Solutions, again, I've gotten everybody's permission to mention their names. They have yoga breaks in the middle of their afternoon. They are all bookkeepers and accountants, and they sit all day. They have standing desks for one thing, but they stop and do 30 minutes of yoga as a team.
That's cute.
Yeah. They have to like move stuff, but one of the employees is a certified yoga instructor, so she like leads the yoga, and everybody moves a little bit, they connect. Before they hired her, before I helped them hire her, they would go for walks every day at 2 p.m. So there are health and wellness things that a small business can choose to do. And even me talking about the garage's hours, to me, that's a health and wellness program.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, they close at 6 p.m., period, year round. So even their closing manager is home in time for dinner, really.
That's huge.
That's huge, right? Another thing that you can do to support your employees' health and wellness is just know the community's resources that are available. I cannot tell you how many times I have spoken with clients' employees about Summit Stone. Just having a list of what's available in the community to support people, right? Go ahead, Karen. No, I had, true story, in a client site, great employee, been with the company for 3 years, suddenly started having attendance issues. Late back from lunch, late every day, missing work, calling in at 2 p.m. She's supposed to have been there at 7 a.m. And her manager called me and was like, Tammy, we have to write her up. And I think we might, need to move to terminate quickly. And I was like, whoa, she's been with us 3 years. She's ideal except for the last week. We found out she had become homeless. So I pissed her boss off further and said, do you need to take the next couple days? Because getting services has to be done during business hours. And then I knew about Homeward Alliance.
Nice.
And just because I knew what I knew about Homeward Alliance and dedicated navigators and all of that stuff, and that you get housing faster if you have a job, and she had a job, and she was being late coming back from lunch because she had a dog, and it was summer, and it was in her car, and she wanted to make sure it was safe. And that personal touch, we retained that employee.
Nice. And she retained her job.
She retained her job, probably. Oh, yeah, because I'm her HR.
I was just assuming.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't let you
Yeah,
finish the
I'm her HR department, she retained her job. But I did say to her boss, look, getting these services for her, she has to do that during business hours. So we need to give her some time off. And he was like, she's late and absent and you want to give her time off? And I said, yeah, I do. Because if you support somebody through that time period, they're going to be awesome employees.
Yeah.
Right? So I told her, you come straight to HR, talk about your needs. I'm going to go tell your boss what we're going to support and why. And she needed a couple more weeks of support and she's fine. But knowing about the resources that are available for your team is a big deal. And by the way, Homeward Alliance, if you need to know of any other resources, Homeward Alliance and Summit Stone. But you should know about SAVA, you should know about support for domestic violence. Because those people in those situations can't lose their job. And they need a little time and grace. But she had earned our respect for 3 years. So that's the difference that you can make as a small business owner. That's a benefit to being your employee. So you know what they did? They let her bring her dog in so it wasn't in the heat while she was at work. And it hung out in the bookkeeper's office. She didn't have an office space, that's not where she worked. But her dog she wasn't worrying about her dog in the heat in the summer in her car because she was living in her car.
That's awesome.
You know, and I was like, what can we do for her that we're not thinking about? And small business can think outside the box and do impactful things.
For sure.
Sorry, I get all excited. This is my work.
That's perfect.
So, also, you should know, Homeward Alliance has 20 agencies under one roof. They have legal aid, free. It's very important. They have transportation services, so they have I don't remember who donates, they have free bikes. You can get a free bike from Homeward Alliance to get you to work if you need it. And they do bike repair. And the garage donates to them.
That's very cool.
And they have a career closet. So they have clothes, work clothes. It doesn't have to be dress clothes. It can be whatever you need. But people who need resources can get, you know, I don't know. Some jobs require steel-toed boots. Those are expensive. My son wears them for work.
They're very expensive.
Well, if you're right on the edge or you've been unemployed, Homeward Alliance can get that for you.
That's very cool.
Yeah. So knowing about people's personal lives, don't get me wrong. We don't want to get too personal, but how can we support them differently, right, is important. And if it may hurt you to give them a couple days off work to seek services, but that's when services are available. And these things take time and energy. And, you know, I said, are you broke? And she was like, actually, I'm not. And she's like, I just got kicked out. My roommates and I had a big fight. It got physical. I don't want to be there. I don't think it's safe. And I was like, it's fine.
Right.
I said, the reason I asked is, do you need a gas card to get to and from work and seek these services? And the owner was like, yeah, I could give you a gas card.
Yeah.
So one of the benefits of small business is that really personal touch, right?
Yeah.
And supporting an employee, a good employee through some tough things for a while makes them a great employee forever. And you can put your head down at night and sleep better. Right? And this attitude, I feel like this attitude's not, I feel bad about this attitude, but I feel a bit like the Godfather in those conversations. Like, and I like to make, you know, I don't want to make light of serious things, but I'll be like, we're here for you today. And I assure you, the business is going to need you someday. We're going to ask you to step up sometimes. You've done it before. We were here for 3 years, right?
Totally.
And I'll make the joke. I feel like, on this the day my daughter's married. But if they need a favor and we support them, they're more likely to lean in when they have another coworker who's out for something similar.
Yeah.
So just talk frankly about that stuff. You don't have to share the other coworker's thing. But if another coworker's out, I'm going to look to that girl and go, hey, can you step up today? So-and-so is out. She's having a hard time, kind of like you did last year, and we just need to support her for a while. Can you step up with us today?
Yeah.
She's going to say yeah.
It's actually building a team.
That's correct. It's building a community.
Yeah, exactly.
So, sorry, I need to get back on my little,
Okay.
keep
No,
going. So let's see, domestic violence support, financial wellness is on the list of things that young employees want. So I have a client that's considering having somebody come in and teach how to make a budget. I was like, well, I made a budget with my kids. I could probably just make a budget. But young people, skills that young people are looking for is financial wellness and how to budget. And they're not taught in schools anymore, I guess. I was taught in school. I had to take a business, they called it business. We were taught how to balance our checkbook and how loans work and how credit cards work. Newsflash, probably not a newsflash. Next year, every employer will be required to offer a retirement plan in Colorado.
Wow.
If you do not sign up, you will be automatically enrolled in the state. I'm not a fan of that. And I'm not a fan of having my clients have to learn software and state bureaucracy to be in that program. So there are a lot of financial planners in town. They're small, business owned. You can set up a simple IRA for your team and it'll cost you about $10 a year per person. And that financial planner will do all that paperwork for you and you'll be compliant. You don't have to have a match according to the new law, but we will all have to offer retirement planning. And people can choose not to participate, but that's a requirement we're gonna have to do and it's a normal benefit.
Is it like retirement planning or like
Plan-
a retirement?
Like an IRA or a 401k and things. 401ks are expensive.
Yeah.
There's not a matching requirement. And you talked about having a 1099 plan, you don't have to offer that to them.
Okay,
Yeah.
so only if it's a real
Yes.
employee.
And my little resource guide I'm gonna give you has a few, but feel free to just Google. There's lots of places in town. But I do not recommend accidentally getting automatically enrolled in the state thing that you'll have to learn and there's no paperwork and I don't wanna keep track of that. So I have a little cautionary tale. Things that I have seen small businesses do to feel like they're giving more benefits. One of them is unlimited PTO. I'm not a fan of unlimited PTO as an HR specialist because it's a lie. I assure you, somebody will find the limit for you. And I've seen it twice. There is a limit to how much PTO you're gonna give somebody and still keep them on your team. And somebody will find it for you. Also, it wears on your staff. One of the examples I was involved in, we did the math. They asked me for support. I was like, well, let's do how many days? What's the percentage? They were there 18% of the time, and their coworkers resented it.
Yeah.
So we were making this person who was only here 18% of the time happy, and everybody else who was here all the time unhappy. I hate unlimited PTO. Don't hand out titles like candy. Lofty titles leads to conflict in my experience. So I got a client that everybody had these amazing titles. VP of this and blah, blah, blah. Well, they started looking up their title for compensation. One guy, this was a local marketing firm, came to us with a job ad for a VP marketing. That's his title. And it had 150 grand starting salary. I went and found that ad. It was for the vice president of marketing of Nike. And the ad said, this person will oversee our social media department, our sports department, and then it broke down the sports. Like Nike has a an NC2A football department, and an NFL department, and this guy had 2 employees who reported to him. And he went, my 80 grand a year is just not cutting it. Don't just give out titles, please. I mean, as your HR specialist, I will have a conversation with him about the things that the VP of marketing at Nike is expected to do and what his life really is like, but we lost him. I assume he didn't get the Nike job, frankly, but he's not qualified. And then don't hand out pay increases too often. Employees are asking for pay increases 2-3 times a year right now. And I understand everybody's feeling the economy. However, it can turn into a whole thing where everybody needs a pay increase. To be fair, what I do instead is I do compensation research. You can do compensation research. See if you're really off. And I definitely recommend doing it based on our zip code, because other parts of the country pay less or more than us. And then you can have a frank conversation. And if you're really off, you can have a frank conversation of, okay, I'm going to set these financial goals for the business, and if we hit them, I'll be able to bump you to this. But I always explain how budgets work. And budgets mean I consider giving everybody a raise once a year. And I'm learning with young people to talk about that in interviews, in the offering stage. I had a young man say to me, I've been here 3 months. And I said, you will not be fully enrolled for a year. Do you know that? We are paying you to do this job. You're meeting expectations for day 90. You are not meeting expectations for this role. And really, it would be unfair of us to expect you to until you've been here about a year, really, to be fully enrolled, working autonomously. And he was like, what? But my review was great. Your review was great. You're meeting our expectations for day 90, not for your role. Yeah. So one thing I'm learning is I don't think young people understand about budgeting. But when you, again, transparency, we budgeted for this amount of money for raises next year at annual review time. It's in our plan to give out raises, frank conversations, setting expectations. So a few quick live examples of things that my clients are doing. If you have something that you do for a living that you can give your employees, give it. Not a lot. Under Pressure Therapeutics in town, over at the Orchard on LeMay, every employee gets a free massage once a month. They practice on each other. They give each other feedback. And they get a free massage once a month. Everybody who works there. So, by the way, as the owner, you want feedback on how is that person's massages? Are they maintaining standards? What was your experience like? And the employees know they're going to give feedback on me. And I got a free massage today, right? It does take away revenue driving time, but no worries, you're fine. So my biggest client is my best client for benefits. And it's the Natural Dog Company in Loveland, Colorado. They make single ingredient, all natural dog treats. But their CEO, and I think part of why they can do all the things they do is they're my biggest client. They are out by the Laramie Humane Society and the airport. There's no food close. The CEO noticed that not everybody was eating lunch. And it bothered him. So he implemented a snack program that's free for employees. Put up 2 carts. He was like, okay, we're having a snack program. It doesn't cost anybody anything. Temps can have it too. I don't want it needs to have some healthy options, but it doesn't have to all be healthy options. There's no judgment. If they want a thing of goldfish, they get a thing of goldfish. If they want a granola bar. And he was like, and I don't just want granola bars. So they have cup of noodles and they have oatmeal that you can warm, hot water and oatmeal. He's like, it needs to all be, non-perishable, and I want it to be something of substance. So it has he has little packages of nuts, but he has goldfish, I have no idea what it cost him, but it was a beautiful example of something a small business could do that he was just like, we have half-hour lunches and people can't run. And he has 2 refrigerators and 2 microwaves and all that. But yeah, it's not fancy. But when I was a single mom, I missed a lot of lunches because I made sure my sons had lunch. And a packet of peanuts will get me through So Natural Dog Company does some really cool things. Also, last winter, we had people calling in sick because their car wouldn't start. So he implemented that he will pay for 3 Ubers round trip a year if your car won't start and you get to work anyway.
Wow.
And that's a little pricey. That can be pricey. I gave him, he was like, Tammy, write a policy. Okay. So then I was like, okay, but this could be from like North Fort Collins to his location could be this much money. And he was like, all right. He's like, I need him at work. And I get it. Life happens. Also, when I informed him he didn't start at a living wage in Colorado, he changed his minimum wage immediately. He's the biggest of the small businesses I support. He has more funds than a lot of my clients. But that's one of the perks of working for a small business owner that is in the business and knows his people. He's applying to become a B Corp. And that's one of the things is, do you pay a living wage? And I was helping him fill out forms. And I said, actually, you don't start at a living wage in Larimer County. And he was like, what? And he was like, okay, let's do the math. What's it going to cost me? But taking action to say to your team, I care about you, even if it's not changing your minimum wage, is a benefit of working with small business. Sorry, this is what I do for a living. I love it.
What is the current living wage? Do you know?
The current living wage, it actually
It's changed so much.
It has. I think it's 16 and change for a single person.
Okay.
And so the Natural Dog Company starts everybody at $17 now.
Okay.
Temps and everything. By the way, something that he did for temps is you used to hire temps and then they would get a raise when they became permanent. And we talk about we want to convert to permanent. He chose not to do that. So we have to say in the interviews, you don't get a raise because Dan decided you get a raise on day 1.
Interesting.
They get benefit. They get the benefits package. They get paid holidays when they become permanent. But he chose not to bump them because he wants the right temps on day 1. I really enjoy working with him. He's a good guy. He's plastic neutral. I love that. By the way, something else that job seekers are looking for is environmentally conscious employer.
Yeah.
So that next step is he wants to be carbon neutral, but he's not yet. Okay, let's see. I know a business that requires everybody to leave for lunch hour. So it's a law firm in downtown Fort Collins. Not only do they shut the phones down, they close the building and they're required to leave so that people take their lunches and don't work through them. The garage, because one of their values is that they want everybody to lead an active lifestyle, they have a $200 a year activity spiff for employees where they will reimburse employees for doing active things. Like, I'm going to be in this race and the entry fee was this much, and the garage will pay them back for it because they want them to be active and live the lifestyle.
Nice.
Yeah, $200 a year. It's not even that much money. I think they've got like 8, 9 employees. It's a benefit of working for them. Toolbox Creative, another client that I got permission to mention. So they have a monthly meeting that's not about work. It's a monthly team meeting, and they have a hybrid work environment. And people take turns presenting on a passion that has nothing to do with work, and it's so cute. It can be like, I'm learning to make sushi, and here's my sushi, and this is what and it can be about, I went to Europe, and here's my slideshow of my vacation, and if you go to Dublin, don't miss this. And it's a non-work team meeting every year, and it's so cute, and they invited me in. They're like, Tammy, when are you presenting? And I was like, oh, I guess I'll have to think something. So non-work paid event to just connect, and somebody gets to geek out on Legos or whatever. It's fun. They're creative though. This Toolbox Creative. They're creatives.
Yeah.
Wally's Speed Shop in Loveland. They restore antique cars. They said, Tammy, can you write us a policy where we let people work 410s if they want to work 410s instead of 5 8s? So I dug into it and I wrote them a schedule, and their team loves it. Because I did it so half the team works Monday through Thursday and half the team works Tuesday through Friday, and it rotates. So every other weekend for every employee is a 4-day weekend.
Oh, nice.
Wow. And we actually think it's going to cut down on overtime expense, because a 10-hour day is tiring, right? And you're not working extra. We think he's going to pay less overtime, and every other weekend, every employee gets a 4-day weekend. That's like gold. It's gold. And it's helping him pull the right talent in.
Nice.
Yeah. So there's benefits that small business can do that doesn't cost anything. In fact, we think it's going to save him overtime payroll. So he did have one employee who didn't want to take it, and that actually helps them with because for safety, he wants 2 people in every shop at all times. For if somebody got hurt, he wants another person to see it and be there. This one employee said, I really don't want to do that. And we said, you don't have to do that. And he works 5/8, and he helped with that coverage for safety.
That's very cool.
Let's see. Empire State Pizza in Greeley, Colorado gives everybody a free gym membership.
Nice.
Radial Development Group honestly, I don't know where Radio is located. They might be in Longmont. They're fully remote, so that's why I don't know. I've never been to their site. I don't think they have a site. They are very strict about not working outside of work hours, and so they set their tech to turn off at 6 p.m. every day. Nobody can even check they're working though after 6 p.m.
What?
Yeah. Okay. Nobody can check the company Slack channel. All tech shuts down. They're software engineers. That's what they do. But all of their tech shuts down at 6 p.m. and you cannot work outside of business hours.
That is crazy.
It's so cool. As opposed to corporations that are going to be like, I'm going to expect you to answer my text messages. So I need to wrap us up. Any questions for me? And I'm going to give you a little resource thing, but was this valuable and how can I support you today? I just love my work, you guys.
No, the concrete examples were really helpful.
Yeah.
Just that, so I don't think that's I think stuff that people don't think about. They just assume I can't afford
health insurance.
So, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's easy to undervalue what you can provide.
Correct. Yeah.
That's right. Because it's I can't provide to pay someone some killer wage. I can't give health insurance. But
can you imagine going home to your spouse and going, hey, I have a 4-day weekend every other weekend.
They work at midnight.
Right.
Yeah, it's really amazing. Welcome, we're done. We're wrapping up.
Is this for the party? Is this for the party stars?
I guess.
I don't know.
So I'll give you my little resource handout, and if you need me, here I am.
Awesome.
Yeah, my pleasure. So good to see you, Shannon.
Good to see you. There we go.
Hello.
Hi.
You guys are here all day?
Yeah.
I've been here the last 2 hours in this spot presenting, so.
Oh, my.
Thank you.
Well, they started us off this morning, so it's just now they're kind of migrating to another room.
So there are referrals, but feel free to not use my referrals. These are just, yes. So this was about alternative benefits for small business.
Oh, it's beautiful. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, this makes me feel more excited about it because I've been playing with the idea for well over a year.
Mhm.
I'm just thinking.
So alternative benefits, as in health and welfare benefits, or?
Any kinds of benefits. The benefits of working for small business are
Oh, yeah,
very,
okay.
but also there's wellness benefits as well.
Yeah, the reason I asked is sorry, company, I had to take part in a full-time job to get benefits while I'm
But it's, one of my talking points was knowing what resources are available to your, in the community. Can be helpful. Just knowing about Homeward Alliance, Salute, Summit Stone, where they can get resources, and then supporting them with some time off to get it, because you get resources during regular business hours.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
I have been
So sometimes you need time off to use the
So I guess
resources,
they're gonna be like,
but it'll
"Oh,
make them
forget we exist."
so much more committed to you.
Well, and this is what we do
Exactly. I
for
can't do
business.
all
So we connect
yes,
business
we need
people to local resources.
Oh, that's interesting.
We focus mostly on business resources.
I'm an outside HR department, that's what I do.
Oh, you
So
are?
we-
Oh.
we want to connect people to you.
Yeah.
So we should have a chat.
Yeah, I'd love to chat. I'd love to get to know
Yeah,
you.
yeah, you would be a really important resource.
Your information's on here.
Actually, I don't know if I did that.
We need to teach you some marketing.
My other talk was about interviewing for fit for small business.
Okay.
And, these are my favorite interview questions and my email followers.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I would love that. I would love to connect.
We're working with.
My clients need support, you know.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm very, don't ask me to do things I don't do. You don't want me to tell you about taxes.
Right, exactly.
I don't know.
Don't ask me. But here you can talk to these guys.
Yes.
And having a place where people can find you, find the resources. You have your phone with you?
I do.
You can take a picture of scan this guy and we'll tell you a little bit about.
I'm like right here on the camera because I was presenting. I'd like to
Oh, let's take you out of the way.
not be there for
That's
this.
true. I hear you. I said, okay, I'll talk to you, but I'm not gonna talk to you by the. So what we're doing is we're building. So I finally got the document over to you. Just so you know. So, yeah, so we take part in and today.
I'm sorry.
No, thank you for the opportunity.
I was like, I'm going to that. I think that's stretching a little bit, but I'll take it.
But I think back in the day, you said, we want this discussion, so you come back to me and say, if you did this, I can.
We're all about trying to help
I'll give you my credit cards. So.
maybe
Perfect.
charging
No,
me.
that's right. Because we're talking, so we did the same thing with, Johnstown. It's like, okay, what's your number? And we'll figure out
Take a picture.
Yeah, do that.
How we
Somebody
can
can
have
have
a problem.
And then we're also thinking, okay, what's the longer term approach? Because it doesn't scale if I have to find and make connections with your counterpart throughout the country, right? So how's this gonna work for us going forward? So we'd love so much to have your input on what
For
that
sure.
is.
I'll be doing this for.
And it's nice to have Travis on our side too. I think.
I'm not charging you right now.
I tell you how that happened, right?
Yeah, he's meeting
I'm sitting there and there, she goes, I'm so glad. I always say, the next meeting I have, he says, do you mind if we hang on? She goes, you better hang on. We'll stay here. So we took up 15, 20 minutes of her time and his time, and I guess it worked.
I tell them, if you're not bookkeeping company, don't be wrong. I don't know if they're in this room. Oh my gosh.
Well, they started setting
You're
up
just
out
talking
there.
to.
Oh, it's out here.
Mike Bennett.
But there's so much back there. I don't know what that is.
Because my calendar, they didn't get.
Well, it used to be great. It used to be over there. We parked over there, we walked in and pulled it up and go, now it's back here. Because I'm guessing this is probably this, right?
It's like, you don't
I was
mind
thinking, well,
something.
is
They're
this
just
worth
not,
my
it's
time?
better to do it right the
I want
first
to
time.
show
That's
support.
one, sorry, you're.
Were you involved in all the discussions yesterday?
I'm very clear about it.
about
I don't do that.
Okay, so, yeah, exactly, it's gonna be at a bar for an hour, as if we're gonna get anything concrete out of that. So Debbie and I would hope to
Karen
bring
and
in
she'll
on
be
that.
HR. Yep, Karen.
Okay.
Shane Dyer, come here, Shannon. Karen and I
That's
have
a
worked
great
together.
idea, you should bring in a little bar, I'll say, yeah, I know that you wanted it over there, what's it called, Cooper News, where's it, I even get a bottle of stuff, have you ever been there? I love it.
People,
We
different.
might have-
It's like to build organizations.
What do I get? I get that, there's a buzzy something that they get, with honey and gin and stuff.
So I have appreciation for all of your work. Yes, I do. But the thing that's so often, it's a huge opportunity.
Yeah.
Is
I don't
that
think that's gonna.
now